Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up.
Good morning, adventurers of Midgard. Welcome to Ragnarok Land vs. Genesis Day of Domination. I feel like all the players are ready today. Again, good morning. I'm Yuko. I'll be your host for this lovely morning. After months of grinding, all of those planning, all of those games even, it seems like we are finally reaching the climax or maybe even the ending. Again, this is Ragnarok Land vs. Genesis Day of Domination. I'm very curious to see who will dominate. Of course, all of us are ready to face off the ultimate title. But first, I want to hear a crowd check. Are the teams ready? I want to hear you cheer. Are you ready to play today? I'm gonna need more than that, guys. It's what, 10 a.m. Please cheer some more. Okay. Hello, Sir Panky. Good morning. Well, yeah, we have a long day ahead. I hope all the teams are ready. And I heard the casters are already there, sitting comfortably at their desks. We have Chin and Vince G. So I'm going to have to pass it to our handsome pair of casters.
Good morning, everybody, and this is the day that we are going to dominate ROLG Major Day of Domination. This is Vince G, and I'm with my buddy Chin. So, good morning to you, partner.
Good morning. So this is very interesting. I was just telling you earlier that I love Ragnarok. You know, like I have Ragnarok Land vs. Genesis. So it's very interesting how they have this whole esports going on right now. And I'd be very excited to see how and what kind of strategies they're going to be bringing to the table today.
Well, talking about strategies, we've witnessed the round robin format of 8 teams battling it all out to make it here. 6 teams finally made it in the double elimination bracket style of events, and this time around they're gonna be facing off each other on the major map using a 10 versus 10 system, different from what we've witnessed. A 36 versus 36, it's now down to a 10 v 10.
Down from 36, now down to 10 v 10.
Yes.
So they really braved it all. They really proved that they deserve to be here. So they're for the character names they have to exactly match registered guild names as well. Any mismatch would result in immediate disqualification, which of course we do not want, right?
And this tournament also uses the global server skill calculation. And players, they will be receiving Guild War type damage. In Backslide, Ice Wall, Warp Portal, and Arrow Crafting, they will not be used here on this game. But out of all the 13 main classes, expanded classes are not allowed.
Exactly. So with the band skills, these are pretty game-breaking as well. You know how Ice Wall will definitely like block certain areas. Warp Portal is basically like teleporting around. So these are pretty game-breaking. So this will prove to be, or this will give us more competitive matches, right? So here we go. Like, let's see what kind of strategies they have.
Well, let's talk about the match phases first. So all matches are divided into 3 phases, but we also have this pre-phase wherein the teams will be submitting their band choices, and the admin will be announcing the band class for each team. So 1 per team, and that means 2 will be removed from the game. And players, they need to adjust their lineup if they're using the class that has been removed from the game. And after that, they will be heading towards the first phase.
So the first phase is the preparation phase where the GM summons both teams' attendance and readiness to be confirmed.
And after that, we're heading towards the second phase, which is they will be entering the battlefield. So the GM, they will be assigning the entry order, and they will be choosing the sides, whether they go top or whether they go on the bottom side. And the guild leaders, they will be confirming it if that's the right thing.
And of course, the third phase, which is the safe zone prep. So players enter the safe zone within 3 minutes for item preparation. So these are going to be your potions, your gemstones for your skills, and so on. And items are still purchasable until Zenny runs out.
Wow, they have to spend every bit of Seti that they have in order for
Exactly.
them to gear up and prepare for this kind of matchup, because they will be getting all of these objectives. One player kill is equivalent to 1 point, but they also have an objective wherein it spawns every 2 minutes. That is the Ancient Shrine, and once that the players or the teams got it, a random buff will be applied towards them.
Exactly. And these are pretty powerful buffs, and they could really impact on how some of these classes work. I was just telling you earlier that there's a buff here that gives you like max SP.
Wow.
So that will increase your Asura strike damage and so on, right? So there are like these very game-changing buffs that they would get here, and this spawns every 2 minutes, and you also get 2 points every time you take it. So this is really something that these players will have to be battling over. It's going to be in the middle of the map.
Yes, they
Right?
will.
It's going to be in the middle of the map, and the buffs are random. So it's going to be interesting to see how our players are going to be clashing out for these objectives.
Siron and Yggdrasil root also will be up for grabs as well. But if they manage to break the core, they automatically win. So talk about the placements of these objectives. We're talking about the Zyron. It spawns every 3 minutes, and it spawns randomly on the top or the bottom part of the map. So the root will be the first layer of defense that they
Right.
have right now, and if that goes down, that means the core is very vulnerable for attacks.
Right, exactly. And actually, these roots, when they reach a certain health threshold, they actually apply debuffs
Yeah.
on the enemy team. So that's also going to be interesting, which is really going to shift the balance between these matches, and as well as the Yggdrasil core. I think the Yggdrasil core also has actual skills. We see things like Lord of Vermilion, Meteor Storm, all of these things that are going to be casted on the enemy team.
Well, you have to be scared for the core. If the root cannot protect itself, well, the core can deal enough damage. But don't let that stop you from getting a share of the total prize pool of
Exactly.
$30,000 US, because the champion will be getting 10,000.
10,000 US dollars. This is a pretty massive prize pool with a 30,000 prize pool. $10,000 will be going to the first place, or our champions. Second place will be taking $6,000. Third place is going to be taking $4,000. Fourth place is going to be taking $3,000, and both the fifth and sixth placers are going to be taking $2,000, which is nothing to scoff at. These are still pretty big prizes.
Well, technically, once that they made it here in the ROLG Major Day of Domination, that means it's sure $2,000 US for them.
Exactly.
It's up to them to expand their prize pool and get the biggest share. So one of the 6 team will be getting that 10K, but these teams, Figild, Ronin, Dictator, Minokawa, 322X, and Bakunawa, they will be fighting it out. Who will become the first ROLG Major Champion?
Exactly. So when it comes to these kinds of tournaments, strategy is very, very major factor here. So let's get to know our players here and our teams.
Yeah. So show the video now.
Pero okay na, lang dapat ganun na siya bilis.
And those are the 6 guilds that will be facing each other in this double elimination bracket today in the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Chin, so you've seen the guilds, you've seen those players. What are we expecting from them?
Actually, we were just talking about this because they had specific poses and they seemed to be pretty competitive. Right? I was definitely looking for something a little bit more fierce, but you know, sometimes that's not exactly what will represent their type of gameplay or play style here. So first off, in terms of bracketing for match 1, we have Minokawa and 322X.
And the next match after that will be Bakunawa and Dictator. So whoever advanced into the first 2 matches, they will be facing off those 2 guilds that are waiting for the first series. Whoever wins that first series will be facing Phi Guild, and whoever wins the match between Bakunawa and Dictator will be facing Ronin. So
these were all decided with our round robin.
Yeah.
Right. So I think our top teams there were Phi Guild and Ronin.
yes, they were on their top of their game. So especially they need to watch the first match unfold because they just need to relax because they earned that spot already.
Right, exactly.
But for the first match that we're gonna be witnessing between Minokawa and 322X, well, they have to lay out their game plan. And this time around, it's not 36. They need to single out their 10 best players from the guild and then bring them here. And then from there, they have to formulate strategies. They have to come up with plans on how they will outsmart the opposing team.
Right, exactly. And you know what? In these kinds of Ragnarok games, strategy really plays a heavy part in this. And with the other teams like Phi Guild and Ronin already seeded in the next round of matches, they kind of have that small advantage as well as to seeing what strategies the prior teams will be bringing to the table. So they also can prepare for that as well.
Preparation is there as well, and this time around, they took a month in order for them to gear up. So first series between these two, Minokawa and 322X. So tell the tape, both of them hail from the Philippines, and they're playing in their home country.
Exactly. So we have the home court advantage here.
But the problem is they're both from the Philippines.
Right.
So who's gonna be having the most advantage out of the two?
It's gonna be interesting though, because that means that in the next round, it's definitely gonna be like a PH team versus a TH team.
Yes.
Right. So definitely we're gonna be seeing something like that in more. And since that's gonna be the next round, we can expect that it could be just a little bit more competitive as well.
Yes. Talk about the competition, getting exciting, getting fierce. So we can see the players are now gearing up, and you know they're just taking their sweet time, choosing and selecting, formulating all their strategies, and you know having to play out a best of 3 series. So that means if they lose the first round, it's fine. They can like bounce back if they want to make a reverse sweep, but they have to win 2 consecutive matches.
And actually, from what I understand, like these teams have already faced each other prior.
Yes.
Right? So I think Minokawa and 322X have already faced each other in the past.
Of course. So, and they had that round robin.
Yeah, exactly.
They had the round robin before, and the history between the two, of course, they will definitely face each other. But it's way too early for them to face each other again. So the storyline goes like this. Minokawa has definitely has a good standing in the round robin format. So with 12 wins, and they only lost twice.
They only lost twice.
Yeah. So this will.
So it's 12 wins and 2 losses only.
Yes, and this proves that Minokawa is definitely on top of their seed in the round robin. But of course, they fell short because the top 2 guilds that we see right now would be Phi Guild and Ronin based on the round robin.
Exactly,
so Minokawa, on the other hand, they have to fight for the round 1 in order for them to step in the round 2 and hopefully to face the winning team or the team that is on the top
Right.
of the round robin, which is Phi Guild. But 3-2-2X out of 14 matches, it's 7-7 for them.
7 wins, 7. You know, you could look at it this way as well. Sometimes, since this is really like strategy oriented, like strategy heavy, you could think about it like they just want to secure their slot in the playoffs and then
Oh.
reserve their heavy hitting strategies for this tournament right here.
Yeah, the goal will be to
Of
qualify.
course. Yeah, because the goal there was just to qualify, and then here, right now, right in this tournament is the $10,000 cash prize.
I can see now. I can see clearly now. So reserve the strategy, not go all out in the
Right,
36 versus
exactly.
36, and then surprise.
So, which very, very, very well goes into what they plan to go into.
Oh yeah,
here.
Minukawa. I've seen the interview from the page. You know,
Yeah, exactly.
if they can describe one emoji for their strategy, I believe Minukawa
How
said
does the emoji go?
surprise.
Surprise.
Right, the cat surprise emoji. It goes something like this, but that's what's written on the post, and that's what they said on the interview.
Right, exactly.
So most likely Minukawa will be surprising
I
us.
bet they have something like a pocket,
Okay.
like a pocket strategy, pocket pick. So that's really something. That's why I'm saying that I was very, very much looking forward to what they have to bring here today. You know, because in these kinds of tournaments with this kind of prize pool, you're not gonna go there like half baked.
Yeah.
You know, you really have to strategize and really plan for it. And sometimes the creativity of these players, these gamers, they're first and foremost gamers, and their minds, they really go into different directions to like just to pull out all of these things. So that's definitely something that I really look forward to in these kinds of tournaments.
And this is going to be a major day for us because we are just at the beginning of the double elimination
Exactly.
bracket, and this is just the beginning of who will have the next step in this bracket. But of course, for the team that will not make it in the upper bracket, nothing to worry about because they still have another shot
Right.
in the lower bracket. But they have to be careful because if they lose, it's gonna be over for them.
Right. You know what? I've seen it time and again. We've seen multiple champions come from the lower bracket. So it's not yet over. You
Not
know, it's
over.
just gonna be like a smoother sailing for the upper bracket, but it doesn't mean that it's already over for players who fall down to the lower bracket.
You know, there's this observation that I've witnessed in those kinds of bracket, you know. In the upper bracket,
Yeah.
yes, you will be getting an advantage. You will play less games. You
Play
will
less games, yes.
You will rest more. You can like enjoy watching the games. If
Right.
I'm in the venue right now, I can like explore,
Yeah, have
There-
coffee.
have coffee,
Eat.
you know, explore all those booths, the Hunter's Challenge.
Right.
Behind us, we also have the Monster Bingo if they wanted to try it out.
Right.
I think that's the reason why they opt to dominate the entire round robin because they need to have a lot of time to explore this wonderful venue.
Exactly. At the same time, they wouldn't really have to bring out their big guns just yet.
Yet.
If they do have their pocket strategies, their pocket picks, they wouldn't have to really reveal it as early. Because the players in the lower bracket will be having to play more games as well.
Yeah, more games. But going back to my point, you know, it's for the teams or for the guilds that is on the upper bracket. They will play less games, they will rest more, they will get to watch what the other teams from the lower bracket
Exactly.
will be having to do. But on the other side, the teams that fell down the lower bracket, they will play more games, but that means they will be, you know, just like a coal. If they manage to burn,
Right,
they will
exactly.
burn bright, they will heat up, they will, or some of the other guilds will be using that lower bracket to warm themselves up.
Exactly, to
Yeah.
build up momentum as well.
And
And then this is not a 1v1. You know, this is a 10v10 team-oriented tournament here. So like gelling together and, you know, like just building up that camaraderie will also be a gigantic factor in this tournament.
And now, of course, we have here on the venue as well the other teams. Bakunawa
I think that's like a strategy, like
Yeah,
like just
they're just chilling. They're just
Yeah,
watching
yeah,
because
exactly.
up next they will be playing as well.
right, exactly. They're gonna be playing the second match, I think, right? Bakunawa versus.
Okay, now speaking of the second match, it's them Bakunawa. They will be facing Dictator. So the storyline is Dictator actually they are a strong team from Thailand because out of the 14 matches, they only lost 3 times.
Oh, solid.
Solid.
So that's gonna be like an 11-3, right?
It's 11-3.
And you know what? Like with the history of Ragnarok just in general, like a lot of really powerful teams have come from Thailand.
Yeah, but having to face Bakunawa, okay, having a 4-10 record
Right.
in the round robin, you know, they made it here in the group stage, and this would mean that Bakunawa will have to fight a bigger opponent
Exactly.
in the form of Dictator, in the form of a synopsis that can compare to a David versus a Goliath matchup.
Exactly. And you'd love to see it. You know,
I
you'd
love
love to see these kinds of matches, you know, these David and Goliath matches, because sometimes you never can tell.
Yeah.
you know, anything could happen in these kinds of tournaments where the stakes are high. So it's not because, you know, like because there is a David and Goliath setup here that Goliath is going to be the one winning already. Because we have, like, as the story goes, David with the slingshot.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? And we could see that right here, right now.
And
So-
it can definitely happen.
Of course.
Round robin records doesn't
Exactly.
mean anything when you're in the playoffs. So Bakunawa might surprise us with something as well. So Dictator, of course, they're on the top seed. They're fully prepared, but hopefully they will be prepared from the surprise attack
Exactly.
coming from Bakunawa.
And as
Oh.
I've said, you know, it could be part of their strategy as well. You know, it's just a round robin. Playoffs is where it's at. You know, this is where the cash prize is.
Yeah.
The round robin phase was just for qualification, right? So this is where the real teams start to show. You know, this is where the real performances start to show.
This is it. As I've said, it's time to save up strat in the round robin and go all out here in the group stage. So, ROLG Major, these are just the storyline that we're just talking about here for this entire day because things are just heating up. So hopefully, if you are near the venue here, by the way, we're live here at Green Sun Hotel in Makati, Philippines. So if you're nearby, if you want to spend time with us during this weekend, come on, you can like head in here and it's free. You don't have, just have to walk in right on the door and we're gonna be welcoming you with open arms.
Vince G will be we welcome you with open arms right here at the venue here at Green Sun.
Yeah, and hopefully we can see more from these players. So hopefully, guys, if you're just watching and you're nearby, come and enjoy with us here at the Major Day of Domination, brought to you by Ragnarok Online, Landverse, Genesis, and by the way, there's a lot of activities for you to try out on, like the Monster Bingo and the Hunters Challenge from our sides. So there's a lot of happenings right now. You can also take photos from the top guilds that is currently participating here.
And it's not every day you get to see these kinds of competitive Ragnarok matches as well. So you'd love to see it, you know, especially if you're one of the OG players. You know, if you've been playing since 2002, 2003. No, but this is the OG.
The OG.
And you know, like I would expect them, you know, to be like living around the area. If it's something like you want to see and want to watch live, it is free. You could come over here and then watch them here in action as well.
Well, of course, if you're there right now watching in the comment section, let me know who are you supporting with, whose teams, whose guilds are you cheering, rooting for here in the ROLG Major Day of Domination, because the players, they're just definitely gearing up for battle because this is definitely a long day for them, Chin. They will be playing in a best of 3 format, so if they manage to make it a 2-0, it's an easy day for them. But if if there's a saying, if they manage to get that 1-1 score, it's back to the best of one again.
Exactly.
Oh.
And it's gonna be pretty intense. And the nerves can sometimes get to you.
Oh yeah.
And time and again in these kinds of tournaments, sometimes you're not able to actually bring out like your very best performance because of that. So it's very interesting to see them actually get into this kind of situation. I kind of want to see a 1-1.
Me too.
I kind of want to see it go into game 3.
I want to see how they settle this one out.
Exactly, because the stakes are not small. You know, like these are gigantic prize
Very.
pools here, so it's very interesting. How do we join? How do
we join? How do we sign up?
How do I sign
Next time
up?
we sign up, we form a team.
Exactly.
We form a guild. Let's find like 8 more.
Yeah, 8
we
more
can like
players.
bring in Yuko here. We need like 7 more.
7 more
Okay.
players.
If you wanted to join with us on our guild, come on. We will be creating a new guild so we can participate here in the ROLG Major next time, right?
Exactly.
Who's gonna voice this game?
We could do it as well.
We're gonna be doing double jobs now. Anyways, so might as well. If you think your guild got what it takes to be the next major champion, might as well wait for another major tournament and make sure your team is listed. You know, prove your shot here on the major day of domination, and you know, you might as well lift that trophy over there. But
Speaking of the trophy, you know, aside from the gigantic prize pool that we have, that's a really
There.
beautiful cup right there.
there.
I think we had like a zoom in shot on it earlier. No, it's really nice to look at. It's nothing to scoff at.
Well, I could look at it all day. You know, I could like look at that beautiful trophy all day because it's shining silver. You know, it's really the holy grail for the players to fight. The guilds are definitely battling all out to at least get the chance to raise that trophy up high. And this time around, for the first series, it's going to be 322X and Minukawa proving their shot. And just look at that. The players, they're in the game itself, so they're just trying to devise some strats on how can they dominate their opponent.
Oh, it's interesting here though. They're still all novices here. I think they're not yet showing which classes or jobs they're going to be using. Oh, we see a priest over there. Of course, it's definitely very essential to have in these kinds of teams. Normally, if I would have to like put a tier list over it, like it would be probably the most important class as well. Like you'd never see a team without these priests. And which brings me to bans. Like what if they do ban bans?
What if they do ban a
Like,
wizard?
if they-
What's gonna happen?
Yeah, wizard is like very strong in these kinds of team fights. Usually stronger in large scale, you know, like with the whole 36 versus 36. I'm not exactly sure how well it's gonna perform here in 10v10 though. Of course, it's still gonna, let's see if maybe it would still perform just as good, but maybe not as well as it was in 36 versus 36.
You know, this scene feels like nostalgia to me. You know why?
This is loot.
Because seeing our fellow Filipino men playing in front of a computer, playing Ragnarok, it feels like a computer shop vibes.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
You know, these players are just focusing on their game, and you know, some people at the back are just waiting for you to
Right, and they're watching.
not to extend.
Yeah.
Okay, it's my turn.
It's my turn.
You're playing for like 10 straight hours. Get out of the PC now. Can we play?
Oh, we see like there was a hunter chilling there as well. Yeah, you were just telling me about it earlier. You know how these the roots and the core, I think they only take like 1 damage, right?
Yeah, 1
So
damage.
normally like you would want like attack speed classes as well. So we were saying like the hunter, you can deal damage from range. Like, you know, like dealing like a 1 damage 1,000 times is what it's gonna take. So we might be seeing these classes like the hunters, maybe an Agi Knight or assassins. You know, like these are usually our attack speed classes. So yeah, let's see what kind of strategies they're gonna be pulling off here.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the class they need to do to pick when it comes to destroying those towers, mini towers, and the tower itself, the core. You know, having to have that span of life, 1,000 HP for the root and 1,500 HP for the core. So that means you need to hit them like 1,000 times.
Right, exactly.
But the challenge will be once the root or the core reach 30% of their lifespan.
Right.
Like for example, if the root managed to reach 300 HP left, that means he's gonna apply a random debuff for their opponent. So you have to, watch out for that, because that can hinder or that can prevent you from destroying that objective early on.
I wonder if there's something like a specific reason why some players they have their game on full screen. Some of them have it on window.
Yeah, on the window mode.
And then they have different backgrounds. It's so interesting. Like this one has like bamboo shoots. The other one, I thought it was-
Maybe bamboo helps him relax.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Like this one has it on full screen.
screen.
So it's pretty interesting, like,
same with the other
seeing all
guy.
their setups here.
Yeah, so preferences. So I think the logic for that, Chin, is that some players prefer full screen because they don't want unnecessary,
Right.
background. Like,
Yeah.
you don't want to see the sky, you don't want to see the bamboo. But other players
Prefer smaller.
smaller screens so that they could their eyes could literally focus
See
on that
everything.
area.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I can understand it. Like I could relate to that. Like I also played some of the games like that. I prefer it on a window mode just so I can see everything.
Because if the game is on full screen and you're
Right.
seeing everything that's going on,
Sometimes you'd
you're-
have to move your head like
you,
that.
you move your head, you move your eyes way too much,
Right.
and it's gonna be tiresome.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's actually like in these kinds of games, competitive video games like this, reaction time like really plays a big part as well. I could imagine like a Asura strike coming.
Oh,
It's a one shot, and then you wait. You really have to time it. Like you'd have to have like a reflect shield up on a Crusader or something just to like dish that damage back out or something. So something really to look forward to.
so I have to be very careful when I'm see a monk.
Right.
Monk has that insane mobility, and then it can aim for the back line if he managed to find the perfect target and
Right.
eliminate it, or
Target selection definitely.
target it with an Asura strike. That means he can easily one-hit delete, wipe it out. So give him a death penalty timer that he can suffer. So he can go back towards his base and then walk back into the fray again. So this is gonna be hard for them. So
Right. Are they already prepared? I want to see like what the bans were. Like if ever, because I can see like a few classes out already. Like there are rogues, there's a
they're
crusader.
in the map already. Yeah.
Here we go. Like we have a few monks there with their spirit spheres orbiting around. So normally, I think like for some of the objectives also, like these are very essential. It's kind of like a retribution. You get what I mean? Like just to last hit that objective. So you'd really want to have like an Asura striker, like ready, one or two, or I don't know, like how many you'd want to have. But usually, like definitely somebody, like you'd have to bring it out. So I want to see like if they actually ban it, or will it be like a test of mechanical skill, or just a battle of attrition where it's very like endurance based. So it's very interesting like what kind of strategies you're gonna be pulling off here today.
It's a really good skill. And for the monk, hopefully this is gonna be a problem for them if that class gets banned.
Right,
Because
exactly.
they don't have someone that can, go for a backline except for an assassin again. So that means your wizards are protected, your
Right.
sages are protected, your knight or your crusader can, withstand or focus on other source of damage that can hurt them. So that's the classes. So since we're at it on the class, and you mentioned the Asura strike and the monk, might as well talk about different classes as
Right,
well.
exactly. So when how the class system works here is it's usually like a rock paper scissors
Scissor.
kind of setup here.
Oh.
They're usually like very balanced towards each other. Like one class is better against this kind of class and so on. So it kind of goes like that, kind of like a triangle. You know how a hunter relies on range to deal damage, but what if a rogue comes up
Oh.
and then strips your weapon? So now you have a hunter without a bow. So and then starts throwing fists.
He's
So
gonna throw a fit instead.
So there are those kinds of setups, and then the wizard. Usually, you'd love to see in like large scale PvP, like this one. It's a 10v10. Like a single skill can take out like the entire team.
Yeah.
If they have the right positioning, the right targeting, like they could be very devastating. So like I'd love to see how the bans work here, how their picks as well, and for these kinds of classes work. For the front lines, normally you'd have the knight and the crusader. The knight like a little bit being more offensive, or like offense focused. The crusader being more defensive. They have this skill called devotion. Where where you kind of like line up with another teammate. You link up to another teammate, and he takes damage for that other teammate. So you could have like a crusader using devotion, like your backline hunter or your priest, because the priest has resurrection. So
It's
like
good. Having them head to head or back to back with each other, that means it can provide a lot of support. So for the crusader to soak up those damage and to soak the damage that is supposedly targeted to you.
Right. Because normally, like usually there are just gigantic ways or gigantic number of ways to do this fight. Like there are just like various strategies that are all very viable. So it's very interesting, like how they're gonna be executing all of this.
But aside from the crusader and the priest going back to back,
Right.
Minukawa here on the other hand, these are the players, and Minukawa right now, it seems like it's going to be game time for them because Filipino greats, they will be facing another Filipino team.
Right, exactly. I was kind of wondering about the unlockable characters. There are two unlockable characters on the sides.
Who's gonna be the guy? But
Yeah.
T22X, they have full roster unlocked.
Yeah, full roster unlocked. So 322X has full roster. I think this is where I think there was a guy who did the TT earlier. The TT pose.
But this time around, like
and now it's game time.
It's game
like they're
time.
very serious. They're in it to win it. So it's very interesting. This is a Philippine team versus another Philippine team. So we might see similar strategies. How different cultures also like cultivate different kinds of techniques and strategies. So we might see something similar here. So yeah.
very, very interesting. So it's all up to the best team that will advance in the next round, and they will be earning a slot to fight the Phi Guild towards the match number 3. And talk about we are just talking about the
we were
Asura
just talking
Strike.
about it. Yeah, the Asura Strike, the monk has been banned.
But for the other side, 322X, they decided to remove the Bard.
That's very interesting. So I wonder how they're gonna be, what they're gonna be doing here today. So on right now we have Dancer though. That's another. They have very similar skills with the Bard as well.
Yeah, there's another class that goes well with each other, just like the Crusader and the Priest. But now the game is underway. Teams are getting in the middle of the river, trying to get that Asian Shrine. But who's gonna get it? Ooh.
Has been collected. Who's taking it? Who's taking the ancient shrine? But like right off the bat, they already dropped down their land protections. I was saying how the storm gust of the wizards are very devastating. We also have intense Grand Crosses coming up. Here we go. There's lots of AoEs dropping everywhere. There's also simultaneous land protection as well, and a lot of ankle snares. Oh, I also see like some other hunters also actively removing
Look at this
traps as
guy.
well. Oh, he's
just punching.
Exactly.
One player from Ronin is not in the fight. He's doing some side quests, but that side quest is proven to be the main goal. You need to take the Yggdrasil route. You may fight all you want, but I don't care. I'm gonna be punching your Yggdrasil route up.
One Yggdrasil route is worth 10 kills as well, so he's not always in the player's
running.
here.
He's fleeing. He's fleeing.
Exactly.
From
Power seems to have caught on. We're back to the clash here in the middle.
But I think that's a good strat for Tobukun. For Tobukun to somehow poke that Yggdrasil route, because he managed to inflict damage, and if they manage to win the fight, later on and eliminate the members of Minokawa,
Right.
that means they had the liberty to take down the route without any contestants.
Exactly. Now we still continue to see a lot of AOE's coming up. That was I think a night earlier. Powerful goes down is one of our Crusaders here from Minokawa, and then back to the clash here.
River's quite hot. I mean, they're just waiting for the next Asian shrine to spawn because they need those buffs up and running. But we can see right now Minokawa. Oh, he died right in front of the Asian shrine,
Exactly.
and now 322X. I think they need 5 seconds in order for them to take full control over that shrine.
Right, exactly. I'm seeing this right. Do we have like 10 points over here for 322X?
Most likely, they managed to get the early shrine and 8 total kills.
Right. Very interesting. It's not over yet. We still have a lot of time remaining, and there's still a lot of objectives to be obtained by the teams here. So we still see a lot of simultaneous land protections here, which cancels out all the AOEs. We see a Storm Gust cast in advance. And it looks like Minokawa is pushing 322X. Oh,
Hello.
a clash over here in the back.
It's time for Minokawa to reach the snowy fields of 322X, and 322X is now going on a defense, but Tofu Kid here reaches the 5 kills milestone, but this means that we are now in the 3-minute mark. The first siren of the game is now up and running, and it seems like 322X is marking the target.
But Minokawa is not going to be giving it up for free, so they're also trying to take it. Let's see who it goes to. And this is worth quite a hefty amount of points as well.
It seems like Minokawa did manage to get that, but let's see. There's a lot of traps being laid down the floor, but actions are just happening here and there. Oh, it's Minokawa. They managed to score 3 points, but Mikael here is on a 5-kill milestone streak as well. 322X. They wanted to reach the Minokawa's field, but there's a lot of traps being set up here by the members of the Minokawa. They don't want 322X to push.
Right, exactly. I think what's happening is they're trying to focus more on the kills. I from what I've been seeing, and then 322X on the other hand has been trying to take away, trying to steal other objectives.
Okay. I mean, for 322X, it's logically right for them to focus on getting more points than to push. But, you know, Minokawa, on the other hand, if they're behind by points, they need to capitalize on getting the base, getting the root, getting the core destroyed. But how can you get near? A lot of skills being used as well. And now, Kongma, okay, 322X wants to at least isolate themselves from the fight and then do something else.
Right, exactly. And the root seems to be going down in health because it's already started casting the random skills on it as well. We saw the Dragon Fire there. We also see a Dispel. Here we go. No Land Protector. Storm Gust hits Minokawa.
Are they?
Oh, there we go. We have these massive AOEs going off while the Land Protector is down.
And now we can see the members of Minokawa trying to survive the wrath of the 322X. They're not gonna let them come near their Yggdrasil route, while on the other hand, the members of the 322X are just busy trying to take down the roots. And you know, the roots are applying a random dispel towards some of the players that is trying to poke that out, but can he do the job alone?
It's very interesting. See, we can see like the random debuffs coming up. There's AOE Fear, AOE Sleep, Silence, and so on. It's very interesting, and I'd love to see it.
I would definitely love to see it, but the fight is definitely happening here. Minokawa did manage to get near the 322X's route, but almost time for the second Siren. Where is it going to spawn? Is it going to be on the top, or is it going to be at the bottom? But for Tofu Kid, that's a nasty 10 kills.
10
but
kills.
Minokawa and 322X, they're marking the Siren.
It's very interesting because you see how the Grand Cross actually takes a bit of time to cast, and with Tofu Kid just getting in position, getting all those skills as well. You know, it's not typically something that you see from a frontline class, no, but as it's happening nonetheless. You know, we see Tofu Kid getting all those skills for 3-2-X.
And now Zyron will be acquired, but let's see what will happen here. Is the push commencing? 3-2-X did manage to reach the Minukawa's route, and it's now taken out. So that means it's going to be the core. 3-2-X already has 57 points, and they need to lock it in. They need to destroy it in less than 3 minutes.
They have less than 3 minutes. If any of the cores go down, then all these points would have been for nothing. So it's very interesting. They're already taking one down. I wonder what's gonna happen. We have to wait and see. Like Minukawa is already going straight for the core.
The cores are now up for grabs, and look at Minukawa. Okay, you take our base, we're gonna be taking yours. You don't protect your base, that's fine. We're gonna be doing the job, but of course, the Yggdrasil core can also protect itself. It can attack, it can cast spells, and it can hurt you. Remember, it can cast Azura Strike even without a monkey play.
Exactly. So it's interesting. There's still a lot of time left. A lot can happen in the last 2 minutes of this match. It's not over till it's over. 17-59 could count as nothing if their core goes down. The next shrine is about to spawn, and it's taken by...
It's gonna be 3-2-X.
Yeah, it's being secured by 3-2-X. There we go, yes.
They will be advancing now. It seems like Minukawa has to lay out more defense that they need to do right now, because 3-2-X is planning to invade their base, Chin. Minukawa, on the other hand, will they sacrifice their base in order for them to get into the 3-2-2's Yggdrasil core, or will they reach the minute 10?
When it comes to points, 3-2-X has this massive lead, but we'll have to see what Minukawa... I think they're going all in for the core. So they have about a minute left. Let's see if they're going to be successful in this. 3-2-X did get a lot of kills here, which gave them all of those points.
Agree. And that means the only winning condition that Minukawa has right now is to somehow destroy the core. Even if they're behind by points here from 3-2-X, if they destroy the core, that means it's easy 1 point. Easy match point for them. But 3-2-X, they just need to hold for 40 seconds, protect 67 points in order for them to get the win. And Zyron again, the last Zyron will be on the hands of 3-2-X.
It's already a massive lead here. They're gonna need a miracle here. God Musing is out, and we only have 24 seconds. Oh, we only have 20 seconds remaining.
Oh, hello. Okay, somehow 3-2-X definitely has the side quest. If we cannot, he cannot wait for like 10 more seconds. I want to end this by myself, you know. And we can see the core trying to protect itself from that single guy pushing the core. But you know, 3-2-X is doing a solid job defending their own core as well.
Oh, here we go.
These are the players of the game, Chin, with Mikael getting 13. Tobukun, he managed to get the Zyron, and Arcoade 01, he managed to get that shrine alone. Okay.
Exactly. You were able to take the shrine. One shrine and then one Zyron for Tobukun.
There you go. So the stats here shows that Zyron, all Zyron will be on the hands of 3-2-X, and that is why they got those points on their plate. And for the kill count, it's Mikael leading together with Tofu Kid as well. He managed to get 13
kills each. Mikael and Tofu Kid, they both got 13 kills.
Okay. That's a solid play by 3-2-X, you know. Focusing on prioritizing on the objective, getting the shrine early on, get the Zyron, and then snowball from kills. And then from there, protect the lead.
Exactly. And they did say that it was going to be a surprise.
Yeah.
You know, like, that round robin means nothing. Like, you know, that standing. Now, I think they were like a 7-7. 7-7 versus like a 13, like a 12-2 standing, right? So you know, like this is the tournament here right now. So strategy-wise, you know, we've seen very
Wow.
interesting stuff here. They were all over the place. They had the kills, they had the objectives. Very, very, very well played by 322X.
Very, very nice indeed. But that means 322X is on a match point. But how did that happen? Let's just check what happened in our highlights and break it down. This is the start, you know. Getting the shine early on, expanding their points. 322X, in minute 5, they managed to get 21. And then from there, Minokawa, we can see the attempt of them destroying the route and then destroying or pushing the Yggdrasil core alone. So 322X, they did manage to defend. They can like send a single guy, okay? I think that's Tobukun alone trying to destroy the Yggdrasil core by himself, and then the other 9 players are just focusing on defense.
Exactly. They always had someone for specific objectives as well. You know, they had very, very well placed players all over the map. You know, it's just either taking down other players or taking down objectives. They had very, very nice rotation as well.
And you can see the effects of the death penalty on the last moment. You can see like 90 seconds being out of the game, and
Exactly.
if you die way too much, you know, you're gonna lose more time participating in the battlefield, and that
Right.
means it's a numbers disadvantage for your guild.
Of course, you're gonna be missing out on a player, you know, and like I said, sometimes you could send one player to take down one objective as well, so that one player could be a massive, massive loss for the team.
Wow, surprising enough, 322X round robin doesn't mean anything because they are preparing for this moment. It's all about them showing what they got here in the double eliminations bracket, but they don't want to go in the lower bracket yet.
They did say that their strategy, like 322X strategy, was going to be the surprise.
That's the Minokawa, but you know, we were surprised by 322X.
Oh, Minokawa's strategy was the surprise.
Yeah, I bet they were surprised about what
They
they
were
saw.
also surprised by 322X.
And you know, having 322X to somehow single out that game plan, I think that's gonna be the same thing that is going to happen here in the match number 2. But for Minokawa knowing what's up, I think they will focus more on the defensive side, or probably take the objectives more.
It's very interesting how like the monks were banned, you know, because monks
Oh, yeah.
definitely are massive for when it comes to these kinds of objectives like the Zyron and all. So I love to see it like get unbanned and then actually be used, because now it becomes a play on mechanical skill. No,
Okay.
it's like a retribution play.
Yeah.
So it becomes a technique on timing. Definitely timing, and also positioning, because you know, like they don't have defensive capability, so they're very, very easy to pick off. So they're like glass cannons as well. So yeah, that's something I don't want to see.
I think the reason why monks and bards are banned, you know, aside from having a monk becoming being an annoying guy, is because those two were the best class that those guilds has to offer.
Right.
And since they had an experience fighting with them, or probably they played a lot of scrims with them, because
Right.
they're just, you know, locals, they're just
Right.
Filipinos.
Exactly.
They know each other, so this is the strategy they formulate. Okay, we remove the monk, we're gonna be sacrificing the monk, we need to bring out another class. So that means there's no one that can target our backline. But for the bard, I believe we're going back into that the talk points wherein the crusader and the priest goes well together, and same goes with the bard and the dancer.
Right,
I can see a
exactly.
dancer, I think, holding an arrow.
The dancer usually has something like a whip or something
A whip.
like that. Usually it's the dancer usually does more AoE support, you know, like either buffs or debuffs. Usually debuffs more on like on the enemy team.
Yeah.
So that's something like the bard and the dancer actually offers like for the team. It's really great for large scale PvP like this as well. So
That's
so it's
why.
very interesting.
That's why they remove it. So that probably they don't want the debuffs being applied by the bard or most likely the dancer as well. So dancer, I think going back into that round robin, there's a team that that excels when it comes to using a bard actually. So I can see a bard that can get a lot of kills. So that's why I think this might be the team, and they're just removing the bard. No one's gonna use the bard because if this bard goes to them, he's gonna rake up a lot of kills.
And you know what? Like with these with this AOE skills, a lot of it relies on positioning. Like just tactical positioning on where they're gonna be standing. Because like we saw a lot of kills coming from the Grand Crosses, from definitely from the Grand Crosses, which is like a melee ranged AOE. So it's the way to do it is like you have to be like in the middle of everyone that just cast it and explode like that. So I think like even just that positioning is already like a gigantic skill here.
It's just the Crusader tanking those damage and of course dealing high amount of damage in the fight. You have to respect the Grand Cross from that guy.
Yeah, it's interesting like how the Grand Cross can be that effective in this kind of fight. So normally you expect something like a wizard, with all of the AoEs, the storm gust and all that. But their top kills, I think it came from the Crusader and the Rogue.
Oh.
So that was also very interesting. Rogue usually picks off the back line.
Yeah,
it's like an assassin. It goes invisible.
Picks it off. Steals some stuff.
Yeah, like your weapon.
Yeah.
Like usually and stuff like that. So it's interesting. Like it has a skill called backstab, which is like a massive damage when you're not looking at
So
him.
still they have backline. So they can like work even without the monk. So they might not get the chance to one-shot their opponent, but still it's very, very reliable when it comes to, reducing your opponent's capability.
Right. So you can still have these pickoffs like from the backline or for the backline, where majority of the kills came from, which was the rogue, doing these pickoffs on the backline, which is going to be usually the wizards and the hunters as well. So he has a lot of targets. So easy pickoffs for the rogue.
Easy indeed. And by the way, guys, I hope you guys are enjoying with us today at the ROLG Major Day of Domination. And I can see some love here from the chats, of course. Might as well give a huge shout outs to each and every one that is in our chat. By the way, we're live both on Facebook and YouTube, so might as well share this live stream from your friends, your guilds, your family. Inform that those top guilds right now in the ROLG are definitely playing.
See, here we go. We have Tobukun has a fan over here.
Yeah, Tobukun has a fan. Tobukun number 1.
Yeah, Tobukun has fans over here. It was a very stellar performance as well earlier.
And now you can see the players are gearing up for the second round. For 3-2-X, they're just one win away. But for Minokawa, they have to exert energy. They have to exert their strategy. They have to use that emoji now. They have to surprise us.
Exactly. Surprise us. And don't ban the monk. I'm kidding. No, usually I love to see those kinds of plays where they really have to time it up, line it up, and then last hit the objectives. So you'd love to see it. You'd love to see like a reflect shield on an Asura strike and then they both go down. It's very interesting.
Oh man, you have to time it right. You have to make sure that when your opponents cast that Asura strike, you have to at least reflect it, and then you both suffer the consequences. You're not gonna go down. I'm not gonna go down without you. So that's the strategy. So I can hear some of the players while we're casting earlier. They're in the zone. They get so loud. So I can hear them calling out names. They can hear them calling out shots, what they need to do. So the competitiveness of the ROLG, of course, this is still esports at its finest.
Exactly. And with that match right there, if we were gonna compare it again to the round robin, it's really like like completely different teams here. In terms of performance, at least. That's what I was saying. You know, like in the round robin, sometimes you don't pull out all your guns yet. You know, but here today is game day. This is where you dish it out. Cash prizes on the table. So there's really no holding back now.
You don't hold back when 10,000 US dollars is on the line. Well, as I've said earlier, automatically all of them will be getting 2,000 US dollars.
Right.
But you have to go further. Of course, you don't participate here just for 2,000. You participate here for glory. You participate here in order for you to be named as the first ever ROLG major champions, and of course you also need to get that 10,000 juicy 10,000 US dollar prize pool, and you have to fight for it. And that's what these teams, these guilds are doing right now.
I'd do it for the 10,000.
I'll do it.
I would join for the $10,000.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So I can see some of the people in the chat right now, they're just using this as a market, you know, they're just selling Zenny, you know. Yeah, they're just trying to find some buyers and stuff here. You know, we can use it as market as well. But of course, there's a lot of shout outs, player supports.
In terms of market, you know, like Ragnarok LAN versus Genesis actually has a really thriving economy as well.
Wow.
So I think Ragnarok LAN versus Genesis has very successful economy. So it's very, you know, like in these kinds of MMORPGs, it's very important for players to have that, like to thrive on and just to like create. It really reels them in here in this kind of games.
Yeah, you know, this game, of course, it was way before. It was like 20 plus years old, and that's why the nostalgia that this game has, of course. You know, even when you grow up, if you see this, like, you know, having an esports like now, who would have thought that Ragnarok Landverse will be getting a wide esports feel? They're playing in a big stage right now, grand stage. And speaking of grand stage, we're just moments away. We're just like months away in the championship.
Right, exactly. And you know, like Ragnarok, like going back, you know, like with all of the years that went by already, we're the same age, you know, like I'm 22 years old.
Oh, I'm 21, by the way. I'm so sorry.
Those were the same age as Ragnarok.
This is the moment where I can be young again.
Exactly. And right now, you know, you see all these players just getting together, you know, still playing the game that they grew up with, basically.
Yes.
And there's this cash prize, gigantic cash prize
Of
up
course.
for grabs.
You know, the good thing about this is that before, over the years, you're playing Ragnarok for fun. You're just enjoying, you're just playing with friends. You use this as bonding with people. Sometimes you don't know them in real life. You get to know them.
Exactly.
The bonds get deeper, and you know, your guilds get stronger.
Right.
Your guild gets tight. You know, they had these meetups, and then you grew over the years, and you're still there with them, no, in the group. So now they're participating in a 10 versus 10 esports. Of course, cash prizes is there, but they didn't even think that this day would come.
Exactly. Yeah, we have a whole esports about it now.
Yeah.
So nobody thought that there was like something like this could happen back then. So yeah, I'm glad to see like after all of these years, Ragnarok still standing. Now we have LAN vs Genesis. Like it also has like a really thriving, like as I was saying, it has a really thriving economy, which will reel in players and will keep the players there as well.
Well, of course, this will be a history in the making. We're just gonna be writing the history, boys, because this would be the beginning. You know,
In the beginning, yes.
in the beginning, yeah. This is just the start. This is the beginning. This is literally LAN vs Genesis.
Exactly.
You know? We are just writing the story, and this is just the page.
Exactly.
Of it, you know, who's gonna win between 322X and Minukawa? Who's gonna be our first ever ROLG major champion? Who's going to participate? Who's going to represent this ROLG major tournament in the upcoming ROLC?
Right, exactly. Oh, there's like a bigger tournaments coming.
Yeah.
See, how do we join? Like,
How do we join? I need to change career, man. I need to be a player instead.
I need to be a professional Ragnarok player.
Yeah, I need to be there. I need to be participating in the ROLC. Wow, that's the goal. But of course, I need to go here in the majors first.
Exactly. Yeah, we go in the majors first, which is also like we could already see, like even just now in the first match, it was very competitive, very interesting. You can clearly see the strategies as well. So it's very interesting. Like what else, because Minokawa has already seen it. So it probably wouldn't go the same way here in our second round here. And this is a best of 3.
Best of 3, and now it's just Minokawa trying to figure out how to win 2 consecutive matches because they suffered 1 loss already in this first bout, but 3-2X is just looking for that other win. So in order for them to face Guild later on in this afternoon, they definitely need to solidify their status by winning this next match.
And you know what, like the pressure is definitely there.
Yes.
With 3-2X only needing 1 more win left. But again, sometimes this pressure can also serve as motivation. This is do or die. We're not gonna lose just yet. So they really have to pull out all the stocks right now. Maybe if they have other pocket surprise strategies, they have to bring it out now. Definitely, the draft, the bans is usually half the battle. In other games, we usually regard that as like one of the major parts of this. It's not just the mechanical skill or the execution of the players. Sometimes the ban definitely has something to do with it, and we'll have to synergize with whatever strategy that they're trying to pull.
And having that band earlier on, we figured out, having Monk out of this game in the Bard, it affects the gameplay itself. So that means the wizards are freely casting their spells, and they just have to watch out for some backstabs coming in from the rogue, if ever. So
what was it called? Was it called like the Zyron or something?
The Zyron, yeah,
Yeah, because you could see like 3 went to the side of 3-2X, and then only 1 I think went to Minokawa. But looking at the screen earlier, you can see that there were like several players from Minokawa, just grouping over that, and only like maybe a single player from 3-2X. But how does that happen? It kept going to 3-2X 3 times out of 4.
I think probably they managed to, assign a role for each player.
I was telling you earlier, there's usually when it comes to these kind of strategies and team breakdowns, sometimes we just assign certain group or in this case a certain player to just wreak havoc, just go do your own thing.
Yeah,
don't go with the team, go separate from us, leave us, do your own thing, go all over the map. And we have seen that been successful time and time again, even today's match with 3-2-2X. And with me and our teams, usually in our Ragnarok games as well, we've been executing that same strategy, and it's proven to be effective.
When you've seen the 36 versus 36, it's very messed up because
chaotic.
A lot of things are happening here and then. A fight happening at mid, you can assign 12 players in the Zyron,
exactly.
or you can go all out. Still, the bans are the same.
Bans.
No Bard, no Monks.
No Monk.
And these are the lineups, but will the outcome for Minokawa will be different? Will they finally get that win that they need right now in order for them to hold on in the upper bracket?
Right. I think it was Tobukun who was assigned to do all of those objectives. No, he was the one who's the agility knight. He was the one with the attack speed. He was the one wailing on the roots, on the core, and all that. While Tofu Kid was the one who had those massive kills. Usually you get those in the clash. He's in the front line dealing his Grand Cross, while Mikael earlier was in the back line.
Yeah, Tofu Kid here will be the front guy. As the Crusader, he needs to soak up a lot of damage. So a lot of good classes here to be used, but how can they put this one into good use? Now Minokawa witness how 3-2-2X played their card on their first game. Minukawa, can they surprise us this time by doing an upset or maybe a reverse sweep?
It's very interesting, like how their lineups are actually like very similar. I think they have the almost exact same lineup as well. So it really comes down to execution. So they have like one rogue, one crusader, one knight. You know, it's almost well, pretty much the exact same lineup. So it really now depends on strategy and how they will execute these strategies between 322X and Minukawa. So it's the exact same bands as well. So they'll have to pull something different this time around on the side of Minukawa.
All right, folks. Game number 2 for 322X and Minukawa. Who will advance to the next round? Who will go down in the lower bracket? We are just moments away from the start of this game number 2. And right now, both of these teams, the guilds, are just aiming to get the first shine that appears as we wait for them to go out there in the battlefield. And now they're charging straight towards the river.
Here we go. We have the knights in front. Right in front, casting the joy, I think. And the first shrine goes to, I think this would be 322X, yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, they did not continue.
Oh, it's
getting
still right
the shrine.
there, yeah.
But 322X, they did manage to get the first point by getting the shrine. But Minukawa, they have to fight. But first blood, Tofu Kid
again. Here we go. Like, you know, like the Crusader in the front line, getting all those kills. Now we see a lot of AoEs happening over here. The root there actually was taking a few hits there.
But look at this. I mean, for the members of Minukawa, okay. Look at this. Some players from 322X, they're just focusing. A single guy actually is focusing on the Yggdrasil root.
Exactly.
He managed to lure most of the players from Minukawa into defense. And right now, Minukawa here, only a single player.
That's Tobukun.
Tobukun is just trying to aim towards their opponent's Yggdrasil root.
You see how this whole misdirection strategy is happening. You know, he's able to have them react, playing into their hands, because they do have to commit a few number of players just to get rid of him. And that knight is not soft. Like, he's on that pego. He moves very fast, so it's not going to be an easy task as well.
Gonna be hard for them to chase, but right now you can see some LPs being brought up into the river. And now, how can you stop the guys from aiming towards that Yggdrasil root? Because we all know that the root, once it got broken, that means you're gonna be aiming for the core next. But there's a lot of debuffs being applied here by the root right now, and still the defenses from Minukawa are there preventing the members from T22X. And just like that, they isolated one member, and someone is going to sneak into another.
It's funny how to see like how opportunistic he is. You know, like Tobukun's just always there on the objectives here. So it's very interesting. He's the knight for 322X.
You know, riding a pego, he can move fast. You know, he can like go out, you know, lure another opponent, and then the other guy will just try to sneak in. And just like this, Minukawa members are being chased down, and right now he's gonna run for his life. And for that regroup as well, I think they need to regroup or check those pits, both pits, top and bottom, on where this next objective will be spawning, and that's gonna be the Zyron.
It's very, you know, I think I've seen like how their strategies work. You know, they do have that one guy just wreaking havoc. I don't know what we used to call it, but they really just have to have that one guy going around, causing trouble here and there, and then breaks up their whole formation.
He's the guy that you will be annoyed most of the time, because you're gonna be chasing him, and then someone is gonna do the other job. And right now, the Siren took the fall. So I think 322X will be getting that as well. 12-5 score.
And now with the ranks like all separate and all, that's where Dovukid and Mikael they come in and then they take off all of these frags. That's why they racked up all of those kills. You know, because the teams they were really like splitting up just to take care of Tobukun, trying to take these objectives.
Now, both of the guilds are focusing on each other's routes. Shine again for the third time. It has been spawned, and right now Minukawa is just locking into the route. Last time, they did had a hard time into breaking the Yggdrasil core of 322X, but
Right.
can they break it right now? Can they break it fast?
Oh, and now I think they tried the same thing right now with Grey Shiro also going for the route on the side of 322X.
Okay. Oh, Minukawa. Okay, Minukawa lost their route, and that means 322X can definitely go for the core. But there's a lot of traps being laid down the ground. How can you go near the base? You just have to disarm that trap or walk right at it. But you don't want to walk right at it. You know, you definitely need to somehow disarm that trap.
It's very interesting how they go for the Knight class to be kind of like their breakers here, you know, being more tanky, still dealing the attack speed that you would need for a breaker. So like compared to like going for maybe something like an assassin or so. But yeah, very interesting here.
Very, very interesting indeed. But 322X routes are still standing strong. Minukawa, they wanted to get near the Yggdrasil route right now. Can they break it? But for 322X, okay, we're gonna be focusing on the core, but for the core itself, it's not spamming skills yet. So that means, okay, 50, it's half-life.
Yeah, but the thing is, they already have their core exposed, so that's going to be another pressure put on the side of Minukawa here. Now, they're still focused on the route on the side of 322X, and I think they've already decided to have no one, actually. I think they're almost as if they're sacrificing their route.
So most likely, Zyron right now went on the top side, and we are going to see them contest and compete with this. One player from Minukawa make that too, goes inside the pit, but they're going to be facing the entire members of 322X, and I believe 322X did somehow gets it, and they will be walking away.
Now it's a massive lead on the side of 322X. We still, someone's already wailing on the core here.
The core, but still the core. Is it already below 30%? Yeah, he's casting a lot of spells right now, preventing the pushes coming through.
Minukawa here is casting more sand mines here, which is causing the 322X to miss on the course, hopefully to preserve this, the HP of the core.
And now the core
Has started using skills now.
Oh, this is down to 30%, and we are down to the final 3 minutes of the game. Minukawa, will they abort? Because 322X is definitely... Okay, they're going in for the defense though. They are trying to prevent the members of Minukawa from touching our Yggdrasil core, but 322X, can they protect the lead, or can they end this before minute 10?
The thing is, this is all of these points again. We're back down to the same situation in the first game. All of these points could mean nothing if the core goes down. So it doesn't mean that you have a 47 versus 19 lead. It's over. No, it's not over. Minukawa could still get this comeback. They just have to take down that core.
Oh, you can see
as well as prevent Tobukun from wailing at it.
Minukawa, now they're marching in the river, trying to find a spot, but look at this barrage of arrows hitting the Yggdrasil core.
And Tobukun right there, in it there, chancing the two-hand quicken for that attack speed.
Who is going to end this game first? We can see that the members of the 322X and Minukawa are in this side right now. 322X are trying to go for the defense, but 322X is now unleashing a barrage of arrows. The other members of 322X will be focusing on defending their base, but can Minokawa, with all those manpower, defend their base? But look at that, no members of Minokawa left in the 322 base.
Ooh. They started to. I see that. Here's the thing with that one guy. Just get that one guy.
One
causing all
single
of this,
guy.
causing all of this chaos for the Minokawa side. Now they have to all go back, try to defend because Tobukun is just right in there.
Oh my goodness, 58 to 19, and 322X is just 45 seconds away from winning this series up against Minokawa. And just like that, Zyron again will be reclaimed by the members of the 322X, and Minokawa is going to do a one final march towards their base. But Minokawa, okay, they're just dealing with business here. They're just trying to defend their base from the two attackers.
It's gonna be close. They have a lot of Minokawa has a lot of players on the 322X core, while they're sending two guys for the Minokawa core. So it's gonna be a race. We only have a few seconds left.
Oh man,
it's gonna be close.
It's gonna be, and it's gonna be 322X winning that second game. We've seen a base race, but it's just a race of time for 322X. So they did not wait for full 10 minutes. They decided to take the matters on their own hands with Tofu Kid getting 15 kills.
15 kills.
Wow.
He really has mastery over that Crusader there with massive Grand Crosses going left, right, just taking down a lot of players. But I think one of the players of the game here should really be Tobukun. You know, like he was causing a lot of problems for the side of Minokawa there. He has no kills, he has no deaths, but definitely an unsung hero here, Tobukun. He deserves his fan base in the comment section.
He was just that annoying night guy, you know. He's just trying to create chaos, wreak havoc, while the other guild members are dominating in this series in 322X. Ladies and gentlemen,
322X.
they dominated their first round versus Minokawa, but Minokawa definitely will not be resting for too long because they will be fighting still in the lower bracket. Congratulations, 322X.
Congratulations, 322X. And to Tobukun, you're a fan favorite in our comment section here.
Yeah. So, we are now going to see how that game number 2 happens thanks to these highlights.
Right off the bat, normally they do drop both sides. They really dropped off both land protectors right away because there are massive AoEs happening. The Grand Crosses coming from Tofu Kid. It was definitely devastating with those 15 kills.
Now, Minokawa, of course, we can see some of them trying to contest when it comes to getting objectives. They did manage to at least land some kills, but it's where 322 excels when it comes to, you know, letting that single guy try to deal a single damage. And when he wants to go out, someone will somehow definitely replace him when it comes to hurting the Yggdrasil root and the Yggdrasil core. So Minokawa, they're just, you know, they're just trying to pick priorities right now. Can we should we dev? Should we go all in and push? So this somehow divided their attention, you know, into focusing on what to prioritize and what to do at this kind of situation. While 322X, even with the traps being laid out by Minokawa, it did not stop them from ending the game before 10 minutes.
And you know what? It's not over till it's over.
It's not.
And they still have a chance in the lower bracket. And I think now it's already time for our second match of the day, is it?
It is definitely time for us to prepare for the second series, you know, because we are going for a short break in the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Vis G and Chin Valdez will be right back.
From the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful. This cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark.
Welcome back here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. We just witnessed the first ever series between Minokawa and 322X. And 322X, they did manage to secure a 2-0 victory up against Minokawa. But for Minokawa, Chin, it's not over yet because they will still be in the lower bracket.
Exactly. They still have a chance. It's not yet over. No, it's just that, like you were saying earlier, sometimes the lower bracket can be an opportunity to warm up, to recollect themselves, ultimately getting that championship, because that's what really matters.
Of course.
You know, like, it's not that this win or this loss, it's not even about standings. It's really just getting there, getting the championship, getting the grand prize.
And 322X, they're just one step closer towards the championship, and later on they will be facing Phi Guild. But for Ronin in match number 4, it's going to be either Bakunawa and Dictator this time around, and that's going to be up next.
Man, you love to see it. We saw like a pretty interesting strategy earlier from Minokawa and 322X. I'm very excited to see like what we're gonna see here now with Dictator and Bakunawa.
Alright, so tail of the tape. So Bakunawa, of course, just like the first two teams we've witnessed, they are also representing the Philippines. That means they're playing in their home soil, and they will be facing Dictator. So Dictator is one of the teams to look out after. We've mentioned earlier, these are the top teams, you know, having a very, very great standings in the round robin stages. So comparing these two to a David and a Goliath matchup, so that's going to happen here and there. Who will settle the score? And this is going to be the lineup for Dictator. Dictator right now, of course, gearing up for battle. They're, I think, ready to set sail because,
Exactly.
you know, having a ship sailing, you know, having them aiming towards that goal of becoming the champion, that's what Dictator wants. But they have to face Bakunawa, especially they are playing here in their home country, their home soil, the Philippines.
Right. So it's a would they have the home court advantage here?
Yeah.
We're gonna see. But you know, like the Dictator doesn't look like they're gonna be pushovers as well. So they're over here facing Bakunawa, and we also have a few unlockable characters here on the side of Bakunawa as well. So yeah, I'm very excited to see like what strategies we're going to be seeing. This is going to be the first Thai team as well that we're going to be seeing for today.
Wow.
So I want to see like if they're going to be pulling off like similar strategies or different lineups and so on.
Well, we've seen the strats from the first two teams today, but are we going to see the same thing? Are we going to see the members of both of these teams go all out and push the Yggdrasil core, or will they rake up in points by getting objectives, getting kills? That's what they're after. So ROLG Major Day of Domination match number 2 of the upper bracket is definitely happening right now. I cannot wait to see what classes will be removed from this game.
Exactly, like the bands, they really play a gigantic part. You know, like as I was saying, like the draft right then, right there is already half of this battle.
Half.
It's already half. Like not even like a little part. No, it's already half. Like a lot of it really depends on what are gonna the bands. Can you imagine like a match without Knights?
Yeah.
Without the Knight wailing on the core, you know, like it can go in so many different ways. Or like if there are no Crusaders, without the Devotions, without the Grand Crosses, or even without the Storm Gusts from the Wizards, it's very interesting. So I'm very like excited to see like what Bakunawa and Dictator will be showing us today in this match.
And of course, it's up to them to show what they really got right now in order for them to lift that shining trophy, as we can see on our screen, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the holy grail for each and every one.
And that's exactly what it looks like as well.
Yeah.
You know, like with the lighting on that, it really looks like a holy grail right now. You know, definitely something like aside from the cash prize, the massive prize pool that we have, we also have that like beautiful trophy that we have right there.
Yeah, if I'm in the guild, I will be definitely wanting to add that into my collection. Having that nice trophy, of course, is just one step towards our goal to be known as the best guild here, stepping on the ROLG scene. And this is going to be the time where they will be proving that to us. Each and everyone, they want it to be the best team there is right now, and for this matchup, there is one better team among them.
We'll have to wait and see. It's not over till it's over.
It's not
For
over.
all we know, it could be someone from the lower bracket who takes the trophy.
Maybe,
we're not
maybe.
It's not over, we've seen these kinds of situations multiple times through the years. It really does happen. So we'll just have to wait and see. Like the round robin was just really for qualifying. Today is the big leagues. This is where the cash prize is. This is where the championship is. So we'll have to see like what have our players prepared. Look like someone's practicing their arrow shower in his
He's practicing in the open. You know, it's safe. You know, you cannot hit other people when you're just alone there walking. But look at the other guys. You know, they're just trying to stat up. Maybe they're just waiting for classes that will be removed and going back to what you've mentioned earlier. Imagine a game without a knight, without a crusader. We've seen a game without, a monk in play.
And also a bard.
A bard. Okay. So what if there's a lot of what ifs? What if they remove the sages? What if they remove the wizards in the game? What's gonna happen? That's what keeps me curious. I wanted to see how it goes when those classes aren't available for them to use.
I think it's going to be like more of an all-out brawl. What if there were no sages? Then there would be unlimited ankle snares. There would be unlimited storm gust. So it would be very interesting to see something like that as well.
It's fight-centric,
Exactly.
You
More
can
fights now. So like I said, there are specific strategies based on the lineups available to you. Like you wouldn't be able to pull off that thing that Tobukun did earlier if there were no knights. If there was no team fight-oriented setup there with all of the land protectors and the storm gust, and then we also have that Grand Cross. Just dealing so much damage in an AoE. Then you wouldn't be able to pull off that strategy. So there are different ways on how to go about this match. So it's going to be very interesting.
It is very, very interesting. So it all depends on what teams are playing. It all depends on which teams are they facing. So most likely the bans, they just witnessed or they just had an idea on this class. They utilized it way too much. We need to remove this. We need to sacrifice, with not having a monk in order for them not to have a monk as well. So, having to think logically, strategically in this battle. This is what's good about 10v10s. And remember that there's 13 classes to choose from. So removing 2, that means 11 classes are up for grabs. And there's one class that will be definitely ignored in the picks.
Right, exactly. In which case, I think earlier it was like the assassin. There were no assassins.
No assassins, yeah, no assassins.
So they opted to go for that's what I was saying. They opted to go for the knight class as their go-to breaker. Like for the damage, I guess for the movement speed as well. Normally, like in these kind of traditional Ragnarok, it's usually an assassin to be the breaker. Because you can hide, you can do all of these things, like also like very fast attacks. You have style, you will also do critical solid damage. So there will be no misses. Like all of the hits should be hitting. Like we were seeing a lot of misses earlier. So these are a few things to consider. So, but is it worth having a soft breaker? Because like the knight being more tanky like being more mobile as well. So these are a few things to consider in these kinds of drafts and matchups.
So, then again, boys, ladies, and gentlemen, everyone that is currently with us here today, you are going to witness history unfolds here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. And once again, to those of you who is currently watching online in our live streams, if you're near the venue, if you reside in the Philippines, if you're here nearby Green Sun Hotel, might as well drop by the venue. It's free. You can like walk in and then enjoy all the good stuffs that we have here, from watching the entire tournament into utilizing and playing mini games on the booths around the area, socialize with guilds. We're here, we're there, having to witness esports at its finest together with, of course, the good stuff from ROLG.
And you also have to take into consider this is an esports tournament of a Ragnarok game, so you don't see this every day. But it's very interesting how we already have this massive stage here, like really a great setup for Ragnarok, that's been around for 22, 23 years already. So yeah, man, it's still here, alive, kicking. Everyone grew up with this game, and now it's also an esports. So yeah, come drop by.
Well, they say esports is for the young
At heart.
yeah, but right now it's for the young at heart as well, because age, of course, doesn't matter when it comes to playing Ragnarok, because this is the game we grew up with.
Yeah, this is our generation's game. Normally, this is like a game for the 30s, like in the early mid 30s, more or less.
Yeah, but if some of them are dreaming to aspire as a professional esports player before, but they did not be able to reach that. Right now, they're currently in the grandest stage, They were a young boy who once dreamed to become one of the professional players, and now they're doing it for Ragnarok.
Exactly.
Right?
And normally, like, in these kinds of Ragnarok games, you would see like the best players and the ones who really mastered this game coming from that age bracket, because they're the ones who've been playing this for years.
Yeah.
Like I know like a few people who have been playing this ever since 2002, 2003, and all the way up to this day, they are still playing Ragnarok passionately.
Passionately.
So, yeah, exactly. So there's a certain mastery of this game that you can take with you, which will definitely give you an advantage.
Definitely an advantage for each and everyone. The expertise, the years of grinding this game, it all comes down to this. The execution will matter on this one. All of those communications with your guilds, your members, you need to coordinate those attacks. You need to distribute roles for each and every player, just like what we've seen on the first series, wherein a single guy is just trying to go for the Yggdrasil route and then go for the Yggdrasil core. It might as well allocate a single guy into dealing the Zyron alone.
Right. Exactly. And you know what? He had no KDA. He had
No
zero
KDA.
kills, zero deaths. But if I was going to give my opinion, I think he was the real MVP of that match.
He was.
Your team would not be able to get those kinds of kills, those kinds of setups and all that without Tobukun giving the team space. Because he was definitely giving space by luring everyone else to him. He was going for the objectives. Massive team, a lot of members of the opposing team were going towards him, which leaves them like thin. They would leave them thin in terms of the clash. So like he would. It was all pretty much almost like 1 + 1 = 2 already. Like it was already that logical to go for something of that kind of strategy.
Yeah, so Tobukun walks so that the entire 3-2 guild,
Could
3-2X can run.
Yeah,
Right?
Exactly.
He made those plays. He baited himself way too hard. And that's why all eyes are on that guy. And, you can try to chase him. You
Right.
try to drive him away.
Yes.
Out of your base every time you want. and that will be costing the entire lineup of the Minokawa focusing on the guy alone. So the objective side of Minokawa, they will be forgetting that. They
Right.
will one player, two players will be left to do that job, but it seems like 322X definitely had a plan to
Right.
eliminate them and defend
Right.
their base.
Because he had 0 kills. Zero
No.
kills,
No
0
kills.
deaths.
Nah. Nada.
Like his main role was just to, right from the get-go, he was already on objectives.
Uh-huh.
And when it came down to a race, it was a race to beat down whichever base, whichever core. But since they've already started from the very, very start, you know,
Uh-huh.
like Tobukun was already there, like right off the bat. So they won that race.
Yeah, it's all about taking it fast, but still, if ever the 322X did not successfully break the Yggdrasil core, they will be still getting that win because of the points that they accumulated all throughout that match. But they had to somehow go and destroy the core because Minokawa's side is also doing the same. And what if by slight 0.1 second Minokawa shattered the core? So that means an instant victory for Minokawa, and 322X doesn't want that, doesn't want to let that happen, right?
Right,
They don't want game
exactly.
3.
So yeah, that was some of the strategies that we've seen from the first series. No, that's why I'm very, very excited to see what are they gonna be showing us this time for the second series with Dictator and
Bakunawa.
Bakunawa
Yeah.
and Dictator.
But you know,
yeah.
But, but having these two pair up, Bakunawa here, since they're on the last of the group stages, that means they're in the dead last of the round robin bracket. They barely made it to qualify here on the major day of domination final round. In the double elimination bracket. I believe that I wanted to see Bakunawa's strategy to upset Dictator, because 36 versus 36 is different because you've got a
Exactly.
lot of manpower there. But now we're focusing on a 10 versus 10 with the banning system. Remove one class and you're good. So hopefully Bakunawa has that strategy in order for them to take down that Goliath in the form of Dictator.
Right, exactly. And this is it's a much smaller scale PvP that we have here. So definitely different strategies would be more in play here. Like some strategies in large scale will not be effective here. So they'll have to work it up, and it's really different on round robin and here for our playoffs. So yeah, that's something to look forward to.
It is. It is something that we need to look forward to. But Dictator, of course, since they do have a very, very nice standing in the round robin bracket, that means they have to live up into that into that reputation that they establish. So Dictator, of course, currently representing Thailand. They're waving the Thai flag. They came here from the Philippines looking for a fight, and this fight actually will be in the form of our match number 2, and they will be up against Bakunawa. So of course we can see 322X now chilling in our seats. They fought a very, very nice game earlier on, and I think they can see themselves on their screen. Hello there, good sir. They're just trying to watch this game unfold, get some strategies out of it. Let's see how both of these teams play. What if Bakunawa wins? What if Dictator wins? What if we manage to go down the lower bracket and then face one of these teams later on? Or probably, what if we are going to face one of each these teams later on in the grand finals?
Exactly. So it's not over. You don't know yet. We don't know yet. Who's
No.
going to be going to the grand finals? Who's going to the lower bracket? Or even if the opponents are the earlier teams. It was just Minokawa earlier. What if we see Minokawa in the grand finals? We don't know yet. So everything is still very early. It's all left for us to see and unfold. So yeah, I'm very excited for that.
Very, very excited, and I hope each and every one of you guys are looking for the excitement here on the ROLG Major Day of Dominations. And for you guys here in the chats, let me read who are you supporting in this matchup. Is it going to be Dictator or is it going to be Bakunawa? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below, and might as well, we're gonna be reading your thoughts as well here live. And if you can go here in the venue in the Green Sun Hotel here in Makati, Philippines, well, come and join us here for a spectacular day of event.
Yeah, come on over. Yeah, we
Come
also
on.
have like a few booths here. It's completely free. You can come by, drop by. If you witnessed our esports tournament here, it's Ragnarok. You'd love to see it. Come, drop by.
Come. And of course, as I've said earlier, I will be welcoming you with open arms. I'm still here, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, to all those of you who are watching here on our socials media, of course, YouTube and Facebook Live, let me know your thoughts here in the comments.
Let us know who you're rooting for. Like, who are your favorite players
Yeah.
or teams? Earlier, like Tobukun did have like a few fans in the comment section.
Of course.
Yeah, just let us know in the comment section down below.
Now, we are just heating up. We are just trying to identify who or which class would be removed for this game. Any thoughts? Let's just like go back into that scenario wherein having no wizard in this game.
Exactly.
How will that fare out to everyone?
Yeah, it could be like a massive shift in their strategy.
Uh-huh.
There's like normally like in these kinds of PvP, you would really want the wizard, but what if it was banned? Right?
What?
And then the monk at the same time. Like I was telling you, it's really solid for objectives. Zion will definitely be going down to a monk. So it will. I think there will be more clashes that will be centered towards that as well. So there are lots of things that could change depending on what the bans are. So that's something I'm looking forward to.
Yes, and looking forward. Some of the people in the chats right now, of course, they're deciding to come over. You don't talk it in the chats. Come on, guys. You come here. I can see some of them wanted to, come and, have to chill with us here in the ROLG Major Day of Dominations. There's a lot of things going on. You can like meet all of those participating guilds here. You can also try out a lot of good booths like the Monster Bingo and the Hunters Challenge right besides me and Chin. And you can watch some esports action, grab a seat here, watch the esports action here on the Major Day of Domination. So, ladies and gentlemen, after this one, we still have more action coming up. I can see some people are looking for, where's Ronin at, where's Feigl at,
Right, exactly.
having to be on the top of the round robin. That means they earned the ticket to skip the first round. Yeah, because they're just gonna be waiting for their opponents.
Right. It's almost like an automatic win for their first round because they're already in the next stage. So yeah, they're just waiting for their next opponents. I think we already have Feigl already knows their opponent,
Yes.
so we're just waiting for the next team to actually advance to the second stage, and also waiting for the next batch of teams to fall down to the lower bracket.
Of
as well.
course. And Feigl already had the information going back
Okay.
because they knew 3-2-2X. We've seen the standings 3-2-2X with 7-7 in the group stages, while Feigl later on, they have been the undefeated guys all of the tournament. But we need to somehow, expand that thought later on. Because ROLG Major Day of Domination, we will be right back.
5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points.
Once again, welcome back here in the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Chin Valdez here together with Vince G. That's me. So we are just starting the second series, of course, between Dictator and Bakunawa. So we've talked about what we think, what's gonna happen here on this matchup. A David versus Goliath setup with the top of the bracket facing one of the teams that barely made it here to qualify in the double elims. But we cannot just say the same because some of the teams here are surprising us with their tactics, just like what happened with 322X.
Right,
but
exactly.
with Bakunawa, can they pull an upset up against Dictator?
Yeah, here's where we bring in how the KDA or the stats again in the round robin doesn't really matter too much this time around, because from what we've seen like in the previous series, like we weren't expecting that, but it was a 2-0 sweep. So we could expect maybe more or less the same this time around. You know, it's not really set in stone, even if it is like a David and Goliath situation here.
Now it's gonna be the Dragon up against the sailing ship of Dictator versus Bakunawa. Who will get the match point? Let's see which class will be removed from the game. And okay, Bard is still out, but this is new. Crusaders out.
Exactly. Now there are no Crusaders. There's gonna be no Devotion, no Grand Cross, no Holy Cross. This is gonna be interesting. And now this time we have the Monk open, so we're gonna be seeing some Asura strikes here and there.
Oh, there you go. Someone, yeah. Each player from each guild has their own monk. Okay.
Exactly. That's going to be for last hitting the objectives as well, you know. So aside from actually like one-shotting players, it can also be used. I can also use Asura Strike to last hit the Zyron.
Okay. So still, out of the 30 classes, Assassin is not being picked, not banned, not picked, not being utilized on this ROLG Major Day of Domination. But we are now seeing a monk in play. But will this changes everything? Without the Crusaders protecting the backline, what is going to happen for Wizards, for Sages, and for those Hunters that are trying to hit?
Exactly. So this time we don't have a front line unless they're going to be using the Knight as a front line. But earlier from the previous series, they were actually using the Knight class as their breakers. And seeing as we have no Assassins yet, they're probably going to be doing the same, which is going to be very interesting because there's no front line. So it's just going to be all... I'm expecting to see some kills left and right.
Yes, there's a lot of kills going on, so that means more kills, more points. But the more that they die in the battlefield, that means death timers will take a toll in their time. That means they're gonna be spending way too much in the death timer, waiting for the right time to respawn back into the fray. And you don't want to have a lot of deaths in this game because you need to be a full complete 10 player guild that will be up against the opposing guild. You know, you have to defend, you have to strategize with complete lineup. But if you got eliminated way early, that means they're gonna be one less player. But here we go here, series number 2 between Bakunawa and Dictator on the bottom side, and Bakunawa on the upper side of this map.
We can see the Spirit Spheres over there. First shrine goes to... Oh, nobody's taking
No.
it. Everyone's still targeting each other. Not trying to clear the way for the objective. Here we go. We have an LP still standing on the side of Bakunawa over here.
Dictator. Ew, it seems like
Here
they
we
get
go.
the first touch, but are they going to get it? Still, Shrine is definitely ignored. They want to fight. They wanted to use skills without Crusader in play. Vulnerable players are trying to survive. Shrine goes towards the side of Dictator, and they're leading in kills. So that means first 8 points goes to Dictator.
Already 8-0, pretty early kills, very early on into this match, with also the Shrine going to the side of Dictator. Are the Dictators going to continue dictating the flow of this match, or will Bakunawa come up with the vaccine for the cure for the onslaught of Dictator?
Shout out to our host Yuko right there. She was saying the same thing as well.
Bakunawa.
The antidote, the vaccine, Bakunawa. Let's see if they can devise a strategy to somehow fend off the Dictators. The Dictator are just trying to enforce order in this battlefield as they cross the river, goes towards the icy side of the map. But can they go and touch the Yggdrasil route? There's a lot of traps being laid down the ground.
There's also a lot of AoEs just cast right outside the land protector over here. You can see that how Bakunawa is being a little bit more defensive while Dictator is on the offensive right here. Oh, there are now 2 land protectors on the field. We also have... now Bakunawa advancing forward, seeing a lot of hits coming in here towards the side of Dictator, but still only 3 points on the side of Bakunawa, with the Shrine spawning in and being collected by Dictator.
Wow, and they are not letting Dictator go towards the Yggdrasil route. But wait a minute, Dictator falling back. I think they're just trying to, regroup and think of a way to somehow reinforce their defenses, because there's no Crusader after all.
Exactly.
So some of the, some of the backlines here are pretty much vulnerable, especially there's a Monk in play.
And as you can see here right now, there are massive amounts of ankle snares on the ground. Dictator is in the lead. There's no need to rush. They are just setting up their trap, so it will make it harder for Bakunawa to regain the points that they need to take this win.
Wow, we are just 8 seconds away for the first Zyron to spawn, and we can see both of these guilds trying to go towards the pit, but no, Zyron is not there. He's on the upper side of the map, while the other members of the Dictator finally had an opening in order for them to take the Yggdrasil route, but they are also focused on the Zyron as well. Dictator trying to push, and they managed to eliminate the first Zyron of the game.
Oh no, and then we still have that one guy, just that one guy wailing on the route. Here we go again. It's the same thing as we've seen earlier, but except I think this is a little bit more organized here. Very nice disengage earlier from Dictator, from Bakunawa, setting up their traps, trying to set up their take on the Zyron. And then while everyone was focused on Zyron, they sent in their knight, which would be Kero, who was wailing on the route as well.
This is good actually. After they took the first Zyron, the members of the Dictator decided to go and push all together. They wanted to break the Yggdrasil route, but somehow they did reduce the life. I think the Bakunawa's Yggdrasil route is already down at the last 30% of its health, so that means it's HP wise, he can cast some dispels in order for them to prevent Dictator from destroying it.
Exactly, they already got a lot of free hits in. We also saw like a five kills already for Akutik Buffy. Akutik Buffy, the monk from Dictator. We really see the Extremity Fist or the Asura Strike in player here. So yeah, let's see how this shift goes now that we have no front line. There are no Crusaders here. There's lots of hits happening right here in the middle. You can see some blitz beats over here. Dolce is over there. Monks disengaging with body rotations, and another Lord of Vermilion coming in from Dictator. We're seeing all these hits just being laid down here on Bakunawa, walking into that Lord of Vermilion, and another Asura strike. We're seeing a lot of death and carnage happening. They're falling. I think Bakunawa is falling to Dictator's trap. While they advance, they're really going into that all these AoEs, all this damage, and then another Asura strike from Akutik Pati. So here we go. Bam!
Another Asura strike attempt by the members of the Dictator. Bakunawa is somehow trying to hold on, but Dictator, they already got 31 points with Box Matikas. He got eliminated and is now waiting for him to respawn, followed by XL02. Dictator, on the other hand, is gonna try to proceed. They're gonna ignore those traps, and now we can see that all those kills being used by the members of the Dictator quite hurt a lot, and now it's the job for the members of the Dictator to somehow get near the Yggdrasil route, but action is definitely happening on the side because the Zyron is now back into this game.
I think right now, like in terms of objectives, they really have to keep an eye out on that timer. Bakunawa right then was setting up a little bit more traps just to prevent that that backdoor incident that happened earlier with Dictator and Carol. So yeah, now they're fighting over the Zyron. Oh, did it go down?
Yeah.
Oh,
it went towards the side of Dictator with 45-4. Another Asura strike in play, and we can see Dictator trying to eliminate the members of Bakunawa with Insomnia becoming the victim of that Asura strike. And now relocation here, trying to find a perfect position to somehow spot the enemy members coming in. But Bakunawa, they need to defend hard, but no, Dictator, they're just getting closer, and now they broke the route.
The route has gone down. Target selection is really a thing here. Every time the Asura strike is ready for Akutik Pati, he's really able to take someone down every time, each and every single time. So those safety walls really come into play here. So it really needs the monk on the side of Bakunawa, which is gonna be Andre, really needs to step it up to match that kind of aggression that that Dictator is showing.
Now we can see the fast, flashy moves coming in from the monks, and now they're definitely back in play, and they're laying out traps towards their base. You know, having their roots untouched at this rate, you know, we can see Bakunawa trying to anticipate. They're grouping up. They wanted to utilize an all-out aggression. If we wanted to fight, we're going to be utilizing all 10 members. It's going to be a 10v10 for us, but wait a minute. It's still a minute for the last Zyron to spawn, but Asian Shrine here is up for grabs. Who is going to get that? Probably ignored, but there's an LP protecting them from potential disaster. But how can you protect yourself from Dictator? We can see a lot of hits connecting towards their side, and Bakunawa here trying to endure. Can they survive though? A lot of skills being utilized here and there. Hammerfall, Acid Terror, Bowling Bash coming in, and now we can see some of them are trying to go back. HLBPS managed to get a decent 10 kills. Dward Mix and Chobs are now down for the count. It's all up to the 7 standing members of Bakunawa to defend.
Very, very interesting setup here. Dictator showing how organized their team play really is. Very, very, very organized rotations as well to just get these objectives around the map. With the Zyron respawning in a few seconds left, they already have it very much secured with a lot of ankle snares in play. And looks like there will be no contest on the side of Bakunawa.
No contestants will be made. Zyron is all theirs in the taking. And now they're counting seconds. They just less than a minute away in order for them to secure a win up against Bakunawa and the match point just in case. But Bakunawa here, they're just trying to reinforce some defense. You cannot go near our core. They're on a total lockdown, even LPs, just to defend their core. But for Dictator, okay, we're gonna defend our route as well. You defend your core, you cannot go near our route.
Exactly. Bakunawa here cannot afford this passive play. They have to beyond the aggression, beyond the aggressive, because there's lots of points, and the only way they can win is to actually take down the core. So, yeah, I think this game is already done. Match 1 goes to Dictator.
Dictator, they did manage to dictate the pace of this game, and that is why they are on the match point. Let's talk about these players, outstanding players, you know, having HLBPS, you know, getting 11 kills and getting the most amount of shrines on this game. Wow, I mean, HLBPS contributed a lot, and Tinaja too, as well. Somehow, as the dancer, he works so well.
Exactly, and there's really, you know, like we were talking about it earlier, there's really something about creating space for your team. You know, how they already had a couple of people already on the route, which was going to be Kero and I'm sorry, I forgot who the blacksmith was. There was 2 of them on the route, which really creates space for the team. You know, just for a while, like you're missing like 1 or 2, but it really breaks up the whole formation of the team. And we get those kills, we get these results.
And you know, what we've seen on that match is a result of having no Crusader in play.
Exactly. There's no Crusader, there's no front line.
No front line. No one to dish out or to absorb all those damage.
Exactly.
And Dictator actually is just 1 win away in order for them to climb up towards the next round. And if they do manage to win the next game, that means they will be the one that will be facing Ronin on their next bout.
So yeah, Dictator definitely dictating the flow of this match. Bakuna will have to come up with something, or maybe something a little bit similar. This is like a kind of like what we've seen also from the previous match. So yeah, let's see like what went on in this recent match.
Yeah, this is definitely what happened in that round number 1. You know, starting strong, having Dictator ignore the first Asian Shrine, go for their first easy kills, and then, you know, snowball from there. And then when the first Siren spawned, somehow they managed to use that as a diversion. You know,
Exactly.
let's go party on the top Zyron pit, and one player is just trying to poke out the Yggdrasil root on Bakunawa's side. You know,
See, you know, like creating space is like a gigantic strategy that you have to use in these kinds of matches. And from both this series and also the previous one, it's already done so much, which has been creating all of these kills, all of these objective takes. It's really just creating space.
it is, and they did manage to create so much space in order for them to somehow create those or maximize those damage. And the last moments for Dictator is just, you know, we just try to solidify our lead and then wait for that full 10 minutes, because Bakunawa, on the other hand, they're just also anticipating Dictator to go for the core, but Dictator, they don't want to waste their energy going on a full-out attack. Might as well wait for the 10 minutes to expire, because no one is going to get near. And Bakunawa, experiencing this kind of gameplay, how can they adjust into what happened in this game number 1?
It's very interesting. You know, like it's also about, you know, just map awareness. There was really a lot of free time for the monk to be able to set up for their Asura strikes. And it does take time to set up for an Asura strike. You have to call 5 Spirit Spears, you have to create the color break, and then call another 5 before you're ready for another Asura strike. So yeah, map awareness is also a very, very major thing here.
Very, very major thing. And we just witnessed the first game. So, ROLG, major day of domination. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major.
That was just game number 1 of an intense series number 2 that we've witnessed. Dictator, they did manage to get a win up against Bakunawa, but can Bakunawa this time force a match number 3 on this series? Welcome back here, folks, in the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Vince G and Chin Valdez is still with you as well, and now we can witness the teams, the guilds, are preparing for action with no Crusaders. Chin.
Exactly.
We see some of the players here are so vulnerable to sneak attacks coming in from the monks.
And there was actually a lot of patience involved. We've seen a lot of holding back from Dictator, especially on that first shrine just as the match was starting, and also towards the end. There was no need to rush. Their points were in the lead. Bakunawa was not making any advances, no aggression whatsoever. So there was really a lot of restraint, a lot of, like patience. It really plays a very big part in this kind of tournament. Especially you would not want to make mistakes. Like especially if you're not in, especially if you're in the lead.
In the lead.
Because those mistakes are what are gonna cause these upsets or these comebacks from the other side. So normally, like if you're in the lead, they showed patience, they held back, securing their first match.
Yeah, they have to also secure their next match, no? Having them snowball towards the first game, yes, they have to at least continue that one. Because if they did relax for a little bit, this will create an opening, and that opening will be very essential for Bakunawa. If they saw that opening and they grabbed the chance, let's go for that W, force the game number 3. We need this win, and then make an upset. Let's force Dictator towards the lower bracket. But as the Dictator's reputation in the round robin, they're the strongest teams, and for Bakunawa to knock them down in the lower bracket, that would mean something, you know, as the team that
Exactly.
is last in the ranking system here on the point system
From
that
the
we
round
have.
robin, yes.
The round robin.
So yeah, there's really going to be a lot of patience involved. You have to, if everyone already knows like how to actually win these matches. There are certain matchups or lineups that you would want to run. There are specific strategies that you also want to run. It all depends on execution, and you know, when it comes down to that, both teams already know that who's going to make that one mistake that will allow the other team to actually execute the exact plan that you are planning to run.
Yeah, it's all about waiting. It's all about formulating that kind of strategy, folks. No, so we can see some of these teams, some of these players are trying to take their sweet time. But then again, no Crusaders in play, but still, this is the second game without a Bard. So usually Bard goes handy with dancers, but now they free the monk from the band prison and then put the Crusader in, and it changes the narrative of the team fight that we've witnessed. There's a lot of punishments going through because there's no one to soak those damages.
Exactly. So right now the Crusader is still banned. Also the Ward is still banned. And actually, like to correct myself earlier, the Zyron actually also takes only 1 damage per hit. So it's not, so it has 400 HP, only takes 1 damage per hit. So the monk cannot be used actually to secure it. So it's also going to be dealing like 1 damage. So
Yeah.
the monk is specifically there just for single target pickups.
Yeah, they need to handpick or probably mark the most vulnerable one and then remove it instantly from
Exactly.
play. You know, it's really good if you're aiming for wizards, for sages. You need them out totally in order for them not to provide AoEs and buff supports for their team. So as the monk being utilized here, I think that's what dictators are doing. Pick someone that they can like eliminate, you know, rake up those death timers in play. So the more that this guy is out for too long, that means the more we can like we can use the numbers advantage. It's gonna be 10v9 for sure, 10v8, and that's what we excel at.
So yeah, that is as I was saying, you know, like map awareness, definitely a thing here. Akutik Pati always steps away, always, just to set up, comes back in, does his sewer strike, step back out. It's just a cycle throughout the entire match that we saw earlier. So it's all very, very important target selection space as well.
Yeah, it's all about creating those space, and as I can see right now, live in the comments, they are looking for the game number 2. And as these guilds came out rushing towards the river, it is now time for the start. And now who is going to get the first shrine, or are we going to see some bodies laying down the floor first? So is it going to be Bakunawa isolating the ancient shrine? But that's a good isolation play. Dictator, can they drive Bakunawa back? But wait a minute, Warday! He managed to get the first blood!
Oh my god. This is really like a different Bakunawa here.
Whoa!
Now setting the pace on the side of Bakunawa. Here we go. No points yet for Dictator. It's
Okay.
like another Bakunawa team that we have here right now.
Bakunawa came in prepared right now. They charged in towards the river and they decided to fight the Dictator out. They're trying to resist the Dictator's side, and now Dictator trying to fight back. They're driving the Bakunawa away, and Bakunawa will be forced to somehow retreat. Asura strike again, and he managed to remove Bogs Matigas, and Dictator somehow did manage to catch up by getting the first 2 points of the Ancient Shrine, and now they're trying to get near Bakunawa's Yigdas Ruchin.
There was a lot of things going on for Bakunawa earlier, but they were not able to hold on to that. Dictator very quickly recovering composure as a team and then starting pushing towards Bakunawa's route. Now the clash actually on Bakunawa's route, which is not looking good for Bakunawa.
Bakunawa off to a great start. They almost drove the Dictator away, but the Dictator wants to dictate the narrative of this game. Still, They wanted to bounce back from a 2-0. They did manage to catch up with 9 points, and they are now trying to aim and focus on Bakunawa's Yggdrasil route. And all sides, it's going to be Dictator trying to capture that route early on, but Dictator did not waste time, and they decided to lock in the second Nation Shrine.
Bakunawa will actually fell into the trap that Dictator has set in their own choke point here. Bakunawa went into this choke point here, which they get caught into the massive storm gust that was set up by Dictator.
Okay.
We also, but what do we have here? We actually have like a Bakunawa knight, like wailing on the Dictator route. See this how he creates space, forcing Dictator to actually fall back to stop that back door that was being done by Bakunawa.
The Peko Peko Express, he managed to get away safety from Dictator's hands. Bakunawa now trying to regain their composure. 3-12 score. They're waiting for the Zyron, and it's now upper grabs with Bakunawa getting the first touch. Dictator, are you gonna contest this? But oh my goodness, Zyron! I think they will be on the hands of Bakunawa, and fights underway after the strike being used. A lot of punches here and there. They're calling so many spirits, and there's a lot of bowling bash going through.
That was a beautiful box out that was done by Bakunawa. There were like solid AoEs that was happening in there in the choke point with Bakunawa already set up inside for the Zyron take. And as you said, there were lots of calling spirits. I could already hear the spirits calling back with them. And there's a lot of really solid Asura strikes going left and right on both sides of Bakunawa and Dictator.
Oh, the coma puts him into his place. Rock is now down for the count. Dictator decided to defend, but still Bakunawa needs to catch up. I think if Rock did continue, or continue to somehow break the Dictator's Yggdrasil route, it's going to mean something for Bakunawa. It's going to mean to catch up. But wait a minute, they're trying to at least isolate the members of the Dictator. LPs being put into the play, and now Storm Gust as well. The combination of AoEs are there, and now there's a lot of damage being done here. A lot of support, a lot of buffs being used. Dancer's doing his job, and now a lot of fights here and there, but no one is taking the fall except for Mix, Jesus Christ, and Rasil now being eliminated.
They need to. Bakunawa has the guts. They have the ingredients. They just really have to start cooking. They need to look for a way to get Dictator to back off again, which was earlier done by Rock, which was very effective. But now Dictator already wailing on the core. It's not looking good for Bakunawa. They will really have to pull something off here right now. We're looking for massive AoEs, which are not coming from the side of Bakunawa.
Okay.
This Dictator started pulling back.
I think they're just anticipating the next Zyron spawn, because in minute 6, Zyron is going to be big objective.
Exactly.
If Bakunawa managed to get their hands off there, that means it's gonna be adding more points. Bakunawa, I think they're not going down without a fight.
Exactly. There was no rush because the Bakunawa players were already about to respawn, and you can see the discipline there with Dictator pulling back as the Bakunawa team starts to respawn.
And now, as the players are waiting in the pit, no, it's not at the bottom pit, it's on the top pit, on the Bakunawa side of the pit. Shine again, collected by Dictator, but there's still a Zyron upper grabs. Who is going to take that points? Will Bakunawa secure it? But no, it's going to be on the side of the Dictator as well. And now Dictator is going back into their job. They wanted to go for Bakunawa's score, and the Bakunawa they have to defend their base.
It's still not over. There's still there's as long as your base is still standing, as long as your core is still up, it's not over it. And of course, there's still a chance. But there are 3 members from Bakunawa that are down. Dictator already wailing on the core. It's not looking good. We see this massive horde of Vermilion about to go down on the side of Bakunawa, coming from Dictator. More deaths, more kills coming in. It's a massive onslaught here, but we already have 2 more members from Bakunawa to respawn, which is going to be mixed. And Jesus Christ, are they going to be able to be enough to drive back Dictator? Dictator still wailing on Bakunawa's core. There is still no driving back that's happening. They need to come up with something to drive them back.
And now even the core is protecting himself from the attacks of Dictator, but you know, there's no stopping this guy. Okay, all members of Dictator, you focus on our core, but let me do my job here. I'm gonna be talking with your roots until this one falls down. I'm not gonna give up, but wait a minute, don't hit me. I'm gonna go back.
It's not over until it's over. And he is successful in driving back. Oh, here we go. There's an Asura strike that brings him down.
The monk is marking you. You cannot run with your Peko Peko Express. And now Rock is back into the base, but can they defend? We're just talking about 2 more minutes into this game with Dictator having 53 points.
You see how massive that is to be able to actually just disrupt an opponent's onslaught. Focusing on objectives, Rock going into that tower prevents Dictator from actually ending the match on Bakunawa. So they have to come up with more plays like that. They have to come up with more creative ways to be able to execute this kind of strategy.
And for Dictator, they don't want to miss out the final Zyron spawn, and that's why they're staying in the pit. But the fights are happening in the river as well. LPs and buffs being utilized, and now we can see a lot of hammer balls, Magnum break. Every skills are just there, and look at this guy. He's not giving up. If Rock is doing the push alone,
No, this is Dictator. This is Kero.
If Rock is doing the push alone on their side, they also have this Knight doing it alone as well.
Here we go. We have Andre setting up to take down Kero. Oh, but Kero already disengaged as soon as he saw the monk charging up.
Now, okay, it's now time to get back. Dictator got what they wanted. They got the last Zyron, and now fear and silence being casted by the core. Bakunawa, can they stop Dictator from breaking their core? 18 seconds on the clock. Dictator, can you race against time, or can you secure this win? 9 seconds. But yes, in 9 seconds remaining, it took them 9 minutes and 51 seconds. And Mr. Tan here, outstanding 11 kills.
You know, Dictator as a team, they really showed like how gel a team can be. They were so organized. They were very, very organized for every objective, for every rotation. They made the right decisions. They made the right plays. Very, very solid team, the Dictator.
Wow, you can see the Knights there doing their job to somehow break the core, break the roots, just like what Rock is doing earlier on. And I think there's a counter equivalent of that Dictator does in that game. So even though with their Knight trying to single-handedly push or destroy the core, sometimes you have to work with your team, but I think that's enough for them to somehow allocate players that you can focus on the Zyron. You can focus on isolating the players, add more death timers to them, and then we can go all out. So at 9 minutes and 51 seconds, it did not took 10 minutes for them to end the game.
Exactly. And as I was saying earlier, a lot of this really comes down to nerves. We're about to see like a few highlights that were coming in from this recent match. And here we go, just to recap what has been happening here from this recent match.
Well, for Bakunawa, indeed, they had a great start. They got the first points, and they almost drove the Dictator away. they don't want to get dictated on that early game.
Exactly.
But somehow, Dictator, they stood on their ground. No, you cannot. You cannot pass on our icy lands. It is our territory. And what happened was Dictator got the shrine and then maximized their lead by 2 more points. And from there, it snowballed. Getting Zyron was crucial as well. Getting all those rules, but Bakunawa did not give up because they had Rock do the push, even though alone, and forcing Dictator's Monk to somehow chase after him. So he got marked heavily.
You know, a lot of this I think really goes down to nerves. Bakunawa was like really having struggling throughout the whole match. Dictator like very much being overwhelming there, but you already saw like how both knights did have their own opportunities to be able to wail down on both routes. So the way I saw it was Kero was just like wailing down on the route, but Andre the monk from Bakunawa actually, if you saw it, like he stood beside Kero when he was calling spirits, giving Kero enough time to realize, oh wait, I'm about to get hit by an Asura strike, so he disengages.
Yeah.
On the flip side, when we look at Bakunawa's situation with the route, we had Rock on the route. They already had their Asura strike ready, so didn't have they didn't give Rock enough time to disengage, in which case he was able to be taken down by the Asura strike.
Wow, Akutik Puti. I mean, this monk from the side of Dictator Guild did manage to somehow drove the knight away in the form of Rock for the side of Bakunawa. Nice effort though, and I can see Dictator celebrating already. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for the next matches, Chin Valdez and Vince G, ROLG Major Div Domination. We'll be right back.
Get in there, adventurer. Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil route. Once the route is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the route, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 minute.
2 series done, and we are now heading towards the next series. And this time, it's the winner of our first series. So, it's 322X this time with another opponent, which is Phi Guild.
This is, I think, what we've been waiting for. So these are the seeded teams who came from the, I think, the highest stats from the round robin, right? So they're already seeded here for the second round. We already have we already have some teams already in the lower bracket, but this is already like the second round of matches, which is gonna be Phi Guild.
Phi Guild, yeah. And still, you are still watching ROLG Major Day of Domination as we introduce to you the Phi Guild. These are the top seeds in the round robin with 14 wins out of all of those matches. These guys are unbeatable and unstoppable, but can they continue that unstoppable streak in this bracketing stage?
They also still have one character that hasn't been
Ooh,
unlocked
hello.
over here. Oh, there we go. It was just unlocked. But this time they're facing 322X, which showed us like pretty stellar performance earlier in the previous series.
322X with the win. And as we go back in the round robin, 7-7. 7 wins and 7 losses. And of course, 322X, they're no stranger to Phi Guild because once they had a matchup in the round robin stage with 14-0 score, 322X did not even win. So will 322X win this time around?
So here we go again about the round robins. In the round robins, 322X standing was 7-7.
Yes.
But they ended up beating which team was
Minokawa.
it? Minokawa, which had a standing of 12-2, I think, something like that.
Yeah, top 2.
Yeah, 12-2. So we could more or less say something about that against Phi Guild with having 14-0 and then 7-7. Previous team was 12-2, this one was 7-7. So it's very interesting. It could still go either way, and it could still go on either team's favor.
Yeah, and of course, it's gonna be favorable for each of the players to get a shot into lifting that wonderful trophy here on our ROLG Major Day of Domination. How good and how shiny the trophy is right now. It's the holy grail of this tournament that you need to lift, and the players are already preparing and they're gearing up for battle.
Yeah, here we go. I think they're also doing their warm-ups. This is like their regular thing, you know. Like here in Islud, you're just casting random spells, burning time, just waiting for the matches to start. Maybe even releasing those nerves and chills, just relaxing a bit before getting to the match. And as I was saying earlier, especially in the previous series, patience and just recollecting your nerves, very, very important in this kind of tournament setup. You can't be all jittery or you can't be too nervous when it comes to these kinds of matches and setups.
And of course, you have to gear up because you know that this team, Guild, is unbeatable. They have a clean record, no losses all throughout the round robin. And with that being said, out of the 36 players that they had on their guild participated in the round robin, they handpick the 10 powerful players that they have on their guild, and which means they have to pick carefully. And with this kind of banning system, with 13 classes available, each team will be removing one, and that means that leaves 11 classes up for grab, but you only have 10 players, and each player will be sticking to one class each.
Exactly. So it's gonna be interesting, like what are gonna be the units or the classes that are going to be banned right now. And as we've seen, like after these bans happen, so does the strategy shift. So I'm sure, like especially when it comes to these kinds of tournaments with a lot of stake, they really have to plan out each and every scenario that will come their way. Where are the bards gonna be open? Are the monks gonna be banned? And so on. And they'll have to have a specific strategy and play for each scenario.
Bard, actually, we haven't seen a bard the entire day, but can the bard finally broke free of the banned prison? Can someone prioritize other classes to remove and pick the bard in play? But we've seen the monk being banned earlier in 322 versus Minokawa, and after that monk have their ban lifted, and Crusader was banned in replacement of that monk, but there's no signs of them wanting to get the bard out.
Exactly. It will be very interesting with the bard out. It's really gonna cause a lot of disruptions, and also both offensive and defensive capabilities for the whole team. So I can see like why it's always banned, but also I can see how it could be very opportunistic. Like if you've already mastered your or if you're already very gel with your team and very well coordinated, it could also be very devastating if you do utilize the bard.
And now, ROLG Major Day of Domination. This is the third match. Ladies and gentlemen, 322X are trying to formulate strategy. They surprised Minokawa by defeating them 2-0. But can they do the same with Guild, having a head start for 322X because they played the first match of the day, so they already had their warm-up, and for Guild, this is their first. So first for 2 matches, they're just watching, they're just sitting on their chairs watching of these players trying to display every strategy that they have, but did they get something out of it? And can we see potential surprise coming in from Guild to solidify their unbeatable streak?
Yeah, undefeated. But again, like I said, maybe, just maybe, they have a few things up their sleeve. They're probably not yet revealing all their cards. The eliminations, the round robin was just that. It was eliminations, it was round robin. This is the big leagues. This is the tournament right now. This is where they lay down all their cards. Let's see what comes up next. I actually thought that we were going to see our first game 3 earlier with Bakunawa and Dictator when they took that early lead. That could have been an opportunity. Let's see. Like maybe 322X could finally break the win streak. of Phi Guild.
Actually, each and every team or guild that is participating right now, they wanted to break the record of the Phi Guild because once that you have a clean 14-0, and that means you didn't lose any single matches, it's gonna be a challenge for each and every participating teams to somehow break that record because each and every team, they already lost to Phi Guild, not only once but twice in the round robin format. So in order for you to have a decent payback, well, make sure that you grind way too much and inflict that damage in the double eliminations and force the Phi Guild down in the lower bracket, and that's gonna be satisfying to watch for each teams. And the question is, who is going to step up and do that?
It's gonna be interesting how they're gonna be reacting to each other's attacks on the course. You know how we always have our knights here. They're always wailing on the routes, wailing on the course, which causes a lot of space to be created for their team. And I'm pretty sure like both teams are aware of that. So it depends on how will either team or both teams actually react and to be able to defend against that kind of strategy.
And we are just gearing up, folks. This is the match number 3 as we are gonna be witnessing the unbeatable Phi Guild up against 322X, who's trying to climb up the ranks, who's gonna try to accumulate more and more wins in this tournament in order for them to get one step closer into lifting that shiny trophy behind us.
Great looking trophy.
Great looking trophy. I want to hold that too as well. So next major, we need to sign up.
We'll join.
We're gonna be joining. We're not gonna be casting anymore. We're gonna be the players. But 322X and Phi Guild, they're gonna be facing each other. Chin. Now let's see which classes are out.
I'm feeling Bard.
Bard again?
Oh yeah, it's Bard and Crusader Van,
Okay.
meaning the monk. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I think this is from the previous match, Makunawa Dictator.
Okay. I thought another Bard.
I thought it's going to be another Bard and Crusader Van. So it might be different for this matchup. We have to wait and see when we have the graphics up on. So yeah, like, what are you predicting? Maybe Assassin Van.
Assassin ban. But seeing the lineup of classes from the other guilds on this matchup, you know, they're definitely ignoring the assassin. So I believe that's gonna be a waste of ban on the other hand. But you know, sometimes I wanted to see those kinds of classes come out and shine through. And now this is going to be legit. Okay, Rogue is out.
This is going to be very interesting. The Rogue is out, Bard is out, but that means we have the Crusader and the Monk both out, you know, with the Devotion. I think maybe in the Reflect Shield and the Auto Guard or whatever, and then we have the Monk and the Asura Strike. This is going to be a pretty interesting setup here with the open classes here with the Monk and the Crusader.
Okay, still for the third time, no Bard in this tournament. Aside from the Assassin not being picked, no Bard. I mean, Bard is getting a lot of hate right now, but for Crusaders, Monk, and the Rogue, they're just being rotated out of this game.
You know, like the Bard could just really be very devastating with all the AoE buffs and debuffs. It could be game-changing for either team, so maybe they're trying to play it safe. Maybe if they're not able to make sure that they're going to be able to utilize it more than the other team. So yeah, I don't know. We're going to be seeing the Bard. I hope we do, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see till the latter matches.
And now we are going to witness the second round of the upper bracket. 322X survived their first round, and now they have to face Phi Guild, who definitely earned the spot by being the top team in the round robin system. So Phi Guild and 322X, ladies and gentlemen, their game is underway. We can hear them cheer right now as the gates are being lifted up. They rush towards the river. Who is going to take the first Asian Shrine?
Here we go. They're now setting up on the river. Here we have a few safety walls. We have an LP on both teams. Storm goes right in the middle here, trying to get that shrine, and it should. Oh, they're still not getting it.
No.
They're still trying to thin down the numbers, trying to drive each team back, driving more, just slotting in more ankle snares.
Oh, hello.
Here we go.
Hello. 1-to-1. Okay. You let the knight handle the business, and there's one trying to protect their own route. So this is a good call. I mean, for the Figel, they're not letting 322X do the dirty work, but still no bodies dropping on the floor. But did they get the shrine though? I believe they do. And now LPs are there, but Figel getting 5 total kills, so that means 3. No, make that 4 and 2 from the Asian Shrine.
That was really solid defense there by Figel with the decreased RG. We also saw a little bit of Quagmire there from the Wizard before going back into the clash. They were not able to deal damage to the root just then, but now we have Nobukun again just being his annoying self wailing on the root. Also, he had a smoky card casting that hide.
He's being chased down.
Being chased down by the priest there. A very interesting setup there by Tobokun.
Figel, on the other hand, 8 other players focusing on 322X's Yggdrasil route, and with the traps being laid together with the LPs down on the floor, Figel is now back into the river, going into the other side of the map. But we can see a lot of sacrifices, links towards the Crusader. He wants to soak up damage in order for him to protect the other players from this guild. And now a lot of barrage of the arrow coming through, and now we can see some arrow shower being shot out from the back line by the members of 322X.
So this was exactly what I was talking about. Now, we've already seen the same strategy for the previous years. I really wanted to see how they would be taking care of that situation with the knight just wailing on the root. And I guess we saw it. We saw a safety wall, we saw a Quagmire, we saw a decreased agi. There were lots of ways to actually just stop that onslaught on the root. Oh, we already have one down from 1 point here now on the board, 322X.
Saya Hot Cup 7 charging that Asura strike and nailing down one player from the 322X. And speaking of one, they did manage to find their first kill of this game, and 322X wants to expand their points further, and Zyron is going to be one big objective as they go and contest for this one.
Here we go. We have a lot of setups here on the choke point though. So they might be taking Zyron, but there's also a lot of setup that it's really a risk here, because you risk not being able to exit with the opponent spamming more AoEs. But we already have Land Protector as well, which secures their exit.
Well, for security, Figel did manage to get that first Zyron spawn, and 322X is trying to figure out what is going to be their next move. They need to expand their points. They don't need to get stuck by just a single point. Can they outsmart Figel by breaking down the route and go towards their core? Or can Figel end this game before 10 minutes as we go on to our first 4 minutes in the game? We can see the 322X is trying to fight it off in the river together with the Figel.
So far, Figel has actually not been using the same strat that we've been seeing successfully used in the previous series. They were not really committing their knight to go and disrupt and disengage and go straight for the roots. Instead, they're actually like rotating simultaneously and also just committing one person at a time to do the defense. So it's very, very interesting how they're actually pulling this off right now. They're in the lead. There's no need to rush. It looks like they're just trying to wear down the time. You know, they don't need more points. They just need to maintain their current lead.
And now Figel standing on their own LPs, waiting for 322X to come, but 322X is also waiting for Figel. Step on our traps, you're not welcome in our base. And now as Figel marches towards the icy part of this map, 322X needs to defend further. But where is the other guy? Where is the knight? Can he do some pushes? Tobukun, can he surprise us with some sneak push? While Guild here is looking for another way to expand their point. Wait a minute, he's doing his job. He survived.
I think it was like a very quick hide there.
He survived.
You can survive on a Zoro strike when you hide at the right time. So I think that's what he pulled off there. Tobukun still trying to wail on the root. I think he's doing a great job over there.
Look at that. He's beating out the members of the Guild. Come chase me. I'm riding with Beko Beko. I'm gonna go out, and now I'm gonna be regrouping with my members, and the rest of the 322X are trying to hold off. You cannot cross the river. This is not your land, and now we can see the Siron going back into the game. Double strafe coming in from the Hunter and Ancient Shrine again. At ease, being collected easily by Guild.
It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. 322X needs to be more on the offensive now. They need to show that aggression. They cannot afford to be passive here. They're already doing a good job, but their first strategy, yeah, they're doing the first strategy that they used in the previous series will not be working the same way it did recently. So they have to come up with a different way to be able to stop the onslaught that is Guild.
How can you stop Guild from pushing through? But 322X, they're just trying to defend very hard in order for them to give some space to Tobukun, and also Tobukun is just creating some space. I can see some Asura Strike charging there, but he's looking for a very, very viable target. Guild slowly crossing the river, stepping on the icy field. Members being marked on the side of 322X. Paul is now out of the game, and Chang follows suit. Down to the last 9 members of the 322X. Can they defend the route still?
There was a lot happening and going on. There was a lot of defense as well from Guild. From what I've seen, they've had spectacular defense so far. Slowly chipping away at 322X. But it's not over yet. There's still a bit of time left, and it's not over till it's over. 322X still has a chance. They just have to switch up their strategy. They cannot be doing the same thing that they've been doing. Guild has already read into that, so they really need to come up with something spectacular.
Getting the 5-kill milestone for his team. Guild, their dancers heavily dancing way too hard, and now 322X, they're just defending way too hard. Even though Guild did not break their route yet, with the amount of points Guild has, I believe they're farming up objectives from Zyron to Shrine and getting a lot of bodies from the side of 322X. But hello there, they're just toughening up the routes. Still, routes are intact. I mean, no routes has fallen yet, and I believe we're just down to the last 2 minutes or 1 minute and a half of this game number 1.
There's really a lot of difference when it comes to the defense that they've set up. We have a lot of ankle snares right around the route of Guild. Well, they're very, very thinly spaced out on the side of 322X. We also see a few ankle snares on the sides, but there's going to be a lot of I think that's going to be for the Zyron. That's why there are a lot of ankle snares on both sides as well.
And now as they reclaim the Zyron, the last Zyron of the game, look at that, 2 players from the side of Guild taking that Zyron at ease. And also, you might take, oh no, it's gone. The item code just flashed on our screen. If I want some codes, I should have typed that very, very fast. And now Guild fast on their points, 56-8, and they're not holding back. They're looking for more kills. They're ignoring the route. They don't even care. The last 20 seconds of this game, we're not gonna be taking down routes. We're gonna be taking down bodies.
Oh, and here we go. It was a good try, and a very, very good try. And it's gonna the first match looks like it's going to be going to the side of Guild. It's not over yet. It's still a best of 3, and 322X already knows what went on, and it was very, very slowly went to the side of Guild.
And now, these are the outstanding players with Saya Hatchu with 10 kills. Son Ho Wizard, Genesis. I believe this guy, he's being played. He played spectacularly in the round robin as the Wizard, and he got 1 Zyron and GG02. Wow, 3 shrines out of 5. This is nice.
Shrines.
Okay. These are the outstanding players. You can see the capability of the Monk. I mean,
Exactly. The Monk is really there to put bodies on the floor.
Put bodies on the floor.
Definitely, just really to kill. So it's very, very interesting how the Monk, what happens when it's open.
And now, these are the results of the game. You know, having Sonho died once and getting that Siren out. You know, it's really, really crucial for them as well. Saya, as the Monk, having most deaths, followed by Taz. You know, they did not even die.
No deaths.
No roots falling out from either of these teams. But for the side of 322X, I believe they're struggling to find who to target. But Gabsoy did manage to land 2 kills. But for Tofu Kid, as the Crusader, aside from him soaking up damage, he managed to at least eliminate 4 from the side of Guild.
Kudos to the priest of Guild though, with PPT and doing the solo defense on the route as Tobukun was wailing on it. So very interesting strategy. Normally you would send the Monk to take down that knight, but instead of actually taking down the knight, they actually just focus more on putting up safety walls, slowing down his progression, slowing down his attacks. That's why he was not able to actually take down that route, and focusing more of the Asura strikes on the front line where all of the clashing was happening.
But you know, each and every one of them will be trying to calculate the strategies on the next game. With Guild already on the match point, they will be needing 1 more win. And as for 322X, they would also need 1 more win. And you know, it's very, very refreshing to see Monks back. And for 322X, they did not use Monk in their series because it looked bad.
Exactly. But the thing is, this is also Guild's first match for today's tournament. So it's very interesting. The Monk has been very devastating in each series that it was open. So you can see like its actual power of doing those one-shots there. Although we did see that Asura strike dodge that Tobukun did. So hopefully we see that in the highlights coming up.
Well, this is what happened. I mean, I believe
There we go.
Asura strike.
No, it was a dodge.
Oh yeah, the dodge. Yeah.
Tobukun did a hide last second when the Asura strike hit, so he actually dodged the Asura strike, which normally never misses unless you do that hide.
I mean, Asura strike requires you to focus on your target, but to dodge an Asura strike, it requires focus, knowing your opponent, knowing a Monk is chasing right after you. You have to time your hide right.
That was pretty interesting. That's the first time we saw that today in this tournament. So definitely a great highlight to see right off the bat.
Yeah, definitely. Good fights, good battle. No roots being destroyed. They can I can say that they can recycle that for the next game.
For the next game. Both roots.
Both roots up until the core. You know, it's just their bodies receiving damage. So they have to get back on the field once again and then contest for those objectives. But, you know, the fights are just strategized. And I think Guild played slow with this one together with 322X.
Yes,
and I think
exactly.
Guild, this is just their way of reading their opponent's tactics. Seeing the knight trying to, you know, attack the route all by himself and try to outsmart Guild. So they're just trying to read what 322X can do.
Exactly. The pacing was very, very slow, but Guild was definitely reacting to every single thing that 322X was throwing at them. with the safety walls, the quagmires, the decreased speed, all of it was very, very, very well reacted to. So it was very interesting how Vigild was able to do that as a team and how coordinated they were. The Wizard stepped back a while just to drop a quagmire on top, and then right after that, he goes straight into the clash, not even focusing on the kill anymore.
Yeah.
It's really like a team-oriented rotation that they were doing here. So very, very interesting.
Well, that's the elements of esports. You need to communicate well with your team in order for you to land those attacks. If you wanted to change some skills, if you wanted to combine this skill with another, you have to coordinate well. You have to time it right, and that's what they are after. You see, you describe how they do it. That's how they did manage to stay on top, and I think Vigild is just living up to reputation. So with Vigild trying to end this game as fast as they could, this time they're analyzing their opponents, because I think they're just taking this tournament way too seriously, because they don't want to be complacent. You know, we don't need to relax because we're on top. There's still lower bracket. No, if we are on top, we need to stay on top. We need to get to the grand finals ASAP without going down the lower bracket.
Exactly. And at this stage of the tournament, this is not the time to relax.
Yeah.
You really have to pull all the shots. You really have to give it your A game, the best of the best of the best that you can, because it's $10,000 on the line here. So you really, really have to give it your all.
Give it your all. Give your best shot, because the glory of being called as the first ever ROLG major Day of Domination champion will be, will be awarded to the team that stand out on this tournament. Getting those wins, dominating well in the grand finals. But there's still teams that we need to watch out for, because those teams, they definitely are climbing up in the lower bracket. But we're not seeing a lower bracket match yet, because later on in the lower bracket, our first lower bracket match, I believe this is going to be between Bakunawa and Minokawa.
Bakunawa, Minokawa.
Okay, so we'll take a good look of that trophy. It's very, very nice. I wanted to at least hold that way too soon, so I cannot wait for the next major, because you're gonna be seeing us here as a player. We already talked to Yuko. We just need to find 7 more and list our team, and hopefully we can dominate the entire tournament as well. Hopefully we don't get crushed by pros. No.
Very interesting. And also, I'm sorry, but it's really nothing to scoff at. The cash prize is really big for a tournament of this scale. So it's very interesting. And maybe they top it back up into Landverse afterwards.
Yeah. And now, I believe that the players are not wasting any time. After that match, might as well go straight into the second round, because for 322X, they need this win. They need to make sure that we're gonna be doing a reverse sweep this time. We need to win 2 straight games in order for us to be or stay on the top, and force Vigild down in the lower bracket. That's what they are aiming after. But if I were Vigild, no, I don't want to get down. And you've seen our potential. You've seen what we are capable of doing. Even without the Bard, once again for the 3rd time ever, removing the Rogue in play. We've seen Crusaders and Monk on a single game altogether. And as I've said, this is the first time that somehow 322X got their hands on a Monk. So what if the players here are good with Wizards and suddenly it got banned? So they're gonna be forced to play another class, and I think adjustments are really very, very hard, especially if you're just focusing on a single class alone.
Exactly. And that's where really like player knowledge comes into play. I saw a lot of really great plays on like land protector on a choke point to secure their exit. Like I was mentioning, like we also saw that quick quagmire on the route just so to slow down the knight. There were lots of really small plays that they were doing, which really contributed to a lot for the team, which also converts into kills. So when they didn't go for that whole misdirection play of sending out a knight, which we've been seeing for the past couple of series earlier for both Thai and Philippine teams as well. It's just that this time around, Feigl did not use that strategy. They were actually just sending out more like single class rather. That is not a knight. I don't know if that makes sense. They'd send out a priest to do the safety wall. They'd send out a wizard to do the quagmire. So it's very interesting how they're actually like utilizing all of this one-man plays on different classes. So that, as I was saying, like player knowledge really plays a huge part on this. It's not just one class doing the play.
And now we can see Feigl and 322X. Actually, we've seen the camera on 322X earlier on. So after that loss, I believe 322X, they're trying to, think of how can they penetrate the the style of the Feigl right now, because they're still enforcing their dominance all throughout this major day of domination tournament. So if I were that guy, if I were that team, I need to at least concentrate. I don't want to waste energy trying to practice. I will be trying to mark that opponent that gave us very, very hard time, and hopefully the players are already set up in stone. Still, bans are still the same. Bard and Rogue are still out.
Alright, so the Bard, the Rogue are still out, meaning the Crusaders and the Monks are still open. So this is still gonna be very interesting. I really wanna see how the Bard will be impacting both teams here when it finally opens up. And some, maybe if not in this series, maybe the next, but we'll have to wait and see. But now both Crusader and Monk are still open. They have had such a huge impact on the series where they were open. So we'll have to see what 322X will do now to actually stop that strategy that Feigl has been pulling off today.
And now it's time for 322X to put a stop on the win streak of the Feigl, but Feigl definitely put a stop on 322X in their first game. So Feigl, with that momentum, with that winning momentum from the first game, will they continue to snowball up until this game number 2, or 322 will be forcing a game number 3, reverse sweep if ever they can? So that's the strategy, that's the goal that they have in mind right now for 322X. We need to stop Feigl, but how can you stop Feigl if they already won the first match of this series?
I was talking about how Asura strikes have a lot to do about timing and positioning, so they can't just come up and just throw it right out of the bat and get swatted by the rest of the team. So like there really has to be like that whole map awareness going on with all of the AoEs and the coordination. Maybe your teammates have to create that opening for you, because it's not the Monk that's going to be doing that. He's going to be doing the killing, and the killing is going to be very easy when he has the space to do it. So it has to be a whole team effort just to get those kills.
It is a team effort. It is a team effort for you to somehow work with your players in order for you to meet the specific goal. What's your goal? We need to win, but the question is, how can you win in this tournament? The objectives are simple. You need to break the route and then go for the Yggdrasil core. If you can do that under 10 minutes, you win. But if you manage to somehow stall a lot of time, then probably focus on objectives. And now, speaking of objectives, we are heading towards game number 2 between Feigl and 322X as both of these teams marching down the river to collect the first ever Asian Shrine spawn.
Here we go. Here, it's kind of a bit different now with
Okay! As I've
nobody's playing safe anymore.
As I've said, I mean, FiGuild is just playing it safe because they are just trying to read what 322X's are trying to strategize on their first game. And now FiGuild, there's no holding back.
There's a very, very quick rundown right away on that river. It was totally different from the first match where both teams were just feeling each other out, giving each other space. This time it's a complete rundown by FiGuild on 322X.
Wow, FiGuild right now on a different strategy. They don't want to shy out anymore. You will get our full potential. And now 322X managed to get their first elimination of this game up against FiGuild. But FiGuild right now is now back on their side of the map, but still continues to eliminate the other players of the 322X. Still, there's no route to fall down because this is way too early.
It's an all-out brawl right here at the river, and I think 322X might be falling into FiGuild's trap. They should not be playing into this tempo, and they should try to look for a different way to maybe flank or something, but they're not going to be winning this way.
But of course, for all the viewers out there, in order for you to win good loots here, might as well get that item code ROLG Domination 1. Might as well type that out, and now we can see some milestones, some streaks. 5 kill streaks, ladies and gentlemen, from the Monk. Jang and Paul now out for the side of 322X. Another shrine pops into the river, and FiGuild will be collecting that at ease. No contestants made. 322X, they're just solidifying their defense.
They need to work as a team. They need to be more coordinated. It cannot be like, oh, I'll throw out a skill now and then. No, it has to be in unison. It has to be well placed, which is what FiGuild has been doing this entire series. So 322X needs to be able to achieve that kind of gel, that kind of coordination within their team as well.
And now the fight continues in this major map. FiGuild and 322X trying to exchange blows, but no one is still taking the fall. Scores are still 2-14 with 322X trying to mark the pit of the Zyron on the top. But will it spawn there? No! It's down in the bottom. And now the Zyron is being single-handedly taken out by the Night Dude of the FiGuild.
It's been... oh, wait a minute. What happened to the 322X Knight? I thought there was one right there. Oh, they're pretty much setting up. We can see Monk there that was calling spirits, trying to set up for maybe that a night kill on the Zyrox pit.
Okay.
And then back into the clashes in the river.
And now, after they took down the Zyron, it's now back to business. Asura strike, one body down, and that's Jan down on the count. FiGuild continues to dominate 322X, even with the LPs and a lot of bombs being laid down the ground. Another Asura strike now on the side of 322X, but can he find a target? I think he finds Smile Monk, and now another Asura strike charge on the side of FiGuild, and he's calling some spirits back.
They already have them flanked. Now, it's very, very, very difficult situation here for 322X. They cannot be running the same thing over and over again. They'll have to come up with a different way, a different strategy, because it's just not gonna work out for them if they continue to keep pushing the same run.
Okay, another Asura charge there, but no one is gonna... Okay, it's Mayonaka who received that fall, but now it seems like FiGuild... Okay, fine. We don't took your Yggdrasil route. Now it's time for us to at least get a peek, you know. Start trying to scratch it up a little bit. But, you know, let's just try to fall back. Later on, we're gonna try to devise a strategy. Speaking of strategy, 322X, their plan is to solidify their defense by laying out traps and LPs down on the ground. But where's FiGuild at?
Yeah, this is you can really see the discipline here when it comes to these competitive tournaments. You cannot be forcing a rundown. It will cause mistakes and it will cause an upset and maybe even a comeback. So it's much better to just stay disciplined, fall back. You're in the lead. There's no need to rush. Now the ball is on the side of 322X. They need to come up with something. They cannot be on the defensive here because they are down in points. Maybe they have to find a way to break through the Figel defense, which has been running since the first match as well. The Figel defense and just the total discipline, complete setup that they have here. Very, very solid.
Look at that. They're just standing in their own LPs right now, spraying some arrows towards the opposite side of the map. They're just standing in there, and now no LPs to protect them. It's just pure havoc from the side of Figel. Another Azure strike from the back line. Tofu Kid is down for 35 seconds, and a lot of damage coming through. Mayonaka follows suit. He's been eliminated. Figel is just raking up points.
It's not looking good here with that LP that first went down on the side of 322X. Opens them up for all the AoEs and all of the skills that are coming from Figel, which completely devastated them. And now Zion being open for the taking.
Saya Hot Cup managed to get 10 kills, and Zaron will be going towards the side of the Figel. And now the final 3 minutes of this game, number 2. Figel with 42 as they collect the Asian Shrine as well. But can they push and break the 322X's Yggdrasil route this time?
Here we go. Now they're wailing on the route. It's not looking good here. Oh no, like 322X going down left and right. Figel open to just wail on that route there.
Now Figel is just locking on that route right now, eliminating the members of 322X who just wanted to defend their own Yggdrasil route. Figel made sure that they isolated the members of the 322X, and they're hurting way too much. Look at that. Somehow Figel even placed an LP there, charging that Asura strike, and somehow they wanted to get near. No one from Figel did fall down, and Mayonaka and Tofu Kid now down for the count again.
You know, that land protector is definitely a double-edged sword. You can use it both offensively and defensively. Having an LP there right on top of the route gives them the space to be free from crowd controls and to be able to just wail on that route. At the same time, they will not be able to cast their own, but the thing is, it's already on the route, so they're able to cast their Storm Gust and so on outside of the LP where 322X was currently located at that time.
And now we're just counting seconds before the last Zyron will be spawning in 322X. They're doing everything they can to stop the Figel for raking points and eliminating the members of 322X. Figel wants to step, and now Asura strike, eliminating Jang with 77 seconds waiting on the respawn time, and I believe he will spawn when the game is over. Yes, this means 9 versus 10 as Figel tries to lock on that route.
No, it's gonna be 7 versus 10 right now. It's not looking good for 322X with only a minute remaining and the kills still racking up for the side of Figel. Another Zyron awakens.
Look at that, it's gonna be 5, and you know, even one night to at least finish the job for the Zyron as the other members trying to take the route out on the side of 322X. Chin, this is going to be difficult because some of the players from the side of 322X will be respawning after the 0 minutes. So that means how many players available? 1, 2, 3, 4 players left to defend, and we're just talking about 25 seconds.
It was massive performance from the side of Figel. Extreme coordination, and they're just very well connected as a team. They're already base camping here on the side of 322X, unable to do anything. We still have a few members respawning and then being replaced by other members just going down. With only a few seconds left, this series goes to Phi Guild.
Phi Guild again winning this series. Saya Hot Cup getting 14 as the Monk. Smile Memo getting 2 Zyron on the game, and GG02 with 4 shrines out of 5. So this is a nice feat for Phi Guild, and this stats definitely help the Phi Guild secure another win in 10 minutes.
It was an uphill battle from the start. You know,
Yeah.
Phi Guild has been undefeated since the round robins, eliminations and qualifiers. So it's really tough here for 322X. But still, they showed us like stellar performance. They'll be going down to the lower bracket. So it's not yet over till it's over. They still have a chance at the championship even. So they could very well again face Phi Guild in the championships if ever. So
But-
we'll have to wait and see.
But you know, I've read the comment here on the live stream, you know. They said that 322X, it's okay. They're just the main characters. The main characters, they deserve a beating at first, but they will bounce back. You know, I just read some comments in the live stream.
It
you
could
know.
be a strategy.
It may be a strategy for 322X to somehow go to the lower bracket and then grind from there and finally earn the rematch up against Phi Guild if they are the teams heading towards the grand finals. But, you know, 322X, they did a solid job from the first round, but of course they have to step down because Phi Guild will be advancing in the upper bracket semis.
And you know what? We have seen that time and time and again. It could be just a ruse, maybe to drop down Phi Guild's defenses and so on,
Yeah.
so that they'd be more complacent. And then later on, you know, when we see whoever emerges from the lower bracket, maybe, just maybe, they be able to penetrate that Phi Guild defense.
Phi Guild still unbeatable on over this ROLG major. Will they continue to expand their unbeatable streak as they go towards the upper bracket finals? Right now, let's see what happened in the previous game.
Really stellar performance by Phi Guild. Right off the bat, I think this is from the first match where they were still, both teams were still playing it safe a bit, more or less compared to the second. Oh, is it? No, this is the second match already where it was already a complete run. They already crossed the river and started the beatdown.
Yeah, I mean, Phi Guild, we've seen how they played out on the first few minutes. We've seen them in a different approach because
Right, yeah.
on the first game, they were just trying to let 322X do their thing. And then
Right.
for this game alone, Phi Guild already came up with a plan. This is what we're gonna do. So they played super aggressive. They did not let 322X do the split pushes and all that stuff. And Phi Guild took absolute control in the way that they focus on eliminating the members of 322X. Why? Because every time a player got eliminated, their respawn timers get doubled. So you've seen where the Crusader, I mean Tofu Kid, has that respawn timer like a minute and a half or almost 2 minutes together with Mayonaka. I mean, this is really very hard for you to witness because you're down for like almost 2 minutes and you cannot do anything while the members of the Phi Guild are just trying to push.
Exactly, which gives them a lot of openings for objectives. There's just they're just really very well disciplined. I haven't seen like a more disciplined team so far in this tournament. They're just very compact, very well coordinated when it comes to their skills. They're layering their AoEs, so it's very solid performance from Phi Guild.
Very solid indeed, but still great job for 322X. But you know, Phi Guild is the better team and they will be advancing towards the upper bracket finals. But they're just one step closer into going towards the grand finals later on. But let's check on the bracket. They still have a fight to, you know, to prepare later on because Phi Guild will be facing the winner between the next series, which is Ronin and Dictator. So Minokawa, they're on they're below the lower bracket, but Bakunawa, okay, they're not gonna be facing Pinukawa, but they will be facing 322X. Okay.
This is gonna be interesting. Actually, for match 4 right now, it's gonna be Ronin versus Dictator. So earlier, Dictator did show us a very, very, very powerful performance as well. So this is gonna be an interesting matchup here between Ronin and Dictator.
Okay, but Ronin and Dictator is gonna be a tough one too, because two of the Thai teams right now, Ronin being the second team, second top team here, they're gonna be facing Dictator, dominating the top. But up next, it's gonna be Ronin versus Dictator. Chin, Vince G, ROLG Major Day of Domination. We'll be right back.
Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him.
And now, let us start the ROLG Major Day of Domination Upper Bracket, the match number 4. So it is going to be the winner of match number 2, which is Dictator, and they will be facing up against Ronin, Vince G, and Chin Valdez. We welcome you back here on this grandest stage of the Major Day of Domination. But we've seen Five Guild versus 322X, and Five Guild is just waiting for the winner of this match.
Exactly. So there's going to be an interesting matchup here with Ronin and Dictator. I think they're both Thai teams, right?
Yes.
So, I was telling you earlier, like, from what I understand, like, a lot of the strongest and the best players are really, like, coming from Thailand. So I'm very interested to see on like what kind of strategies we're going to be seeing from 2 Thai teams here right now, being Ronin and Dictator. So yeah, I'm so excited.
Very, very much excited, and I believe that these players, these guilds, are gonna be doing their absolute best to somehow outshine each other. So these are the players. Ronin, they had secured a top spot in the round robin stage. Aside from having Five Guild on top, Ronin had their early ticket to skip the first round of this upper bracket, but they will be facing another team that is very, very dominating, which is Dictator.
So here we go. Yeah, Dictator earlier like showed us a stellar performance, definitely dictating the flow of the match. So let's see if they're still going to be able to do the same here against a team like Ronin. So like I said, I'm really expecting to see several and very, very competitive strategies here. So here we go, Dictator versus Ronin.
And the interesting thing about these two teams is that during the round robin that they had last time, both of these teams, Ronin and Dictator, ended up with an 11 wins out of 14. So same 11-3 standing score, but Ronin did manage to win the tiebreaker and get ahead towards the second spot in order for them to skip round number 1. But for Dictator, it's now time to face Ronin this time around. Yes, you might earn the second place spot, but this time around, we're gonna be kicking you down in the lower bracket.
This is very, very interesting. So even in the round robin phase, they're pretty much neck and neck with the same KDA there. So very interesting. I want to really see like who's gonna come up on top here with Ronin versus Dictator.
So in their matchup in the round robin, Dictator had quite a challenging series between Ronin, and Ronin had to dominate when it comes to winning their series up against Dictator. So the 2 matches that they had, it was clean 0-2. So will Dictator change that narrative and finally dictate that we are going to be the ones that kick you out down in the lower bracket? But for Ronin, they have to at least somehow capitalize on the fact that they're the top team, they defeated Dictator twice, and we're gonna be doing the same thing as well. So both teams are super aggressive and they're strategic, and they will promise a high-stake, thrilling battle. And the winner, of course, will be establishing dominance and will get a shot to face Five Guild later on in the upper bracket finals.
This is going to be very, very interesting. I actually didn't see like what bans we had.
Well, we're coming after that. We're coming after that. But before anything else, can we try to somehow predict the bans before they show that to us? You know, will the Bard be able to break free from that ban prison, or is it going to be no Bard all day?
For me, an interesting bans that I would like to see is to ban Assassin and ban Priest.
Ban Assassin.
And ban Priest.
Yeah, you just have to at least burn one ban opportunity that you guys have. So Assassin still not being picked onto this game. So hopefully Assassin can make an appearance, but they are trying to ignore the fact that we don't need Assassin right now. But is this going to be the time that the Bard will be making an appearance on Ronin versus Dictator matchup? This is the time to dominate, and either of which okay.
Oh, we have Hunter.
I stopped midway because Bard is finally available. Okay.
Here we go. So this is what I'm saying here. With this kind of competitive play, I would love to see how they would be utilizing the Bard. The Hunter and the Sage are banned. So there's not going to be any land protectors, and there's also not going to be range DPS coming from the Hunters. Very, very interesting setup here.
Okay. Hunter and Sages. Very, very unique bans. Crusaders are in play. We also got Rogue, but this time around, both of them will be using Bard. So, refreshing lineup to see. First game of Ronin. Dictator, this is going to be their second game, but this time, they will be picking up a Bard. So, will this solidify their chances of dominating Ronin, or will Ronin actually... Or did they have a plan in mind, and that's why they remove the Hunter for this game?
There should be like specific reason or a specific strategy why they don't want these classes on. Like they wouldn't want an LP, or they wouldn't want the range DPS on. It would have to come down to what it is that they have in mind as a team, and how they plan to rotate through the objectives, and how they plan to take these objectives. So this is very interesting bans.
Very, very interesting bans indeed. But I wanted to see how will they play out this kinds of lineup. You know, having a Bard to appear first time in this game. Well, we've seen, yeah, the Bard will be used by Tinja, I believe, if I've read the IGN correctly. But earlier on, he played the dancer part. So, you know, in this game, you have to adapt. You have to choose the right hero. But wait a minute. Okay, they're in the middle right now, but they're just trying to touch the shrine. No one committed yet. This is game number 1 between Ronin and Dictator, and UV got the first blood. And now Shelby is the target. HLBPS and Akutik Puti. Again, bodies being dropped on the floor very, very fast.
And very, very quickly, there's no playing safe here. That looks like they're just rushing them down here, crossing the river just like that. Like nothing happened, taking a few kills on the way. But wait, they're already starting to wail down on the route just by a little bit, and then disengaging. Very, very well played.
Well, Dictator, they just wanted to say hi towards the Ronin Sieg the Sil route. You know, might as well get a touch out of it. But Ronin is definitely dominating by getting all those kills. You know, that was way too fast. Getting 7, getting the Ancient Shine. Dictator now playing on the defense. I can see some Asura Strike being casted. And now some of them are trying to get icicled. Asura Strike will connect though. Okay. So they're just busy. Some of them are just busy taking down the Sieg the Sil route.
Dictator committing one. We see some hiding there. Like he's committing the blacksmith to actually go against that route.
He's fast.
They have both front lines, the Knight and the Crusader, right now, and the clash is happening. But the thing is, like this route will be equivalent to 10 kills, or well, 10 points, or as a matter of fact. But they're already, Ronin is already taking a few of those kills.
Hello, the defenses are back here. They're protecting the Yggdrasil route because it's now down by 30% life, and now they're preventing the members of Dictator to destroy Ronin's Yggdrasil route while they take Dictator's route as well. They're going back a little bit. Shrine up for grabs. Ronin is going to be taking that as well. They're going to be waiting for 50 seconds for the first siren to spawn. But Unknown with a 4 on this IGN gets the 5-kill milestone. But of course, speaking of get, look at that code. Major event final. Might as well type that out and you will be getting those goodies.
The kills are just racking up here with just about 2 minutes and a half from when we started. Already 26 points to 2. Very, 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 very interesting here. There's barely any rotations, just a quick rundown, and you would not be able to do this unless you do have the class knowledge, the player knowledge on how to execute these classes properly as a team. And as from what we've seen from Dictator, they've already been performing very, 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 very stellar performance from the first matches as well.
And now this is going to be another objective for the taking as they are gearing up for the Zyron. Both Ronin and Dictator trying to go head on, but who is going to get the final touch? Roy, Mustang 44. He's trying to burn his opponent down the floor. Zyron will be up for grabs. I believe Dictator got this because they got 9 points as of the moment.
Here we go. It's just a complete rundown with 31 points to 10. Although it's still too early to really say that this is going to be on the side of Ronin. We still don't know if Dictator has something up their sleeve. It could be like a ruse. They were running a blacksmith to go to the roots, which is the first time that we've seen that today. So there is at least some form of strategy that we haven't seen yet, and we do have bards on both sides this time. So let's see how this turns out.
Bards and dancers providing efficient support, and now Dictator trying to barge through the side of Ronin. They wanted to continue taking down the roots, but Ronin as well, they wanted to expand their points as we speak. 32 by getting Shelby out of the game, and they're closing in with an Asura strike connecting to Atung Iputi. And now Dictator is being pushed back towards their base, and someone is attacking the Yggdrasil root of Ronin as we speak.
Yeah, Ronin there sending in their knight to get some free hits over there, but a few members of Ronin have been shut down. And we can also see the Dictator's knight also wailing down freely on Ronin's root. So it's not over till it's over. Dictator still putting up a great fight here, even with an early rundown that was brought about by Ronin here. Here we go. The dancer defending. Oh no, it's down. The root has been down.
It is down, boys. Dictator successfully broke down the root, and Ronin decided to answer back as well. 10 for 10 points, root for root, and now it's all up to the core. Both of these teams needs to tighten up their defense, and now we can see the knight approaching the core. Ronin now trying to defend their territory, and now they're driving away every members of the Dictator, even with some Asura strike knocking them down on the ground.
It's not over till it's over. These points will mean nothing if the core goes down, and Dictator seems to be in the lead on that one, being able to take down the root first despite the kills difference between Ronin and Dictator. We still have 4 minutes remaining. Kills definitely and points on the side of Ronin, but Dictator not giving up.
Now the Zyron upper grabs Ronin. They will be using this as an opportunity to somehow expand their points. Dictator, yes, they did manage to steal that Zyron on the first bout, but with Ronin's manpower advantage, yes, they will be securing that too. And now we can see that the members of Dictator are trying to prevent Ronin from approaching their base because they have to defend the core, but there's happening on the pit. They're not letting Dictator out of that pit. He's now cornered, even using the Grand Cross just to sustain. And we can see Dictator being cornered and isolated by the members of Ronin, even with some Storm Gust being laid down the ground. Chin, it's total havoc.
Oh, we have here 10 kills by Roy Mustang. We just see the awesome power of the monk here, getting kills left and right and left and right. Another Asura strike over there. We can see that it's just when it comes to these all-out brawls between these matches, it's really on the side of Ronin. Dictator will really have to come up with something kind of similar to what they pulled off earlier with that early root pick.
Hello. It is going to be Dictators tightening up their defense, trying to protect their core at all costs, while Ronin is trying to find the perfect opportunity to strike. Ronin gathered on the river. I think they're just waiting for the last Asian Shine to spawn at 17 seconds. Dictator, can they cross the river though? Because you'll be seeing Ronin there. Can you do some sneak? And hey!
Ooh, you get some free hits there by Dictator. They actually had 3 members down, which was why they were actually playing it safe back at base, because they were going to be outnumbered if they went in that clash. Definitely some very good discipline right there, not rushing things and just waiting for the rest of the team.
And now, Dictator member trying to escape. He got cornered by the entire guild, and he's not gonna survive. Mr. Tan and Tinaja suffered casualties. Look at the timer. I believe they will not make it through, so this is good as a 7 versus 10 right now, as Ronin is aiming to destroy the Yggdrasil core.
Now we still have we see a lot of free hits here coming from the dancers over there. And also the rogue as well. Everyone's wheeling down on the core. It's not looking good for Dictator. They have 3 members down, only 7 members up. Will it be enough to be able to drive back Ronin?
Oh man, they're on the final push, and now the last iron is available. And look at that, Dictator not giving up. He's doing the core job very, very well. He's trying to single-handedly destroy the Yggdrasil core, forcing the members of the Ronin to react. And right now, can they defend or will they push? I think the priorities are straight. We need to end fast. It's just a single member for the side of Dictator that cannot do it alone. No, make that 2. They're gonna be doing this twice. It's a 2 versus 2 on the Ronin side of the base. No, they called for another member. And right now, the defenses are quite tight, with Ronin having a much higher score, 70% down for the life. And now who or which core will destroy first? The time is ticking. Who is going to be the victor of this game? Is it going to be Ronin or is it going to be Dictator? No, it's Ronin still.
That was such a close match. There was a bit of panic there on the side of Ronin when they had that Asura Strike misfire. Priest put down a safety wall, which caused the Asura Strike to miss. That was some pretty interesting wailing down there on that core. It could have been close. It could have went to the side of Dictator. Very, very interesting match. See, it's not over till it's over, and a Dictator has shown that they will put up a fight. They're not going down easy, and it's not over yet.
Wow, this game is so tight. Like, it can be anyone's game, you know. You can try to divert Ronin, force the other players to go home, and then go defend their base, and some of them are trying to lock it in. But by a margin of points, Ronin did manage to win. And if ever Dictator broke that Yggdrasil core first, they could have made an upset. But still, Ronin will be having a match point in this series.
I'm looking forward to a game 3. It was very interesting how it went down early game. It was a complete rundown. Ronin overran Dictator at the start, but I bet it could have been anyone's game at that point on that river. If Dictator had that initial spike of power there, or like the initial coordinated attacks there, it could have went there. It could have been a different story altogether. But otherwise, even with this that situation that we had there, perfect performance as well by Dictator and Ronin as well.
Well, let's check out how did they do that. With our highlights, we can see that Ronin is snowballing when it comes to getting those early points. But we can see the resilience of Dictator trying to catch up and rake up those points. They stole the first Siren objective, which somehow contributed to their points. But the most highlight that Dictator did in this game would be trying to force Ronin to somehow engage with the other players of Dictator while the Knight is focusing on tearing down the root. And once that he managed to reach the core, I mean, the Knight and probably the Alchemist is just trying to help him increase damage way further so he can like unleash a barrage of damage with his Knight.
Very, very interesting. It's not yet over. We're seeing some very different strategies this time around compared to the previous series. We're seeing a lot of gunning down now instead of just playing it safe in the river. There's no feeling each other out. It's really just, I'm gonna kill you. We're all gonna kill you. It's very, very solid brawling. You'd love to see it.
We definitely love to see this, Chin, because we need to see how will this series end. Will Ronin still dominate Dictator? But remember, Ronin and Dictator had the history in the round robin stage where Ronin ended up with a 2-0 win up against Dictator. So if Dictator wants to make a statement and come back from this game, this should be the moment. Force a game number 3. That's the goal.
We actually haven't seen a game number 3 just yet, even with our previous series. So we'll have to see what goes down in the next few matches.
But you know, this is going to be a long and tough day for each and every one of us. So hopefully you guys are enjoying here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Chin and Vince G, we will be right back.
Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge.
Welcome back here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. We have witnessed the game number 1 between two anti-great guilds, which is Ronin and Dictator. But will Dictator finally made an upset and set sail and dictate the face of this game? So Vince G and Chin, we are back here on the desk, and we will be bringing you intense ROLG action. So hopefully you don't miss this one out.
So yeah, like we have not yet seen a single Game 3 this entire day.
Nah.
So this might be the series for that. Now we'll have to wait and see. Dictator did put a pretty good fight there, despite running with that onslaught of early kills in the river right there. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how Dictator will be able to pull up something up their sleeve maybe, or just lay down all the cards and see what strategies they're going to be coming up with.
Well, for Ronin, they are still asserting their dominance in the entire tournament. They did manage to defeat Dictator clean 2-0 in the round robin, but can they repeat that same thing as well? But I can see Dictator trying to fight back. They don't want to lose easily. They wanted to give Ronin something to remember by. So with a clean sweep upset, maybe we can see the efforts coming in from the Team Dictator to somehow put the top seed, or the second top seed, Ronin, down in the lower bracket.
So far from what we've been seeing, especially from this series right here, there was really a lot of displayed discipline there. Normally, when it comes to these kinds of games of war and fighting and all that, most players are usually hungry for kills. But here you can see a lot of disengages, like very strategically placed, so that they do not give more points to the opponent. They really just hold back and wait for the next wave of skills to come up.
So this is going to be a crucial test of skills and of course strategy from both of these teams, Chin. So we've seen Bard returning into the fray. And
Finally.
finally, actually, I was looking for this moment. We've seen 3 consecutive series without the Bard, but this time around, he broke free. That's why he was very much utilized into this game. But of course, they have to sacrifice the Sage for that one, and they have to remove another hero. Assassin still not pick into this game, so most likely, when will the Assassin make an appearance? That's the question.
It's very interesting here because the Sage is not open. It's been banned, so there is no land protection. It's so chaotic. All of the AoEs are just happening right in front of us. So it's really just a matter of who gets those skills up first, who gets those storm gusts up first, and just really massive AoE fights happening over and over again everywhere. Lots of fighting on every corner here. So it's very, 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 very interesting matchup here.
So this is where the wizard shine through. You know, he can like cast a lot of meteor storm and then some storm gust to at least somehow delete or deal massive damage in that team fight, because there's no LP being summoned by the Sage in play. And now players are just preparing for the moment, still with the classes being removed as well. They're gonna be sticking with the same kind of lineup. But can this be the finally the time wherein Dictator win up against Ronin and force a game number 3, or will Ronin still continue to assert dominance? And here we go. They're gonna be buying a lot of stuff with their Zany. They're gonna be maxing that out. Potions, traps if they need to, in order for them to lay the perfect defense.
Gemstones as well for the skill. So I think they're all given like 1,000,000 Zeni, which is quite a lot when it comes to actually just purchasing these materials that they would need, giving them virtually unlimited skills for all classes. So you know, like you need traps for the ankle snares. I think you need like a couple of gemstones for the safety walls and so on. So yeah, basically they have unlimited skills here.
There you go, unlimited skills, but they have limited time, because they should be doing that as fast as they could, because you're talking about a time constraint of 10 minutes. If you do not secure the maximum points, it's gonna be over for your team. And the only way for you to win would be trying to destroy the root and the core as well, and that's what they're after. If they're behind by points, might as well outsmart our opponents and then go for the sneak. And then, you know, having having to lift that trophy is one of the dreams that the player will be aiming for this tournament. And whoever, Ronin actually, is just one win away in order for them to secure their slot in the upper bracket finals. And they'll be facing Feigl later on. And for Ronin, actually, they just have to continue what they're doing. For Dictator, it's time for them to change the narrative of this game if they wanted to be the one to face the Feigl. Here we go.
And of course, we do have our hunters and our sages banned, so there's not going to be any ankle snares, there's not going to be any land protection. So it's been a very chaotic match so far, and it really just comes down to who has that greater will and more coordination as a team.
Coordination, tactics, and strategy. This is going to matter. 10 of these players needs to cooperate with each other and use every bit of strategy they have on their sleeves. They don't want to waste every opportunity. Might as well see that they are going all out later on, just like what we've seen from Feigl later on. The first round, they just shy away from showing their full potential, and the match number 2 showing a little bit of their true potential in order for them to somehow rake up and dominate points. But for Dictator, yeah, they could still try to do the same aggression that they are doing earlier on, and might as well punish Ronin as well from denying the objectives. So I cannot wait to see what's going to be the end game for this. Is it going to be game number 3, or is it going to be Ronin versus Feigl in the upper bracket grand finals? And I'm not going to be talking any further because the players are almost getting out of their bases. Here we go, the second game of the 4th series between Dictator and Ronin. Who is going to get the first Asian Shine?
Of course, it's going to be the monks up first up front.
Woo!
Very interesting monk duel over there, usually with the spirit absorption. And right now, we still see we already have 2 down from the side of Ronin. Dictator was able to get the shrine there. And here we go. We have first blood on the side of Dictator.
Okay, so the monk from Dictator is a Puti. He managed to at least get the first kill for the team. Ronin as well gets the first. He managed to punish Nong Zara 03. Dictator getting 4 first kills on this game. This is a very, very nice start. 6-1 score. And for Ronin, feels like they're struggling early game. So they have to find an opening on how can they stop Dictator from dictating a game number 3 in this series.
Exactly, and this is a much different game compared to the first match. There's no more overwhelming onslaught right now. It is on the side of Dictator in terms of points. This could be anyone's match. We might even be seeing our first game 3 here in this series.
And now they're gonna try to get near the Yggdrasil route. For Dictator, they need to defend. No, they are the ones who's attacking. They're the ones who's attacking the base, the Yggdrasil route of the members of the Ronin. But wait a minute, Dictator, I think the guy who passed through did not notice that. He's just trying to hide. The dancer just, okay, I'm gonna go back, you know. And then he's gonna do the job again. He's gonna go in, he's gonna go out, and the members of the Ronin is focusing on the Dictator's Yggdrasil route. So this guy, let me do my job. I'm gonna be attacking the route. Don't mind me. Do your thing.
So now with the points really on the side of Dictator, it looks like they've just opted to commit their one knight into just dealing more damage to their route, while the rest of the team really just focus more on the clashes. So it's going to be a 9 versus 10. Now they start to go back down and to try to take down the knight.
They became so suspicious. This guy, he's going in and then he's just missing. And now he's down for the count. He got caught. But wait a minute.
It looks like the score is now down to 9 and 8. So meaning even versus a 9 versus 10, they were still getting they were getting more kills then, because they were actually losing one guy who was actually just dealing more damage to the route.
And now the scores are even. 9-9. Asian Shine is gonna be up in a few more minutes. And now Ronin and Dictator still bringing the fight. into the river, but no, you need to avoid the river because you need to go towards the pit. It's on the top. The Zyron is awakened, but who's gonna be getting the point? 10 to 10 score, done for one exchange. Who's gonna be taking the first casualty? And the guy, and this guy is just too busy. I don't even care if the fight is happening in the Zyron pit. Let me do my business. Ronin, I believe, they got the first Zyron, and now the buffs are coming through, so he's making his job easier.
So now we have two guys from Dictator just wiggling on the route. The significant damage has just had to be dealt to that route already. The score is very tight, but as we know, like we've already seen, two guys, both Knight and the Blacksmith, have dealt significant damage to Ronin's route. With Ronin at 2 points ahead of Dictator, it's still too close to call, and it could still be at anyone's ball game right now.
It is anyone's ball game. Shrine, actually, if Dictator gets this, that means it's going to be an even game. But Ronin has other priorities in mind. We need the 10 points coming from this Yggdrasil route. Ronin collected the shrine, and that's why they are up by 4 points up against Dictator. Dictator now focusing on defense. So I am quite looking for the other member of the Dictator Guild who is busy doing the tower push. Can he take down the Yggdrasil route? But the fight is being brought here in the river. They're gonna be starting it well. Oh my goodness. Two players are trying to endure the pain. Asuna Strike charging through, but no one to receive that yet. Easy-Deer 01, the Bard has been eliminated together with Dictator's Bard. Tinaja waiting for 10 seconds. Piglet just waiting still. And now Roy Mustang as well, collecting those 5 kill bounties in hand by eliminating forever 3.
It's very interesting here. It's now on the side of Ronin. They're not able to continue the onslaught on the route that Kero was doing on it. When they took him down, Ronin took it as an opportunity to actually just keep pushing now. And right now they're on the defensive, having the lead in points. Now the ball is in Dictator's hands. They cannot play passively. They have to be on the offensive. They have to be more aggressive. It cannot be how it has been the past couple of minutes. It has to be on their decision right now on how this game will play.
And now the game actually this could be anyone's game. I mean, this can be the game that Dictator can definitely bounce back, but Ronin here is playing ultra aggressively. They don't want that to happen because we're just talking about match point, and now 6 minutes quite approaching. The second Siren is up for grabs. Ronin trying to expand their lead by 10 points, and if they get the Siren, that means another 10 points will be added towards the banner. I can see the Master of Strike being laid on the floor, but wait a minute, Ronin doing another job here, taking down the route.
Oh, this is interesting here. We have two bio-cannibalized there. And then we also have the Knight here, which is Namo, who's just wailing on the route here while everyone's fighting on the Zyron pit. So very interesting strategy. Now the tables have turned heavily on Ronin's side here.
He's just busy fulgurizing, you know. Ronin, actually, they did manage to get the Siren, and they're not leaving trails behind. But what happened?
Root goes down on the hand of the
Namo.
plants.
Namo, actually, if I were the players of Dictator, I have to find this guy, and my strategy would be finding Namo. Actually, having to find this guy and then doing the sneak attacks. You know, he's just doing business for his team, and because of that, he expanded the lead, and they're up by 45 points right now.
It was Namo and Sondon. So there were two of them there. Both Namo and Sondon really just dealt so much damage to that route. Went down in mere seconds while they were finding the Zion pit.
And that takedown definitely helped Ronin expand their lead. So all that they have to do is that it's either wait for 2.5 minutes in order for them to solidify their victory up against Dictator, and for Dictator, since they know the time capabilities of this game, they have to be ultra aggressive, get bodies down on the floor, on the members of Ronin, take down the root, go for the core. And now Ronin applying some defense, as of the strike. Who's gonna be the target? I believe he got stunned. And now, who is gonna take the fall? No one yet. They're still up into this game. Look at the double strafe coming in. Is it going to connect though? He's hurting way too much, and that is why he needs to back off a little bit. And now the flames are just burning way through. But can you cross the river though? What is the next strategy for Dictator?
It's not looking good here with an 8v10 here right now, and only a minute and a half remaining. Ronin with the massive lead. The only way they can win here right now is if they're able to actually take down the core, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They still have the root up. It's not looking good for Dictator.
Going to hide once again and then go back into taking down the root. I believe no, he went here on the river in order for him to aid his teammates. Cutie Pooty, he managed to punish his opponents. Unknown 0-4 is gonna be down for the count. Piglet, the dancer, for the side of Dictator, falls down as well as Zyron. This is gonna be the last bit, and if they get this, wow, 9 easy points for Ronin as they march towards the side of the base and tries to defend towards the Dictator's push. And they're gonna try to annihilate. And look at the score, half, 30-60.
It's do or die now. They have to take down that core. There's no other way to win this. It's gonna, even if with the kills, they're not gonna be able to take back the lead from Ronin unless they take down the core. And it looks like there's no hope left for Dictator with only 8 members remaining and about 13 seconds left in this match.
8 versus 8 indeed. We're just counting time. Ronin, Dictator. Ronin, can they add more bodies down the floor? Dictator somehow tries to win this game, but Ronin has more points. Roy having 10 kills, UV with 1 siren take, and Roy as well again getting 2 shrine, and that is going to be Ronin's game.
Stellar performance from both teams, both Ronin and Dictator. It could have been anyone's match. Dictator already had the lead, but somehow they were able to keep their cool. They allowed Kero to keep wailing on the root, while they were, as we saw earlier, like one by one, they were all applying some sort of debuff, either decrease agi or and so on, and they were able to somehow defend against that and retake the lead from Dictator.
What an intense series. I believe Dictator really did a solid job into pressuring Ronin to give their absolute best. Because if not, Ronin will be trying to somehow do, what they currently need to do. But, having the scores tight. Dictator and Ronin. Somehow Ronin was, of course, scared of having a game number 3, and they were forced to, no, we need to end this. We are already on a match point, and that is why we need to solidify our win, and this will earn them a slot in the upper bracket finals, and later on, they will be facing Phi Guild.
Namo and Sondon at one time was securing that route while they were actually like contesting for the Zyron. I think it was like the second Zyron, but very, very quickly and swiftly taking down the route from Dictator.
Very, very neat, very, very swift. I believe we're going to be seeing what happened later on. But of course, congratulations to Ronin for advancing towards the upper bracket finals, because they're gonna be earning a spot into facing the Phi Guild, and that means in our upper bracket finals, Chin, 2 of the top teams in the round robin will be facing each other once again.
Exactly, and I wonder what's gonna happen. Let's take a look at what's been happening in this recent match so far with our match highlights.
And this is what happened. So, Dictator having the first 9 kills, or 9 points in favor of them, and then Ronin decided to step up. Okay, we're not gonna let you hog all the glory. And that's why what happened was, Ronin and Dictator decided to go on a rally of kills, rally of points. You get you get one, we'll get another. We get two, we'll get two kills. So they're just trying to bounce and get those points and try to get the score tied up as much as possible. But Ronin found an opportunity to finally broke out and snowball into this game, and that's why Ronin didn't hold back. They decided to maintain the lead. They went by half already on the side of Dictator, and then Ronin protected that lead. They did not even need to destroy the core. We just have to wait for 10 minutes in order for us to achieve sure victory.
This was the one. This was the root take by Sondon and also by Namo. We had those two bio-cannibalized there by Sondon. Very interesting setup there. Very, very quickly taking down the root.
Very, very quickly indeed. But this time around, Ronin is going to prepare for their biggest fight yet. But for Dictator, of course, they will not have to relax a little bit because they still have series in the lower bracket to prepare, because you wanted to warm and gear up, and they're gonna be facing another team, and I believe it's either Bakunawa or Minokawa later on. So things are getting more and more exciting because we are just halfway through the major day of domination bracket.
Exactly. And I really wonder what's gonna happen. So what happened? What happened, Bella?
What happened, Bella? No one's crying again, but Bakunawa and 322X is going to be our next series, Chin. And Minokawa and Dictator, they're gonna be fighting off. So I thought it's gonna be a rematch between Bakunawa and Dictator, but still, they're gonna be trying to, prove their worth here in the lower bracket. So whoever wins in Bakunawa 322X will advance. Minokawa and Dictator also will advance, and they will be fighting each other in our 7th match before we head on to the upper bracket final. So that's just a moments away, Chin.
Exactly. And actually that Feigl versus Ronin match is also going to be very interesting. They both had also 2-0s, right, for both of their matchups. So it's going to be interesting. Will Ronin finally end Feigl win streak?
And this is still the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
The hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer. Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go!
For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go!
For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last...
ROLG Major Day of Domination. This is the start of our lower bracket matchup, and we are going to witness who is going to advance in the next round. And I believe Chin, and by the way, Vince G,
Right,
this is going to be between 322X and Bakunawa.
Bakunawa.
Yeah.
So very interesting. I think it was Bakunawa who faced up against Dictator earlier.
Dictator, yeah.
So, and actually put up a pretty good fight. So this will be an interesting matchup here.
And interestingly, of course, ROLG Major Day of Domination, of course, we are here gathered in the live event. There's a lot of activities to try out on here on the site. And right now, before anything else, we need to introduce 2 of these teams, starting off with Bakunawa, still with 2 unlockable characters.
Unlockable characters on the sides here. So they're not complete in this photo, but it is what is it. I think they're complete here anyway, like during this match. So yeah, hopefully they'll put up a better performance in this time's matchup against 322X.
Well, 322X shows a lot of promise earlier on because they did manage to go towards the second round, but unfortunately they got knocked down by Fight Guild. And this will be the where will 322X tries to make their way back again into the grand finals to earn a spot if ever that they're going to be facing Fight Guild there, or probably they're going to be waiting for Fight Guild to fall down in the lower bracket, right?
But just for another rematch against them, if ever. And yeah, Fight Guild still hasn't had any losses so far, even during the round robin phase. So later on, when we finally see the matchup between Fight Guild and Ronin, that's also going to be an interesting sight to see. But right now we have 322X and Bakunawa. We're gonna have to see if where are they gonna be getting the rematches for today's video.
Well, actually, these guys are definitely hungry for those rematch claws. You know, for 322X, they want to face Fight Guild. For for Bakunawa, of course, they are looking for the team, Dictator. If they're gonna be falling down the lower bracket, or actually they are in the lower bracket right now.
Exactly,
So
yeah.
if Dictator managed to go towards the next round, and if Bakunawa wins, so that's gonna be a rematch again in this scenario. So by the way, everybody, ROLG Major Day of Domination, if you're here in the venue, of course, might as well try out a lot of good stuffs here. We have the Monster
We have a few
Bingo,
booths here over.
Hunter's Challenge. We also have the Maxim booth over here. But of course, if you're gonna be buying scrolls, of course you buy at Richmond's. Those items, the limited items are also available, and of course, if you're gonna be paying through GCash and Maya, they accept that. So more in-game items are available at Richmond. So if you're gonna be buying stuffs from ROLG, go buy at Richmond's.
Yeah, we also have a lucky draw later on, so stay in your seats because we do have a few prizes available here.
I am staying
We
in my
do.
seat.
I also want the prizes here because we're actually offering like there's also a Razer gaming mouse up for grabs, a Razer gaming headset, and also a gaming console.
Okay, it's time for us to
Stay in our seats.
stay in our switch. I'm not gonna switch. I mean, I'm gonna be staying on my seat right now, but if I'm gonna be winning these prizes, oh my goodness, I'm not gonna move here. I'm gonna be staying here up until the very end.
Exactly.
But
and
you know,
all
that's our job.
all you really have to do is just stay in your seat, and these are up for grabs. And
Wow.
entrance here is actually free, so if you guys are in the area, feel free to drop by. Maybe you'd be taking home a gaming console.
Wow, I do love that. And if ever that you stay up until the very end, we've witnessed history together, and the announcement of those winners in the lucky draw, and might as well call your names and you're not here. I'm gonna be pretending that I'm you. So you have to stay there. You know, if they call out a random name that's not here right now, I'm gonna be pretending that's me. Even if I'm Vince G, I don't even care. I'm gonna be getting that mouse and those headsets.
Exactly. So, yeah, looks like our players are pretty locked in. We're just waiting for our matches to start. It's gonna be pretty intense. It's gonna be another PH team versus another PH team again. So we've been seeing some very similar matchups. It could be a cultural thing as well. How Filipino teams and Thai teams also have different strategies that they've been showcasing so far in this tournament. So yeah, it's gonna be great to see another PH versus PH team here with similar strategies as well.
Similar strategies, similar countries, but this time the goals are different. In order for them to win, they have to beat their opponents, and this time around they have to beat their fellow countrymen. They need to advance towards the next round, but of course one of them will be advancing. They will not be advancing both. So of course, in this kind of matchup, even though they're strong, you have to prove you're the stronger team, right? So in this kind of matchup, you have to be 100% fully prepared. And this day, we're just halfway through. I mean, the fifth match of the day, and we can see right now two Filipino teams clash against each other. Of course, you have to expect something out of this. 3-2-2X, can they advance, or probably this would be the time for Bakunawa to shine through, because Bakunawa going back towards that bracket or that round robin system, Bakunawa was the 6th team to qualify here. So that means they hardly earned that slot. They almost did not make it here because of their standing, but of course with their determination and resiliency, we're gonna be making it. Right now they're here. So Bakunawa's turn to prove that they deserve this spot, and you need to prove it, because if you lose, there's no lower bracket, you're gonna be out.
And yeah, as we said earlier, usually the hero loses at the start.
Yeah.
So for all
They
we
say
know,
that.
they're starting from the bottom, but now they're champions. For all
They're
we know,
champions.
right?
They're
Of the
there.
ROLG Major Day of Domination. So it's too early to tell. No, maybe, but they will be proving that they deserve the spot here in this major tournament.
They do, of course. And right now, all I can say is that these teams or these players they already have 2,000 US dollars. But
Exactly.
you're not gonna be contented with 2,000 US dollars alone. So you have to expand further. So whoever made it out, that means they're gonna be earning the 5th and 6th spot. So from this match and the match number 6 later on between Dictator and Minokawa. So well, we're gonna be determining who's gonna be the team that will be facing up later on. But since we've seen the Bard made appearance earlier on, who do you think is going to be removed from this game as well?
Assassins.
Assassins. Aside from them being ignored totally, okay, might as well see an assassin ban. So they could like have a liberty of events or a liberty of classes to choose from. And then we're going back to the thought that what if there's no wizards? It happened. There's no sages.
There was
right?
no sage, no land
Crusader.
protector.
No sages happened, no crusader happened, no rogue happened, but this time no wizards. Hunter actually, they have been eliminated too.
What if there are no wizards, so there wouldn't be too much reason to use sages, so they use assassins instead.
Assassin, yeah. No reason. So it's time for Assassin to get back here. Might as well show us what you've got. Let's see those assassins in play. That's what we need to see. And right now, players trying to draft up, thinking of who should we remove. I mean, are we gonna go remove the Bard again? Probably knowing them or knowing their opponents, might as well. Bard might be the first class choice to be removed.
Actually, I think the way assassins are being ignored here is because at this stage of the game we're given 2-1 jobs, 2-2 jobs. Assassins get their power spike in terms of PvP when they reach trans job, which is the assassin cross, which is where they get their soul destroyer and their enchant deadly poison and all of that. But since they don't have those tools right now at this stage, it's not gonna be too beneficial for them to actually run assassins compared to the other available jobs here, which are also very strong at this stage, at the 2-1, 2-2 jobs.
Yeah, 2-1 and 2-2 jobs actually, but still, I wanted to see a very, very, very unique approach towards the game style. Monk actually did manage to burst out the backline with the Asura Strike. If there's gonna be an assassin, okay, let's see how will that work out. So no LPs earlier. That will be pretty chaotic. Sages are out. What else? What else do we need to talk about? Crusaders, we've seen that. Wizard, I have not seen that just yet.
Right. So yeah, assassins don't really offer too much in terms of team fights at this stage as assassins and not assassin crosses. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna be seeing assassins today.
Nah. Because assassins are really good actually with burst, sonic blow and all that stuff. And they could do that. They can like stealth in the battle and have a high evasion, But assassins, the reason why they're not making it to the cut because I think their HP is quite relatively low.
They're very, very squishy. There actually aren't any walls for them to go.
That's why.
To use cloaking. So cloaking is the hiding while they're moving, which rogues can actually do like with their tunneling. So yeah, there's really not too much reason for the players to utilize the assassins here.
Why.
So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. If ever, I did tell you about how they're always critting, and it could play a factor into them missing when they're attacking the roots or the core because they will not miss. They will always be dealing damage. That's why usually breakers are usually assassins.
That's why.
But usually, also like if you're not given that space, they're very squishy. They're very easy to kill, and they would get one shot. So yeah, we might not be seeing that here in this kind of PvP.
And in comparison to Monk, Monk can like charge up Spirit, go for an Asura Strike, but way more durable than an assassin. So
or the Knight. Normally it's what they've been using is they've been using the Knight as breakers. So it's the Knights that are the ones who were doing the attacks on they're gonna have the same job,
The job.
basically, the assassin and the knight. But since the knight is more durable, and also faster, having the peko, there's really not more reason to use assassins.
Okay.
In that case, unless you're willing to sacrifice that slot in the clash, when if you maybe have an assassin and a knight at the same time, wielding at the core and the roots. But that would mean that your team would be at a disadvantage fighting 8v10. So yeah, there are different scenarios where you might be able to use an assassin, but right now it could be very risky as well.
Very, very risky indeed. And one good thing about the assassin is that they could cloak themselves out, go stealthy. But having wizards in play, being a vulnerable assassin, even though you're trying to hide, but if you got hit by an AoE skill like Grand Cross, stuff like that, you can get hurt if you're the assassin. So
Right.
might as well, we're not gonna be choosing assassin, and that's the reason why assassins are not being picked here in comparison to Knight, which has the highest raw HP. As you
And also
mentioned.
not having a lot of walls to work around,
Wall.
you're not going to be able to cloak. Because
Yeah.
you need to be beside a wall to do that. Unlike if you're sieging a castle, for example, in War of Imperium, where there's walls, of course, everywhere. So you'll be able to go invisible all the time, making your way just sneaking around into the Imperium, which we don't have here in this matchup here. So it's going to be very disadvantageous. And yeah, other than those, the ones that I've mentioned, I don't really see too many other reasons to be running assassins.
All right, so that's why.
Unless your name's Chin Valdez.
Oh, your chin. Okay. So that's the reason. Okay, now we already identified and we already knew why they are trying to ignore the assassin. But going back into having a bard being removed down into play, I mean, having those buff skills being annoying. We don't want to see a bard snowballing their way through. It's having a poem. Actually, that's their skill, right? The
Braggy.
poem, the game breaking. It reduces cast time and delay for the whole entire team, and
Yeah,
that's what you
Braggy's-
need for a 10v10.
Braggy's poem is going to be very, very crucial. You're going to have faster Asura strikes, faster Storm Gust, and all that. So, yeah, and that's going to be for the entire team.
The entire team.
So, because from what I've seen, I think all of the Asura strikes are taking up to 2 seconds.
Oh, that's why.
To cast, but with the Braggy's poem, that's going to be much faster. Being able to dish that out, that heavy takedown right away.
Heavy takedown. And it goes well with monks, as you mentioned. You need to cast that Asura strike very, very fast. And it goes well with the dancers as well. They go hand in hand, toe to toe. Sages. We've seen a game without sages. No LPs. Why?
No land protect. And then we see that complete massive stampede with no land protection.
No.
Because we're always going to be in groups, and then we're going to have massive AoEs with no land protection. Everyone's just going to be on the floor.
Yeah, everyone. And you need those dispels up and running. But having a sage on your lineup, of course, it's very, very vulnerable. It has low survivability and damage compared to the wizard that has burst amount of AoE. But Bakunawa and 322X, we've talked way too much strategy. It's time for them to utilize all those strats and show what they got here in the ROLG Major Day of Domination.
Oh, here we go. We have the monk,
Monk,
and the
rogue.
rogue has been banned.
Okay.
Well, meaning we have the bards open. So that's going to be an interesting setup here.
So bards here actually very, very useful for the entire team. So he can buff off the entire team. You can use the Braggy just to help utilize the entire team during fights. And actually fair share. Actually everyone gets the bard actually, but with no rogue and no monk. So yeah, you have the bard, but it's gonna be essential for the wizard because he can spam a lot of AoE burst skills in order for them to wipe up an entire map. And if sages actually can benefit from that because the LPs are quite fast to cast.
And also now with the hunters back in the game, we're gonna see even in all Ragnarok games, even here in Landverse, the hunter has always been very popular. So it's pretty typically easy class to use. Just keep your range and you'll be dealing massive amounts of damage. So we could offset that with the lack of the monk here, but positioning will definitely have to play a major role here.
Very, 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 very well said, my partner Chin. Monk again being banned out, being removed, because actually the high potential of this guy, one striking those squishy heroes with an Asura strike, it's a really, really great equalizer that can bypass his defense and reduction to one shot almost any non-fit tank. But having Crusader receive that as well,
Right.
they can like survive, but still the damage is way too much. Having to deal with that Crusader, we all know he relies with the
Auto guard.
self heal. I mean, he's sacrificing life in order for him to, give protection towards the team. And here we go, Chin, as the border tries to race. They're gonna be heading towards the mid. Who is going to get the first shine? Bakunawa 3-2X. Here we go. The LPs are on the floor.
Right off the bat, we see Tobukun here up to no good again. He tries to go off on the side, maybe to try that whole misdirection play again. Both teams playing it very, very safe with their LPs and ankle snares on both sides. We see two safety walls as well in the middle. I think the shrine went to the side of Bakunawa.
Yeah, first 2 points for Bakunawa. No casualty as of yet. And now Bakunawa and 3-2X, they're trying to play mind games with each other. You think we're gonna be staying at mid? No. We're gonna go up top? No. We're gonna be cornering you down at the bottom. So it's either of them tries to make the first move, but Bakunawa's first move will be getting the shine and not, they're not gonna cross the border yet until the time or the perfect time permits it. Okay, Bakunawa, I believe they excel in this kind of strategy. They are going in other side of the map, or the far edge of this map, and
Exactly.
then try to go and sneak towards the Yggdrasil route.
And also trying to clear all the ankle snares. Earlier, they were trying to mirror and track at least Tobukun, because that is the 3-2-X strategy with their knight, like really just dealing massive amounts of damage to their core and to their roots.
Now the roots are being taken here.
Oh, no.
But the defenses from Bakunawa is just there. You cannot touch our Yggdrasil root. Stop
The root is on fire.
It is on fire right now, and Bakunawa will have to drive the
First
remaining
blood.
member. And Jesus Christ gets the first blood, and I can hear the audience clapping for that first blood. They're celebrating.
Very, very interesting defense there. Very solid play by Bakunawa.
Solid indeed, but somehow that's a really, really nice way to stop 3-2-X from getting your root done in an instant. But 3-2-X, can they translate that effort into something else? Because Bakunawa is slowly approaching towards their area.
Exactly. 3-2-X still pulling off a pretty solid defense, but as they say, even with that whole defense on lock, patience is the key.
Patience is a virtue, and this might be the key of getting them the victory. Bakunawa getting 5 total kills, and 3-2-X were awarded with 1 kill on their banner, and they're just trading blows. Don't mind me, I'm gonna do my business here. I'm gonna be destroying your route.
Tobukun doing Tobukun things.
I mean, I'm the knight. I'm gonna try to knock it down.
It's very, very crucial how they're given that space. Here you see we have another objective here where they're going to be fighting for. I bet Tobukun. Oh, he's actually over here in this clash as well. Maybe
Whoa!
the Zyron has fallen to the side
Of 3-2-X.
3-2-X.
And now, fans are just cheering left and right. We can see all of those skills, those AoE storm gusts being utilized by the wizard, trying to wreak havoc. But no, I have my own business. Don't mind me. I'm from 3-2-2. I'm gonna be destroying your route. Go continue your clashes there in the pit.
Tobukun doing Tobukun things. This is the true unsung hero of 322.
You know,
322X.
let me do my job. I mean, how many life is left in the root right now? While
Ooh, now skills are coming up, which means it's down there. It's 30% HP.
wait a
They
minute,
have a Dragon Fear pumping up.
is it almost? Yeah, almost. I think that's 20%, and that forces the members of Bakunawa to somehow defend. Wait a minute.
Oh, wait a minute. They
There.
can smell you. They can
Yeah,
smell
yeah.
you, Tobokun. You have to...
You need to hide. You need to run. You need to make sure that they won't be able to catch you. Another item to catch is this code right here. Make sure to type this code. Major event final, of course, for good spoils, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss that out.
Very, very solid play again by 322X. The usual Tobokun play. The unsung hero, 0 KDA. Just really focusing on the goal right here.
Focus on the goal. That's what I wanted to do, and don't mind me. I mean, while fights and chaos are happening all across the map, I mean, as the knight of this group or of this guild, you know, my job will be destroying this objective, get 10 points, and then might as well aim for the core. But wait a minute, I can see someone doing the same thing as well. It's gonna be them trying to return the favor towards 322X's Yggdrasil route.
Where safety walls dropped down there, and then also a Quagmire dropped on the Bakunawa route. And it wouldn't be an easy task to try to steal it again from the by Tobu.
Okay, so they're they're standing in their own LPs right now. Siron is back into the fray, and they will be acquired here by the members of the Bakunawa. They're not letting the members of 322X go inside, and Bakunawa secures that one, and Bakunawa is also trying to destroy the 322X. Yggdrasil core and root, rather, you know, they're just returning the favor from that knight.
Finding an opening there. I think the safety wall was off point there. With the Bakunawa Knight now wailing down on the root. Root hasn't been casting skills yet, so it still has a lot of HP left.
It is. It is. It's still quite tanky. It's still quite up, and now it's casted. He needs to toughen up. He managed to use that agi up just to somehow prevent him from ending this game. But 322X, are they gonna be laying out traps? Same goes with Bakunawa, I believe. They're trying to somehow stop the members of the 322X from snowballing, because we're talking about the last 3 minutes of this game, and later on we're gonna be seeing the final objective make its appearance, like the last Zyron and the Shrine.
Exactly, and also with the time whittling down, with a score 13 to 17, it could boil down to whoever takes down a root first, because it's going to be a massive 10 points advantage again if ever they take down the root. And both teams have been pretty steady in taking down its HP.
Okay, so they are still staying in the middle. The river is gonna divide them 17 to 13. Still Bakunawa, by getting that Zyron, they up their lead, but no one is still collapsing on the ground. I can see a lot of axes being thrown here, left and right. No LPs. 322X, they did manage to get one from the side of Bakunawa, and they are not stopping yet, because they're going to be utilizing all those LPs. They're going to be getting points coming in from Bakunawa in the form of eliminations, but can they step up? Because they're going to be waiting for at least 30 seconds in order for them to win. But Shrine has been collected.
It's now to a 1 point lead.
1 point.
And only a minute and a half remaining. This is our closest fight yet so far in this series. This match for the entire day so far.
This is going to be an exciting matchup. 1 point. Bakunawa is just up by 1 point. and this Zyron can change the fate. Some of them, or some of the players here, refuses to fall down, and now we can see a barrage of damage. It's just raining damage, and they're just returning the favor. They're just ignoring the Siren. And who? Okay, 17. Who died? I think that's Razil. The priest is now down, and he's now back to the game. But wait, are they gonna get this? Oh, they get it! 3-2-2X, they get the objective! 17 to 26, and that expands their lead. They need the 9 points from the last Zyron, and it is now down to the last 20 seconds. Bakunawa has no other option but to get the kill.
Or the route, which is gonna be a difficult task.
Oh my goodness. 9, 8, 7, and for insurance, they're gonna be trying to eliminate the core, but still 3-2-2X just by that Zyron. They have won
Zyron
game
take.
number 1.
That was intense Zyron take, initiated by Tobukun, also just creating so much chaos on the battlefield.
Tobukun. That is a game-changing moment for 3-2-2X. It was a really, really close call.
Really close match.
Close match indeed. And with that Zyron take, they suddenly spike up, and that 9 points definitely decided their fate for 3-2-2X. I mean, for both of these teams, Chin,
Right,
neither
exactly.
of them doesn't want to lose their route.
Of course. It really boiled down to the nerves here, because we did see, like, 3-2-2X did commit a lot of members to the Zyron, which meant their route could have been open for Bakunawa's taking, which would have
Correct.
given them that win. They would have been led by 1 point if they were able to take down that route, while 3-2-2X was taking down the Zyron, unless they were going to be contesting it either way. It really boils down to the pressure. Can you handle the pressure?
Yeah, hopefully Bakunawa can devise a strategy in order for them to beat 3-2-2X in the next game. But I believe that this game is as close as it gets, and that Zyron was supposed to be the equalizer, but it broke the equal score, and that decided the fate for 3-2-2X to snowball in that game, get the momentum, get the match point, and 3-2-2X 1 win away in order for them to advance towards the next round.
Exactly. With that unsung hero in Tobukun, giving the vision on the Zyron, also creating so much massive chaos and space for 3-2-2X, taking game number 1.
My, oh my. Of course, these are the fight of these two Filipino teams, and they're not gonna be backing out without a fight, because they are representing the Philippines and they're playing in the home soil, and that is why neither of them doesn't want to give up. So Bakunawa, hopefully they do play more aggressive this time to earn more points in order for them to force a game number 3.
Exactly. So let's see what did happen in this recent match. Here we go.
So, to start it off, I mean, Bakunawa, they did manage to get a really nice kill, but look at that. First Zyron, it went down towards the side of 3-2-2X, and they did manage to catch up in the numbers game. And they are just trying to exchange blows, throw a lot of axes, try to fire some double strafes in the LP towards the mid, and the Knights are just doing Knight things. I mean, go for the objectives, go for the Yggdrasil route, and then, get away if you're being chased. But the deciding moment for this game, as I've said a couple of times, would be the final Zyron take, wherein Tobukun, not only specializing in taking down the Yggdrasil route, but he managed to steal that crucial objective in order for him to land that win.
Exactly. So it really, vision
There you
really
go.
matters. Communication, coordination. These are massive things when it comes to these team PvP and this team-oriented fights here. So we see that, like I've been saying, like Tobukun has been the unsung hero. He hasn't had any kills, also no deaths. But the thing that he does is he just roams around the map.
Agreed.
Like as a roamer, giving vision to the team, most likely we couldn't hear their comms, but most likely communicating with the team as well, giving them information to be able to rotate within the map.
Well, that rotation was proven to be annoying. But of course, ROLG Day of Domination, that's just game number 1. When we come back, this is going to be game number 2. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful...
Alright, we are back here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Chin, Vince G, of course, we've seen game number 1 between 322X and Bakunawa. And Bakunawa definitely is looking for that win in order for them to equalize the series.
And we've seen that they can do it because that was the closest match that we've had so far for the entire day. It all boiled down to one objective, which was the Zion. So you really have to keep your nerves in check. You really have to perform under pressure, and the decision making has to be there.
It has to be there indeed. You know, this is the tightest game ever, as you mentioned earlier. So we actually wanted to see how will match number 2 pan out, because this is the closest game we can get ever. So actually, while you guys are here, of course, might as well check out the booths here. around the area. You know, we also have here, you know, the Hunter's Challenge that they could like try out, Monster Bingo, and we also have booths here by Richmans. Of course, if you wanted to buy scrolls, you might as well proceed there at Richmans. There, hello there, sirs. And of course, limited items are available there. More in-game items are available up for grabs as well. So you don't have to worry about payment because they accept GCash and Maya options.
I thought you were saying you don't have to worry about payment because
if you're cashless, you can like pay through GCash and Maya, you know. But of course, if you're gonna be buying scrolls, you better check out Richmans. They're over there on the sides. But aside from Richmans, we also have Lucky Draw.
Lucky Draw. So for the Lucky Draw, all you have to do is stay in your seats because we're giving away a Razer gaming mouse, a Razer gaming headset, and as well as a gaming console. And all you have to do is stay in your seats.
I am. We have been since the beginning. I mean, I'm not gonna be leaving
might take home a gaming console.
I'm gonna be, yeah. Hopefully, I can. Oh, they are cheering, man. I think something's happening here in the bingo booth. You know, I mean, did someone hit the jackpot? You know, might as well try that out later.
Of course,
I want to try that out too. You know, shout out to each and everyone trying the Monster Bingo there. You know, they're having fun. Every time they're playing, they're trying to hit those lucky numbers that appeared on the screen.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still looking forward to seeing a little bit more creativity when it comes to the strategies here. I was telling you earlier, like we did see the bio cannibalize on the roots earlier, which was helping out the pushing for the roots. So that's the first time we saw that, and you know, like there are other things that we might we could expect to see here with different strategies at play, depending also on the available classes for each team.
Yes, and that is going to be, you know, one thing for the taking. And might as well, I'm quite curious, you know. Hello there, everybody. You know, can we also try out bingo while we're casting? You know, check the numbers, and then you know while fights are unfolding, you know, might as well check if that number is gonna be appearing on the screen, and then we can be shouting bingo in game, you know. Oh, I got it! I got the lucky numbers, you know. I hit jackpot.
Exactly. Also, stay tuned for the codes that are being flashed on screen because you would be redeeming those for some in-game goodies as well. Definitely, resources are never are something that you would always want. Like you never say no to these resources.
And of course, we can see that you know this game is suitable for all ages, kids from adults, of course. Kids at heart, yeah. Exactly. They're enjoying this game of ages, you know.
Because we did grow up with Ragnarok. So now with all of this esports that's surrounding it, definitely a sight to see.
Well, Daddy, you know, brings his son, and you know, you will be growing up to be a Ragnarok player too.
I would probably raise my son to be a professional Ragnarok player.
Professional Ragnarok esports player, ROLG esports player. You know, you see this, you're gonna be playing in that big stage one day. You know how many majors is gonna happen in the future? Like probably 10 majors, and then the kid is quite qualified to play on a team.
Exactly.
Might as well see a child prodigy.
Right. And, you know, Ragnarok's going to be around for years and years to come. Has proven.
Agree.
It's been around for 22, 23 years.
No one beats classic, man.
Exactly.
And I think, players are just heating up in this battlefield. We've seen them close. We've seen what are they capable of. But can they finish this for 3-2-2X? They just one win away, but for Bakunawa, they need 2 more wins straight in order for them to hang on for tournament life.
In terms of strategy, in terms of gameplay, I think they know what they're doing. It all boiled down really just to the last couple of seconds in the match, the last minute of the game. You really have to keep your nerves like in check. You really have to perform under pressure.
Yes, you have to, because this game actually is very very, I must say, quite frustrating if you don't know what you're doing, right? Because you're gonna be coordinating with your team. You have to time your skills right. You have to make sure those teamwork, those synergies are up in
Exactly.
play. And that's why it's gonna be so frustrating if you cannot do that right. Because you need to be flawless. You need to be perfect.
Exactly.
But we all know that nobody here is quite perfect. Some of us might commit mistakes
Right.
by using those skills. But it matters when and where are you gonna bounce back. Having to lose in the upper bracket, go down the lower bracket, and then bounce back and become the champions. Wow,
Right.
that's a nice storyline.
Exactly. And yeah, if ever it really, really boils down to decision making, especially in the last couple of seconds, last minute in the game, really have to make that $1 million decision. Oh, well, in this case, the $10,000 decision. So yeah,
Imagine having to win the major championship and having 10,000 US dollars. So I assume if ever this is going to be the shares that the players will be I think they'll be getting 1,000 US dollar each, and that's big.
of course, of course.
Oh, so I need to grind. I need to I need to make sure that I get that W for my guild. So interestingly, if they want that championship, the first thing they need to do is for them to bring those 10,000 US dollars towards Richmond's and then buy a lot of scrolls there. Go on a shopping spree.
Exactly.
You don't have Gcash, you don't have Maya, use the 10,000 US dollars to buy scrolls. Problem solved.
All you have to do is join the ROLG major.
Yes. And speaking of which, I'm really, really excited to see how will this conclude. Having a close fight, having an even game, very, very much intense when we see them on the battlefield. Damage, it's really running down. We've seen a lot of markers. Some of them are withstanding. Even Crusaders are trying to block those shots, but still, they're trying to withstand all those damage until one of the player falls down.
They have to plan their pickoffs. I've seen a lot of major mistakes when it comes to positioning. You should be much more disciplined when it comes to that, especially when you're casting skills. Storm Gust takes a while to get it off. So instead of just spamming, you really have to make sure that you're positioned well, you have your front line, and you just cast it from a safe distance, so you're not gonna be picked off that easily.
And now players are still gearing up for battle, but let's talk about the probabilities. If 322X managed to win, and on the other side of the lower bracket, swipe. Oh yeah, he's telling us to swipe. What's that?
Swipe?
I'm gonna be swiping like this.
Swiping for more scrolls?
Oh yeah, probably. But yeah, going back into my narrative. So what if 322X wins the second game, and then on the lower bracket it's gonna be Dictator versus Minokawa, right?
Or what if Makunawa wins this next match and we finally have our first game number 3?
Why not? I mean, I'm really, really excited to see that, and hopefully in that game number 3, it will settle the score once and for all. Who is going to advance? Let's say 322X will still win, but on the other side of the lower bracket, I think Minokawa is going to try to outsmart Dictator. So that means it's gonna be a forced rematch again between 322 and Minokawa. So that can happen, or 322X can face Dictator, or it's either Minokawa versus Dictator. A lot can happen in this bracket, especially in the lower bracket. You don't want to get eliminated, and you're reading the stats. You're just checking how tanky they are.
Yeah, how the builds are gonna be as well. So it's very interesting here how these characters are set up, how their preparations are set up. Of course, there are a lot of the same amount of resources. There are also a lot of the same classes. So it really depends on the players on how they utilize these classes to their full potential within the resources that they are allotted.
And ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of shoutouts happening here in the comments. If you're watching here on our socials, we are currently live here on Facebook and on our YouTube channel as well. So let's see what's gonna happen here. I mean, if you're supporting 322X, let us hear in the comment section. And if you're supporting Bakunawa, might as well type it out as well. Let's see who you guys are supporting here in this tournament. You can see the banners here flying high in our stage. I can like look up and admire the beauty of this banner. After this entire tournament, I do want to bring home one with me. Can I?
Which team will you bring home?
Really? Can I bring them all? It's really hard to choose.
Which one's your favorite team so far? Caster's bias.
Caster's bias, okay. So all of them are nice, but judging is really hard, I wanted to judge by the design, actually. Wait a minute, what's happening? Someone took a bingo here. Is this the lucky card? Probably he's celebrating. The 64 is the last final number. Is that okay? So probably they're celebrating. Going back.
It's also very interesting how the strategies are so much different here when it comes to 10v10 compared to when you're running 36 versus 36.
That's chaotic.
And you would be running more than one player per class. Because right now with 10 players and only, we have 11 classes available, but with 10 players running it, you're only running one class per player, essentially. In comparison to what happened in the 36 versus 36, you can like choose from, you can choose how many classes should you bring in the battlefield. Like you can go like 5 knights, 6 crusaders. Exactly.
It depends on your allocation, if ever. But still, that was pretty chaotic because you don't know what's happening. There's a lot of animations happening all across the map. Fights happening on top. Some of them are trying to, push and aim for the Yggdrasil route and go for the core. And some of them are trying to give some information if the Zyron is already up and running. Is it going to be on the top or is it going to be in the bottom? 36 for this 36. Yes, it is very, very, it has many numbers, but, the map is way too small. Oh, congratulations to you, sir. Finally, he won.
Congratulations.
What did he win? I'll be claiming that. I want it. Anyways, so I think players are getting ready. They're deciding on their strategies later on. I assume the drafts were pretty much are going to be pretty much the same. So there's no way you can miss this out, Chen. But based on what we've seen, close fight, it can happen. But Bakunawa, if they manage to change their strategy into a more aggressive one and go for, we don't leave any bodies behind, we're gonna be eliminating you all.
Exactly.
We need points. We need points in order for us to end as the winner after 10 minutes.
Exactly. And you know what? It was neck and neck. Both teams had 17 points.
17.
It came all the way down to that last iron take. So yeah, I think it was a battle of nerves, a battle of decision making. They really had to make better decisions at that moment.
Yeah, and there you go. I can see some love here from the chat. I can see some supporters coming in from 322. They're supporting their teams. 322. We can see some supporters here They're supporting Fine Guild as well. They're also supporting Bakunawa. You know, they're showing way too much love here. 3-2-2 in Bakunawa is a very, very nice fight. So, yeah.
Also some support for Boss Russell.
Boss Russell.
And Boss Russell.
Yeah. Said RR. Yeah. Let's see if ever this support will definitely add into their winning fuel, right? You know, sometimes those supports that they're trying to spam in the chats, whether socials, whether it's on-site, you know, it sometimes adds fuel for the players to do better.
Of course.
They know that someone is cheering them on and they don't want to disappoint them. You know, they wanted to thank everyone that supports them, and that's why they have to do their utmost best. Chin, we are almost at the beginning of the second match.
Okay, the second match.
Yeah, the end. Probably this might be the end of the series.
Exactly.
Or this might be the start of having a game number 3.
Right, exactly. So I hope everyone's prepared. Everyone's ready for this potentially last match of the series. We're at game point in favor of 3-2-2. Let's see what ensures in this next match.
Next match, next step, what is it going to be? Let me see, or let us see. Let everyone see what you are capable of, because later on we're going to be seeing that as we go back here in the ROLG Major Day of Domination. We'll be right back.
Spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all.
Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. We are in our 5th series between these two great teams, 322X up against Bakunawa. So this time, will 322X definitely go into the next round, or will Bakunawa decide to win and force a game number 3? First ever, if ever.
Exactly, and that was really the closest match that we've ever had so far today. It could really go on in anyone's way. You know, it could go Bakunawa, it could go 322X. It's really hard to tell. This is the first time actually that we're not seeing like a total blowout or like, you know, just like complete sweep. It could go Bakunawa. It could go 322X.
So either way, anything can happen on this matchup. So these are two Filipino teams trying to fight who is going to proceed towards the next round, and this will add an additional life towards their tournament life here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. But of course, this is going to be their last lifeline, while 322X is just one win away from advancing towards the next round. Bakunawa here needs to win 2 more games, 2 straight wins in order for them to do an upset.
Oh, this time around we have the Monk and the Crusader band.
Wow! So this is the time that we've seen a different band. Okay.
So yeah, this time we have the Bard open again.
Bard again making its appearance. So yeah, some teams that we've mentioned earlier, that we've seen earlier, they're sticking with the first bands and then going it all throughout the series. But this time, we've seen an adjustment. Monk and Crusader now out. Bard is definitely back into the fray. No assassin still. Okay. But yeah, this is going to be good because we are going to see how vulnerable the other players are because there's no front line.
Exactly. Unless you're going to be committing your knight as your front line, in which case you wouldn't really have them as your dedicated breaker anymore. So there's going to be some pretty interesting decision making that's going to happen here. Also, since there's no like solid dedicated front line, you will have to be having that very precise positioning on the map as to not get the pickoffs.
Yeah, you should. I mean, they should be the one who's going to be doing the front line. But still, with Crusaders and Monks out, there's no Asura Strike, there's no Sacrifice and Grand Crosses in play. That means there's no one that can eliminate some vulnerable targets on the backline, and there's no one that can protect you if that happens. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the game number 2 between the matchup of 322X and Bakunawa here on the lower bracket, round 1, as the players rushed in towards the river to get the touch of that Asian Shine, and they need 5 seconds in order for them to capture this first objective.
There's gonna be a lot of AoEs coming in, like very small slither of area where it's not covered by the LP. Could be an opportunity as well to take the shrine. So LP has been moved. Bakunawa slowly easing their way in. And the first shrine should go.
Okay, they're definitely ignoring the shrine. Okay.
Oh, they're zoning out for. See, there's a different strategy we're seeing here right now from the side of Bakunawa.
Excel!
First blood by Excel.
Excel from Bakunawa eliminates X-Ball and Asian Shrine as a bonus. Bakunawa added into the back. That's the first 3 points in their favor. 322X still are trying to looking for some payback here, but can they?
Bakunawa showing that they do deserve to be here. They do deserve the slot, and now they're pulling back. We're seeing a completely different strategy here. It's gonna be a more disciplined run here. Pulling back, they do have the lead. There's no reason to rush. They have the points advantage. Ball is right now on the side of 322X.
Now we can see them trying to lay out those defense. LP straps down on the ground, but 322X, we can see the attempt of them going in the middle, trying to break through, but they're using a lot of skills as we speak in the LP area. But look at that, no LP on the side of Bakunawa. 322X here trying to withstand all those damage. A lot of hammers, a lot of traps being laid down. The second Shine has been back into the river, and they will be collecting this at each. 322X. Their first 2 points in the Shine is going to be helping them to minimize the lead of Bakunawa.
Having the initial advantage of defending, 322X was still able to get a couple of pickoffs there, getting four kills on that offense. 5 rather.
5 to 5 score. Both shines being took by both of these teams, and Bakunawa is now leading by 1 kill. Bakunawa, on the other hand, they're trying to drive away the members of 322X. The 322X doesn't want to give up. They wanted to get close into the root, but Bakunawa still successfully eliminating 1 player from 322X. But what are they going to do on this trade? Oh,
Zyron
Zyron!
has awakened with the advantage this time on 322X. Who will the first Zyron go to?
Is it 322X?
Fall into 322X. Miscommunication there, and also a different kind of decision making here by 322X, zoning out Bakunawa, who initially had the early lead, but because of that they were able to secure the Zyron for the team.
Wow, because of that first Zyron takedown, 322X snowballed their points. Get the first 5 points, add 1 kill, and that is why they expanded their lead. And now it's 12-6, and now they're leading by half. Bakunawa slowly trying to catch up, eliminating Jang out of this game, adding penalty timers on their dead time, and a lot of good spells here, Chin.
Here we go, Bakunawa slowly trying, coming back here, now back to 12-12.
Nasty! They managed to bounce back, and Bakunawa is now leading by 1 again, and the shine has been acquired. 12-16, Bakunawa is definitely on the lead.
We're back in the same situation once more. We're almost at the halfway mark. Lead is on Bakunawa's side. What is 322X gonna do? They're setting up some traps here on their side for the route. They could go for another. Looks like Bakunawa has figured it out. They're probably not going to be running the same play again. And both teams seem to be patiently waiting for the next objective to spawn.
Next objective, we're talking about the halftime. 5 minutes into this game. A lot of traps on the ground. LPs is there as well. Bakunawa trying to fight 322X in their territory. Mix gets 5 kills, and Bakunawa trying to expand it further, and they're trying to isolate the space, the 322X out, driving them out and towards their base because they're just waiting for the Zyron to spawn, maybe at top, or let's see if it's gonna be spawning in the bottom.
There's lots and lots and lots of AoE going on. Repositioning of the LP here for the side of Bakunawa. We only have 15 seconds left to the next objective, which is going to be the Shrine and another Zyron. There's going to be another shift here in rotation as well.
6 minutes. 2 objectives at the same time spawning. Checking out the pit. It is on the top. Now 322 has the pit secured. Shrine as well being captured by 322. No, Zyron as well going towards their favor. 20-20, Chin. This game is so close.
It's just like the
Wait a minute.
Bakunawa.
If this game is so close, might as well push. This is the way we can dominate in this game. Destroy the Yggdrasil route. We keep on forgetting that, and oh my goodness, they're returning the favor as well.
Amidst all the chaos, both knights are going for the routes. Bakunawa in the lead with 5 points and successfully zoning out their route as well.
Wait, they're just trying to lay up more and more traps here because you cannot be so lax when it comes to this kind of play. You know, you can focus on fight, but you cannot leave your Yggdrasil route unattended. You need to secure that space in order for your opponent not to break your own Yggdrasil route, and that's one way in order for you to get towards the core. Again, if you missed out the code, might as well type it down. Major event final. If you have your code right now, might as well use this code and get some goodies.
Very intense decision making right there from both teams. This is definitely the closest series that we've had so far. Bakunawa not giving up, still proving that they deserve this slot.
Wait. Now the last 2 minutes is approaching. Shine is gonna spawn in the river, and that is why these teams, these skills are marking this river. Shine upper grabs. Who's gonna be taking this one? But I can see someone taking damage. But wait a minute, someone is poking in their Yggdrasil root. Bakunawa somehow prevented that route from collapsing, but this Shine is still upper grabs, and now they're back to end of job. 322X wants to get the lead by destroying this Yggdrasil route, but can this open up opportunities?
That's dangerous setup right there with the bio-cannibalize as well as the Knight just wailing down on that route. Will it be enough to take it down?
Will it be? Will it be enough? Everyone is busy towards the fight, but there's someone defending somehow. No, they're just ignoring the guy. You do your job, take down the route. But wait a minute, are you gonna call for backup? There you go. He's not being noticed here. And now, call for backup. You cannot break our route. This might be the game changer, Chen. This might help
Zyron
Bakunawa.
right here.
Who is gonna get this? 48 seconds on the clock, and 322X!
Oh, 322!
322X! They're behind by 1, and thanks to that Zyron, they're up by 8!
With 30 seconds remaining, what is Bakunawa to do?
30 seconds! And now, they are forced to defend their base from 322X, who is currently trying to break their Yggdrasil route, Chin. I mean,
It's not over yet. This is the last push from Bakunawa with only 10 seconds remaining.
Can
Are
they
they able to
penetrate?
take down the route? This could be amazing.
can they?
If
Can-
that route goes down.
This might change the game, but that is our series. 322X. Another Siren take to somehow snowball this game, Chin.
Really, really close match there. It could have been another story if that last push just came in a little bit earlier.
Yes. We can see 322X. They have one guy the night usually that focuses on the Yggdrasil route, and then that final Zyron usually.
Usually the most crucial
the most crucial.
objectives.
I mean,
The unsung hero. This time with one death. Tobukun for 322X, the unsung hero.
yeah. I mean, Bakunawa is clearly leading, but they are leading by 1 in that final moment. But lo and behold, 322X, they worked together, they went in the pit, and they did manage to control the Siron, and that is why they suddenly got the score spike. It's really, really hard for Bakunawa to produce 7 points to equalize the game. And if the game suddenly tied up in that kind of scenario, of course, you will also check on the life or the HP left of the Yggdrasil route. So anyhow, guys, that game was very intense. It was thrilling. It was almost Bakunawa's game again, but 322X prevented themselves from being thrown out of this bracket. Congratulations, you will advance towards the next round.
322X. Stellar performance from both teams. Definitely the closest series that we've had yet so far today. Congratulations as well to Bakunawa. Despite the results, you have proven that you deserve to be here. And let's see what happened here in this recent match with our game highlights.
Well, this is definitely the story. We can see Bakunawa trying to, rake more points once again. They started strong, get the first blood, get the Asian Shine, 3-2-2X, of course. Seeing that effort coming in from Bakunawa, they decided to step up too. We need to get points. We also need to get shine. We also need to get kills. And that's why the game, it's very, very much equal. So you get kills, we're gonna be returning the favor. Zyron also proven to be a very, very much crucial objective that they need to take, because you don't need to go and destroy the route in order for you to
Exactly.
win. You just have to be patient about it and wait for the proper opportunity. And the proper opportunity would be taking the final Zyron and then watch the magic happen.
Exactly. And I have to give it up to Tobukun again for he had one death in this match, and it was only at the very, very, very end when he was buying time, because they knew that the only way Bakunawa could win is if they could take down the route.
Yes.
And Tobukun had to make the decision to buy more time for his team. No, I'm gonna be attacking the enemy route, even if I don't get to get it, even if I don't get to destroy it. At least their attention will be on me. They will not be pushing. They will instead be defending.
Yes, I mean, wonderful play. This is what we see. Pure prime ROLG esports, ladies and gentlemen. Peak absolute cinema. Wow. That final Zyron. You see the lead, Bakunawa is just leading by 1, and then suddenly 35-27. Wow, even though Bakunawa gets, 1 kill, 1 elimination, but it's not enough to somehow
Exactly.
equalize the score. And
It was his final last hurrah that they tried. If
One-
Bakunawa could get that route down, it would have been a 38-35.
Agree. Beautiful, beautiful play. And 3-2X, congratulations. But, of course, we also have to give props to Bakunawa for
course.
fighting up until the very end. Thank you so much. Still, they're not going to be going home without nothing. They
Of
will be
course.
still going home with $2,000 US.
$2,000, still a lot.
3-2-2X. I mean, they're preparing for their next match, but who between Minokawa and Dictator is going to be their opponent?
Exactly. This is going to be another intense match. Minokawa versus Dictator.
Wow. I can officially say, Chin, we are officially halfway there. We are done with the 5th match. We still have 5 more series left. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is still ROLG Major Day of Domination. Chin Valdez, Vince G, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil route. Once the route is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins.
The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the route, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil route. Once the route is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the route, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil route. Once the route is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the route, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination, the final round. Chin Valdez, Vince G, we're officially halfway through this tournament bracket as we head over to the 6th match of this entire day. Lower bracket, round 1. It is between Minukawa and Dictator. So, Chin, we've witnessed a lot of action going here and then, and our previous series was indeed exciting. So, will this be another exciting match for us to see?
We'll have to wait and see. We were not expecting that close of a match so far in that recent
Agreed.
series. It almost even went into a game 3. Would have been our first game 3 for today. So we'll have to wait and see how is it gonna turn out between Dictator and Minukawa.
Dictator, of course, they already dictated their strategy earlier on, but of course they have to get down or fall down into the lower bracket and try to climb back again. If they do survive this round up against Minukawa, this team that I'm going to be talking about, that means they will be facing 322X, but Minukawa also is hungry for that rematch because 322X is the reason why Minukawa fell down in the lower bracket in the first place right from the start.
This very, very interesting setup that we have here, and as we've been talking about, the prize pool is also nothing to scoff at. Each position that they land in is gonna cost them quite a couple $1,000s as well.
Yes.
So you'd want to be able to secure each and every position to, or at least secure it.
You need to at least protect your place here on this tournament, you know.
Exactly.
You already got $2,000, but of course you're not gonna be contented. You're not gonna be satisfied with only $2,000. So
As well as the bragging rights that come
bragging
with it.
rights, of course, we're gonna be called the major champion, and you're not gonna be taking that away from us. And as I mentioned, of course, this might not be the last major tournament that the ROLG has, but of course there's this ring, of course, being called as the first ever ROLG major champion. Of course,
Exactly.
you can be major champion, but you cannot defeat us because we did it first.
Right. This is just the beginning of what we could foresee as a major esports experience for this game, which is Ragnarok Land vs Genesis.
And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, whoever is here on the venue, we remind you that we have a lucky draw to be commenced later here on this event. Of course, all you have to do is to make sure you stay at your seats, and then you might get a chance to win one of these amazing prizes, starting with Razer gaming mouse, Razer gaming headsets, and a gaming consoles. Bard again being banned.
The Bard is once again banned, with also the Crusader as well, which means the Monk is open again.
Monk back in play, but there's no front lines. So that means, yeah, you're gonna be sacrificing the role of your knight instead of him being the breaker of the team. Sometimes you have to choose if he's gonna be the one doing the tank or being the front lines. But in this game, no, I prefer my knight to do all the hits. I mean, we might sacrifice the Crusader, but this is going to be hard if you're gonna be playing as the support or the wizard role. Like, you know, you're gonna be aimed at the backline, especially the monk is now back into the fray.
Another thing that I've been actually thinking about, what like if I was gonna be like competing here, what if I would probably ban something like the knight, which has been pretty which has been pretty effective so far in terms of breaking, in terms of causing havoc on either side of the teams. Banning a knight, especially if the opposing team is not prepared for it, could be pretty something here, like in terms of an out-of-pocket pick.
Yeah, like what? I mean, having a knight being removed here, like you're gonna be forcing your other team. Like, what do we do? What do we do? We need the knight. We need the knight on our lineup. So, are we gonna be playing an assassin this time?
As all teams so far have been banning the same classes over and over again, being the Bard, the Crusader. Every now and then we'd see a Rogue ban, but it has been mostly like these classes: the Bard, the Crusader, the Monk, and every now and then the Rogue. And then just one time we saw a ban on the Sage.
Yeah, Sage. One time. I mean, they prevented some protection skills coming in from that class to, you know, to somehow make the opposing team vulnerable. So, in order for you to get the most out of that damage, you also have to sacrifice your own Sage. You know, remove the Sage, you also won't be getting some Sages. So, fair enough. You have to think of a way on how you will be outsmarting your opponent. And once again, I wanted to see a knight being banned out, but let's see as the players are gearing and preparing to get out of their bases. Here we go, game number 1 between Minokawa and Dictator as the players marches through the middle, trying to take over. Who's gonna be taking the first of the Asian Shrine?
Oh, here we go. We have our first Asura strike. No one going down. Shrine being taken by Dictator.
Minokawa here, busy having his job. Dictator knows what's up, tries to set up some traps, and he's letting him in. 1-1-1 connecting, but there's also fights going through the mid. And now the defense were there. He got caught in the trap. Asura strike! Devastating blow! He got eliminated. Grayshiro is out.
So far, we're really seeing a bit of strategy here being played by Dictator, kind of playing it safe this time around compared to our like previous series where they were just overrunning and just straight up brawling towards their pushing towards their team.
Another Azura strike, make you mind being taken care of. And now Dictator getting out of their comfort zone, going towards the side of Minokawa's area, territory. And they're gonna be taking the Yggdrasil route as we speak. 1-5 score. The skills doesn't stop there. Look at the Hunters. Unlimited strafe going here and then. And now Minokawa trying to fend off the Dictator back into the river, back into their territory. Axes being thrown out into their faces. Now even pillars being casted too. Strafe, even Tomahawk. No, raining down this entire map. This is pure chaos, Chet.
It's very, very interesting to see. Right now, oh, we still have another knight over here again.
I'm
just
busy.
wailing on the Dictator route here. And then we see a Quagmire. This is the usual setup that you would want to counter that, like significantly reducing the enemy knight's attack speed.
Now, Shrine again being collected by the members of Dictator. Somehow they were forced to defend their Yggdrasil route, but they're even not stopping with an answer to strike. Grey Shiro again is the victim of that punch. 2-12 score, Yggdrasil route. They cannot go any further because of Minokawa's defense.
Right now, Dictator having a pretty commanding lead, and this isn't the usual oh, here we go. I was expecting like a withdraw or like a disengaging, especially when you have a lead like this. It is a 10-point lead, still 7 minutes remaining. Dictator still playing it a little bit safe, of course, and we're up to our first Zyron spawn.
Here we go. Is it going to be here? No, it is in the bottom. You need to go down, and Dictator already marks the pit. They're trying to get the first strike. Who is going to get the last hit? That's the question. It seems like Dictator isolated the members of Minokawa, and that's why they got the first 5 points out of it.
18-2, but still pretty early. We're not yet even at the halfway mark. Minokawa could still make a gigantic comeback here, especially since they were already chipping away at the root. That could be another huge objective as well for the team.
And now another Asura strike. A lot of bodies here being laid down. Gab-X amazing. Now waiting for his time to respawn. Dictator has a lot of elimination points, especially they also acquired the objective points by getting the shrine and the first Zyron.
And here we go. This is going to be the next shrine as well, which has been already zoned out, I think, by Dictator.
They did. Oh, look at that. The monk here trying to at least grow your snap in the flash.
Oh, that's
of
a
an
pretty
eye.
interesting bio-cannibalize. They were already taken down very, very swiftly.
Now, Dictator looking for an opening. Minokawa trying to stop Dictator from coming any closer. Alchemist here trying to craft another weapon just to give buff towards their teammates. And now look at the damage. Quagmire is raining havoc here in the map. And now even the members of the Minokawa, not just one, make it 3.
3 members of Minokawa wailing down on the root of Dictator. This is pretty interesting strat here. So 7 members are in the clash. 3 are wailing on the root, including a hunter as well, firing from range.
Yeah, and now they're trying to close off a little bit. Dictator focusing with 2 classes, 2 players, trying to end the job. Asura strike to reduce the numbers advantage, but there's one trying to use the ankle snare from behind here. Only 1 player left in the side of Minokawa's base. Now he's on a run, but he got caught. It's Piglet 9999. He did not survive that push, but Minokawa definitely bought them some time.
pretty significant damage dealt there as well by the Biocannibalize from the side of Dictator onto the Minokawa route. So it's gonna be pretty interesting which route will go down first with the Shrine and the next Zyron about to spawn.
Here we go, Siren now back into the game. It is still in the same spawn area where it first spawned. Ace and Shine again will be collected. Upper grabs for these two. Minokawa and Dictator, are you gonna contest this? Minokawa, if you get this, it will help somehow secure a decent amount of points, but it goes on the side of Dictator. 5-39 score, add another kill, Azura strike as well. Loki and Ruby Moon for Minokawa has been taken care of, followed by Levin.
It's not looking good for the side of Minokawa, even if they do, or if they are successful in securing the first route. It will still not be enough. Even if they're able to actually take down all members of Dictator, they are gonna have to take down the core if they have any chance of winning this match. With only 3 minutes remaining, their options are extremely limited.
Hello there, sir. I'm gonna be doing my job. I'm gonna be whipping my flail, and oh my, he did not survive. Look at that. Again, the defenses are there. Minokawa tries to use every manpower they have just to poke it down. Root on the side of Minokawa is now out. Dictator trying to eye on the core. Where is it? Are we gonna push? There we go. Are we gonna take this down? Can we do it? Time is not on our side because we only have 2 minutes and a half to finish this off.
Yeah, very limited options here. They're gonna need something spectacular to be able to win this match against Dictator. With only 2 minutes remaining, it's a commanding lead, 62-5. They're really gonna need that core if they hope to win.
And now they're chasing the Minokawa player. Here, he got double teamed, but an Azura strike somehow seals the deal. Minokawa and Dictator now. Minokawa, how can you prevent Dictator from winning this game? They have a lot of points. They're up by 60. Dictator, they're just waiting for an opportunity to strike in that Yggdrasil route of Minokawa, but it seems like Dictator, even though they lose this last Zyron spawn, it's not gonna matter because Minokawa here will be doing a lot of catch up if ever.
It's not going to be enough to just rely on the kills. It's not going to be enough to just rely on the route. They will need the core.
Yes.
It's such a commanding lead, 65-5. That would be the only play that Minokawa could use right now.
That is the only play, but of course the only other play available for them to do will be taking the core, but they cannot penetrate the route as of the moment. Siron now back. Dictator, are you gonna ignore that? Are you gonna give that to Minokawa? No, we need points. We need to expand our lead further. So I'm not contented with 65. Let's add 9 more points. So 66-5. They got 1 kill. Ruby Moon is out for 30 seconds. And that is why Dictator somehow managed to win the fight, adding 2 more kills and expanding the lead here by 72.
And with no remorse and no mercy. 78-5. They're not taking any chances. Dictator is not pulling any punches. No safe play this time.
No.
Definitely just putting down a statement. This match is ours with the last 10 seconds remaining, 82-5.
Last 2 players up in the side of Minokawa, but how can Gabex, Mazing, and Grey Shiro defend this? Dictator managed to score a match point up against Minokawa, and Mr. Tan here gets 17 total kills.
A whopping 70 kills right now. I think this is the most kills that we've had so far for today by Mr. Tan on that rogue.
Wow, and Tinaja as well as the dancer here, he managed to contribute 1 Zyron up into their favor, and of course that's a total of 3 Zyrons as well. And they Dictator on the other hand completed the entire shrine. They collected it all without missing a beat. So talk about Mr. Tan as the rogue getting 17 kills, and Monk here, the Monk here managed to at least get 9.
It's a very, very, very difficult situation here. Of course, the morale would have to be down unless there is something that you have in your back pocket that you can whip out just now and for the next match. But it's not looking good for Minokawa.
No. So the only thing that they can do right now is to force a game number 3. But Dictator here, they asserted dominance in this lower bracket because I believe they managed to lose in the upper bracket and it got to them. Like, why are we even here? I mean, we should be in the upper bracket. We should be dominating. We should be sailing at the top. But what happened is we were knocked down by Ronin and we need to climb back again in the grand final. So they are trying to somehow get there, back at it again.
It's not an easy task.
Nah.
Definitely not an easy task. They have to Minokawa really needs to, I don't know, maybe not play safe. Both teams were playing safe at the start, but it has to come down to like do or die. This could be their last match of this tournament, so they really have to pull all the stops. Just try their best to crush the opponent.
Well, it's all about crushing. It's all about getting those leads up. It's all about establishing dominance, and that's what Dictator does. Let's check what happened here in the previous match. As we can see, Dictator already up by 18. Minokawa got their first 2 points, and Minokawa is trying to have some struggles into reaching the Yggdrasil route. But every time that Minokawa is reaching the route, it's all up to Greyshiro, the guy, the knight that they have right there. But Dictator is getting wind of that situation. Okay, let this guy hit and then let's call 2 or 3 players back and then force a defense.
This is pretty interesting here. What's happening here? It could be that Dictator is already like a very powerful team to begin with. Even during the upper bracket matches, it was very, very, very dominating.
Agreed.
Dictating team. Very, very strong.
Of course, they have to dictate the pace, the narrative of this storyline that we have here right now, because things did not go as planned in the upper bracket, and they have to create another narrative wherein the Dictator is going to set sail up into the grand finals. Minokawa also has to write their own piece of story, their own narrative. They also need to make an upset in order for them to climb back here in this tournament, to not suffer an early exit.
Exactly. It's still very early. We're only at the halfway mark, so it could still very well go to the side of Minokawa, but they really need to pull a miracle, basically.
Yeah. Of course, you have to at least make sure every chances that you get in order for you to stay as long here in the tournament, you have to do it, because this is going to be your final shot. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be having a lucky draw later on, so you know the mechanics. All you have to do is to stay at your seats, and we will be calling out lucky names in order for you to get one of these. Might as well bring home a Razer gaming mouse or a headset, and we also will be giving away consoles, so might as well go in for a short break, because ROLG Major Day of Domination, we will be right back.
You have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful. This cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark.
Game number 2 of this intense matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Dictator is already on a match point, but Minokawa, can they write another narrative wherein they will be forcing a game number 3? Once again, RLG Major Day of Domination. Chin, Vince, we are still here live at the Green Sun Hotel, and we are going to witness what's gonna happen in this series. Who's gonna climb up the ranks? And here we go. Your thoughts?
So far, I've been saying, Minokawa will have to come up with a different strategy. They'll have to buster up their nerves and just do it. You know, just fight like this is their last fight, because it very well could be.
It is. It is. You know, fight every battle like your last, because you don't know if this is going to be your last. And if you manage to at least get another chance, and then, you know, you just have to repeat the same process as well. Bard, Crusader being removed to the fray as well. No changes. Lineup is pretty much the same, just like from the earlier game. But will this change everything? How will Minokawa adapt into these changes? How will they adapt to what they encountered in the first round in order for them to, you know, outsmart? Wait, a change happened. Bard out. Bard being lifted. Monk is now out.
Monk is now banned. So
Okay.
here we go. This could be like a pretty significant attempt,
Yeah.
at least for Minokawa, for change, because it wouldn't really make sense if they kept the same ban considering the results of the first match. So now with the Monk being banned, this could be something as well.
Okay, so most likely they don't want someone that can easily eliminate the backline. You know, having a Monk charging up an Asura strike, especially if you're a knight.
Exactly.
And if they're gonna be playing out the defense and you see a Monk charging back into their Yggdrasil route, you have to run for your life, because if that Asura strike connects, you're gonna be good as dead. You have to wait for the respawn timers to bring you back to life.
Exactly. Sometimes having just a Monk not even having the most kills earlier, but one specific and one deliberate kill, for example, to like a priest, or maybe like another front, like maybe a knight or so, or maybe even a wizard, could create the space for, let's say, your rogue, which was, I think, maybe it was Gab also earlier, who got the 17 kills. So sometimes, you know, like getting the kills is not too complicated. But if you have the space to do it, and sometimes that monk is just the unit or the class that could create that space.
Well, this is going to be intense, ladies and gentlemen, folks. We are up here for the treat. They had switch up strategies. They had lifted the Bard ban because they need those buffs for the entire team, and they don't want to see a monk running freely, one punching our crucial heroes. And this time, can they execute this well? Because Dictator, they're also looking for the last win as well. Well, for Mr. Tan, actually, he snowballed actually with a lot of kills in hand. But now, those monk users, they had to switch up with using the rogue.
Oh, right now this is Dictator Knight right in front, just zoning out, giving vision as well.
Wait a minute. No one's gonna touch that. They're not gonna touch the Yggdrasil root. Levin is the victim of a first blood brought to us by Piglet, by Dictator. Shrine being taken. Dictator gets the first 4 kills, 2 kills and a shrine, and now the kills keeps on piling up here. Chin 7-0.
It looks like, oh no,
What?
this is looking to be a massacre. Just a few
Bard.
seconds. Just a few seconds in and already a 9-0.
This is what they want to do. Look at this. Minokawa focus fire on the Yggdrasil root. Dictator also doing the same thing as well towards the Minokawa's Yggdrasil root, but the defense from Minokawa is coming through. So, without the monk, without the Asura strike, there's no one that can eliminate them. But they have to deal with the fact that that Bard was pretty much annoying. You know, we've seen that Bard getting 5 kills in total, and how can you stop Aquatic Beauty? He's really good with the monk earlier on, but he was forced to play the Bard right now.
It's not looking good for Minokawa here with only like barely short of 2 minutes here and a 15-0 already, only with one objective claimed by Dictator.
Now we can see some hits connecting towards the roots, and they decided to fall back, try to find another opportunity, but you will not go anywhere, good sir, because there's a lot of damage coming through. Gray Shiro gets taken out. Shrine again spawning in the river. The members of the Dictator not wasting any time. They want to take down this Yggdrasil root. They have collected the shrine as well, and might as well collect the spoils coming in from this Yggdrasil root. And once again, Hero having 5 kills, that's a lot.
You know, I kind of saw like a bit of a glimpse here from the side of Minokawa, like how skills are not deliberate. You have to be well placing skills. It has to be going skills have to be used for a purpose and not just spammed randomly. And it looks like Dictator is going straight for the core. Minokawa unable to defend. 37-0, only right under the 3-minute mark.
And now Minokawa, they're trying their absolute best. Some of the players from Minokawa did not leave the base, cannot leave the base, but the 3 players here are trying to do stuff here on the base of Dictator, breaking down the roots, but they are being taken care of by 1 player. And now call for backup. 4 players trying to dish out huge damage, but look at this raid, and he's just chasing them away. All of the members for the side of Minokawa teaming up, destroying the root, but who is going to collapse first? The core of this team, Minokawa, or the core of Dictator? And Dictator, I believe they're just punches away.
Oh, this could actually be an offset right here. Minokawa also just wailing down on the Dictator core. And there you go.
Wow! This is indeed the fastest game that we've seen here on this tournament. 8 kills for this Bard. He's really good with the Monk, but this time around, he showed us that he's really good with using the Bard as well. That's why they're banning it down. HLBPS gets 2 shrines. I believe it took like 4 minutes in order for them to get to the Yggdrasil route straight to the
Exactly.
core.
Very, very, very short game with only 2 objectives taken, being the 2 shrines, not even anything else for that matter. There was no Zyron take whatsoever. It was
No.
just 2 shrine takes by Dictator this time around.
Well, they know that the things are going in their favor for Dictator, and it seems like the first game dictates their fate. And Dictator, they decided to set sail towards the next round. Congratulations, Dictator, because later on they will be facing 322X. But for Finokawa, they showed us guts, they showed us spirit. But this is the end of the line for them, and they are one of the teams that will be bringing home $2,000 still. Nice run, but congratulations to
Congratulations
Finokawa.
still. Yeah, regardless, congratulations on making it this far.
Again, Dictator, they went down in the lower bracket, but lower bracket means business for Dictator, and they're gonna be looking for another team to beat if ever they're gonna be facing 322X. But 322X also has that objective. We're not gonna be losing to Dictator later on.
Exactly.
Maybe this is going to be our next matchup, Dictator versus 322X. Look, this is going to be an exciting match because we've seen a lot. I mean, we're gonna be playing the highlights. So usually, the thing that happened there is go for the root, go for the core, and then end.
And here we go. So here's what happened in this recent game. It was just straight shot to the core, no resistance, or barely any resistance rather. Dictator was really just out for blood this time around and just pushing through this lower bracket and hoping to get revenge later on.
What a nice play, what a nice series here. Minokawa, they did manage to fight up until the very end, but Dictator, no time to lose. They wanted to proceed towards the next round, and that is why they decided to take the matters into their own hands. We get the core. We get the core. We get the victory. We can rest because we still have more games later on. If we're gonna be staying in the lower bracket, we need to stay for like how many series? 3 more series. So this is going to be a lot. Chin,
Exactly.
amazing play here. But we already have 2 teams gone into this tournament.
Right, exactly. And next up, Dictator will be facing 322X.
There you go. Oh, that's why they need to finish it off, because 322X is and Dictator. It's going to be a crucial matchup between these 2 guilds. Bakunawa and Minokawa, of course, they will be saying goodbye, but still, they will be bringing home $2,000. So, whoever fall down in this series between 322X and Dictator, of course, they will be saying their goodbyes as well. And we're gonna be waiting for Phi Guild and Ronin in the upper bracket finals. We're getting close, Chin. We're getting things are getting exciting in this matchup.
Exactly. With only a few matches remaining till our grand final. This is definitely something to stick around for. So stay tuned. We also have our lucky prize winners coming up soon. So yeah, stick around. Maybe it's you. For those who are already here,
Yes.
you might be winning like a Razer gaming mouse, a Razer gaming headset, as well as a gaming console. So stay tuned.
I will be staying in my seat, you know. I might as well get cold, you know. So don't go anywhere, guys. ROLG Major Day of Domination. We will be right back.
5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go!
For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go!
For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all.
Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Well, we need to continue the lower bracket journey. Dictator fresh from that victory over that series, and this means that they will be facing 322X. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Vince G without the glasses and Chin Valdez here, still with you on the desk, and this is going to be the 7th series on this day, second round. We can also call this the lower bracket semifinals already.
And this could also be a pretty interesting matchup here with 322X versus Dictator. 322X so far being pretty consistent in terms of performance. They're not really crumbling under pressure, but they will be facing the Dictator this time around.
Yeah, and as I've said, they were just fresh from that win up against Minukawa, but 322X, I'm sure the team that they will be facing, they are watching the magic unfolds. This is what Dictator does, so most likely we need to adapt, we need to adjust. 322X hailing from the Philippines, and once again, they are the last Filipino team standing in this tournament. Will they be the ones to eliminate Dictator, or will Dictator still hang on to their tournament life?
This will be very, very interesting, and this is we're only a few moments away to the final match as well of the lower bracket, and then after that is gonna be the grand finals, which is gonna be the fight for the $10,000 grand prize.
In that grand finals, it is going to be best of 5, so that means they have to utilize all their strategies, and I think
exactly
on that best of 5 grand finals, we're gonna be expecting a lot of rotations, a lot of bans being utilized in that play. You know, game 1, we're not gonna be seeing usually bards, crusaders, if ever. They're gonna be removing those annoying heroes, and then they're gonna be playing from it. And let's see if that is going to happen as well. But we need to at least finish this lower bracket semifinals between 322X and Dictator. And if one of these teams proceeds towards the lower bracket finals, of course they're going to be waiting for the team Guild and Ronin. Whoever loses in the upper bracket finals still has the last shot in the lower bracket.
All right, here we go. Actually, I'm very excited for the bans as well. At this stage of the game, I would be expecting a little bit more unconventional bans. As I've mentioned, everyone's been banning the same heroes, or the same classes rather, over and over again. So maybe we see something different this time around. So here are the bans for this match.
I cannot wait to see who is going to be banned out, but Bard and Crusader. Okay, so usually we've seen I know the reason why, because the monk user here, Dictator, has right now, he's also really good at handling some bards, and not only him playing the monk, he can also provide support and deal enough damage, and that's why 322X, they have been watching that game unfold, and that's why they decided to remove the bard from the game. No one will benefit for the bard, and no one will snowball. But this means Acutic Puny is going to secure that monk that can easily one-shot a target.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm still waiting for maybe something off-pick, something that will definitely shift the actual flow of these matches, since we have been banning the same classes over and over again. Maybe like a priest ban or a knight ban, just something to shake up the strategies that the players have been running over and over again, and it could be the determining factor of whether they actually win the match so far, because we haven't had the match a game 3 so far for all our series. Right now everything's been a sweep, and changing something up, especially something like the bans, for example, and we've seen that as well in competitive play in many other games, and it couldn't be any different here in Ragnarok as well.
Well, let's see if that is going to happen. 322X and Dictator, they have been playing a lot of matches since earlier this day, and we are just almost at the evening of the ROLG Major Day of Domination. So we can say that these teams are, quite exhausted from playing these matches. So hopefully we can see a game number 3, if ever. Force the other to do the best thing that they can do. So what are we waiting for? 322X and Dictator is now happening here and then. They're just waiting for the gates to open as they rush towards the river. Monks are there already, but who is going to take that shrine?
That was almost a take there by 222X with the shrine taking there. But first blood already by Tinaja.
Wow! Tinaja, he managed to get the first point for the side of Dictator. Again, another kill. Mikael is the victim. The rogue is down for the 322X. And now they managed to pay it back to Kira 1. The knight has been taken away. So, 322X and Dictator, what a close fight it is. But still, Asian Shrine being ignored here. They don't even care, but there you go. Dictator found an opening to expand their lead by 3.
So right now, Dictator pushing 322X. So this is exactly what I've been talking about. Everyone already knows Dictator has this very strong oppressive power. So it might be a wiser decision to actually make a few changes, because if you don't make any changes, then you cannot expect there to be any changes in the results as well.
And now Dictator wanting to end this game early, and that is why they're approaching the Yggdrasil route. They wanted to destroy the first layer of defense that the 322 has right now, and 322X, they need to defend. Still, they're focusing on their knight to take care of the Yggdrasil route of their opponent, which is Dictator, and now they sent in one player to defend it. And look at that, he's just snapping really quick.
And really solid box out here also. These are, I would say, these are the unsung heroes for both teams. Tobukun and also Kutik, who's very, very skilled with the monk. And of course, Tobukun with his knight as well. And he has been taken down.
Dictator, 10-point lead. 322X. I think they are just waiting for the first Siren to spawn in this game. 39 seconds. I can hear the bell tolls, using all those buffs to somehow prepare for war. And now 322X, are they gonna cross the river, go towards the Dictator's side? I think they wanted to see what's on the pit. There's no Zyron yet. 20 seconds is all it takes. But will someone be on the top pit if ever that the Zyron is gonna be spawning there? But Dictator is doing a spectacular job driving the members of the 322X away back into their territory.
It's a pretty interesting setup here, and look like the Zyron awakens on the top side with very minimum, or at least lesser, angle snares in place. It is being zoned out by Dictator.
Dictator, it's just quick for them. It took them like 3 seconds or 5 seconds in order for them to finish the job, and now they're back into the game. X-Ball, he got taken out. X-Ball again waiting for 4 seconds to help aid his team. Dictator focusing on the route, focusing on destroying the first layer of defense. Dictator is using every skill they have, double strafe, to make sure that those arrows connect even faster and do the job by tearing down this route. But 322X, how can you destroy the Yggdrasil route of the Dictator?
Dictator definitely out for blood and still using the same strategy. Akutek Puthi is defending the route from Tobukun, while the rest of the Dictator squad is raining havoc on 322X.
Dictator has a high score lead right now compared to 322X. Akutek Puthi now with a milestone of 5 kills in total. Dictator is trying to expand. They know that this game can take up to 10 minutes. And for 322X, they have to figure out a way on how they will bounce back. So the only way for them to do that is to somehow get some elimination points, destroy the Yggdrasil root, and then go collect the Asian Shrine. If that isn't enough, go to the Zyron, wait for it to spawn, wait for a minute, and then make sure that Dictator doesn't even have a chance to get it.
For the next match, if ever there will definitely have to be some changes in the bans. If the bans are going to stay the same, the results will also most likely stay the same. Strategy has also been the same. Nothing has been changed so far from the side of 322X. They're really going to have to step it up if they plan to actually win against the Dictator.
Dictator now welcoming the entry of the 322X. You cannot step into our land. We will defend our Yggdrasil root at all costs. And even the pit here, they're just boxing them out, isolating them. So what if the Zyron spawns at the top once again? This is going to be challenging because we've seen all of the manpower allocated was here at the bottom part of the map, and we can see that the other players here, Chin, are trying to use everything they got just to isolate them. And Zyron is back into the fray. Is it on top? No! Dictator has it under control at the bottom. Shrine again collected. 322X having a hard time to collect points.
This is not looking good. Only having 1 point versus Dictator's 45. And only a couple of minutes remaining. Only one chance for 322X to actually still steal this, and it's gonna have to be the core. And there has been no movement, there's been no strategy so far, nothing. Now it's just random brawlings all over the map, which is not looking good for the side of 322X.
It is not looking good because Dictator, every time they're going to be starting a fight, they're making sure they get bodies. 50-2. Arcuid is the fresh victim of the fight. Kanki and Tofu Kid now back into the game here. Can they somehow try to stop Dictator from getting near their base? Even though Dictator doesn't want to get the Yggdrasil root. I mean, with the high amount of points we are seeing here on the side of Dictator, aside from getting good objectives, good kills, Dictator established their lead way too high for 322X to catch up.
Or at least to catch up the conventional way. That's why they're going to have to think out of the box, and they're going to have to change it up. They probably should have, if they haven't prepared anything else, then maybe for the next tournament, it seems.
And now 322X needs to tighten it up because Dictator is coming for the Yggdrasil core. Dictator allocating every member to hit the Yggdrasil core, and now it seems like the core is casting spells. But wait a minute, someone is trying to attempt to at least distract the members of the Dictator.
Exactly. It's been a really solid duel there between Tobukun and Akutik Puthi, because he cannot just unleash that Asura Strike just then, because they are aware that he does have a smoky card which he could use to hide from that Asura Strike, and Tobukun goes down.
Asura Strike being used here. Gamsoy will receive that high amount of damage. Dictator again keeping an eye. Last Zyron to be upper grabs for both of these teams. Dictator, can you finally get it? Asura Strike being charged as well. No one is gonna receive that though. Land Protector here nearby. Good isolation play. Dictator made sure that 322X cannot contest further in that Zyron. Again, the last Zyron is up into the ground, and Dictator are now marking it in with no contestment from 322X because they're receiving a lot of tomahawks on their faces.
This is looking very bad for the first game here of 322X versus Dictator. I'm already looking forward to the second match and how it's gonna play out. Will 322X finally be able to think out of the box and deliver a different kind of fight here, and different kind of gameplay as well?
Now, for Dictator here, it's all about counting seconds. 20 seconds is all they need to solidify this first round win. 322X. They will not be able to defend their Yggdrasil core any further. And it is going to be a game wherein Dictator dictates the narrative. 322X, they need to think of ways on how will they bounce back in the second game and hopefully find an opening in order for them to force a game number 3.
Akutik Buddy here dealing 11 kills for the side of Dictator. It will have to come down to strategy. It's either 322X bans Akutik Buddy's monk, because he has been very, very skillful on that monk throughout the entire day. That's something that Dictator has been constantly been showing and displaying, that Akutik Buddy is very, very skilled on this monk. So it's either they ban him out or they find a way to just shut him down on that monk, or maybe altogether come up with a different strategy.
You know what's the problem? We've seen this earlier in the series, right? So game number 1, we've seen Akutik Beauty really good with the monk. And that game, they decided to remove the monk. The second game. So it's the bard that's
He used the
open.
bard.
And he used the bard. And he's really good at the bard as well. So how can you stop the guy if you cannot ban a player? I mean,
Exactly. So
he's
it's
really good.
It's going to have to come down to a different place, a different strategy altogether. The Bard is not going to be able to shut down a single player in one shot. So it's going to be a completely different play style. Rushing will have to come into mind. There are different kinds of flanking as well. So they're going to have to change it up. They cannot keep running the whole Tobi-kun will save us all. He's the hero. He's our god. Because that's how 322X has been winning these games so far.
Wow. 322X. It seems like they're trying to find a way on how they are going to break one of the Thai teams, Dictator. Dictator, they are definitely on a roll, ladies and gentlemen, but they need one more win in order for them to advance in the lower bracket grand finals. Dictator, once again, winning another round consecutive. So aside from this is gonna be their 3 straight wins non-stop without even them standing in the podium.
Exactly. The very, very definitive win here on the side of Dictator. We'll have to see what did go on in this recent match here. We have our game highlights.
Now we need to see what happened in this highlights, ladies and gentlemen, when Dictator decided to at least grab the first blood, grab the Asian Shrine. Dictator snowballed their points from there. They prevented 322X to at least somehow prevent a single kill. You won't be getting objectives. So this is where 322X struggled when it comes to getting points, because we all know if you cannot finish the core in less than 10 minutes, what you need to do is to somehow expand points. And with the lead being set by Dictator, it's really hard for 322X to somehow catch up. And what 322X needs to do in the next game would be play aggressive. So get those skills up, get those objectives contested, and then protect your lead in 10 minutes. And then it's a game 3 for sure.
From what we've seen so far, especially in the first highlights, in the first couple of minutes of the game, spacing and map position is definitely a major thing here. You already see right off the bat, Dictator already had they were spread out. Like AoEs here are not map wide. There's only one wizard per team. Storm Gust has a pretty limited range. So having good spacing, having good positioning will definitely have a gigantic effect on the clash.
And now that is it for our game number 1 of our lower bracket semifinals. And for Dictator, they need to play one more. So 322X is going to be a challenge for them. Are they gonna be prepared for this time around? ROLG Major Day of Domination. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with
ROLG Major Day of Domination. Welcome back here, and we are just near the end game of this entire tournament. But who will dominate on this entire day? ROLG Major Day of Domination. We still have we still have 3 more matches, but we need to continue the second game between Dictator and 322X.
Exactly. And being the Day of Domination, we have every series has actually been dominated by specific teams as well per series.
Yes. And I think the bans here from both of these teams are pretty much the same, but yeah, they adjust. Okay, so Bard and Crusader being banned out. So that means Bonk is still available for Aquatic Beauty. He's not going to be changing into a Bard this time around. So I think this is going to be a pretty much same lineup, but let's see how 322X will play their classes out.
Exactly. And I've said this time and again, even with the teams that I have coached from different games, the bans in these kinds of competitive games, Ragnarok included, it's half the battle.
The battle.
If you're gonna be keeping the same drafts, the same bans, then you're probably gonna be getting the same results as well, unless you have something spectacular in your back pocket. But otherwise, I'm personally expecting the same results.
Well, I wanted to see how will 322X surprise us. Having a pocket strat, if they're going to be using their secret strategy right now in order for them to hang on this tournament live, now is the time. Dictator, on the other hand, they just have to solidify their lead. They already had the momentum established in the first game, and now they just have to continue the snowballs.
Exactly.
And of course, speaking of continue, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we are also having fun here. I wonder if we can participate in the bingo. I wanted to try it out while we are trying to witness, what's gonna happen in this game. But it's really hard for us because we're gonna be commentating on the game, focusing on what's happening on the major map, and then we're gonna be focusing on the numbers too.
With the
Multitasking, man.
With the current setup right now with 322X and Dictator, the winning conditions are very, very, very tight here. It would not be impossible for 322X to win against Dictator, and they have shown very, 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 very skilled performances so far today. And even with their own previous series, they also dominate their own matchups. So they do have what it takes. They've been running the same strategy though, with Tobukun leading the way with the rotations and even with the vision, just being the main roamer of the team, and just doing the pushing and all the misdirection as well. They're gonna have to pull something out of the bag if they do plan to win against the Dictator this time around.
And now the gates are being pulled out, and the players are coming in the middle of the river just to get the first touch of the Asian Shine. Dictator versus 322X. This is game number 2 between them in this lower bracket semi-final series. Dictator, they already had 1 point and they're fighting for 1 more win. But 322X, they definitely need to win this series in order for them to establish dominance. Mikael gets a first blood.
So far, it's still pretty tight. We're on to the first minute of the match. We're still seeing more or less the same strategy though. And as you can see here from what I've been talking about earlier, they are clumping up together, not giving space. As soon as that land protector goes down, it's gonna be a massacre. And if you would look on the other side of the coin rather, we do have very good spacing here on Dictator.
Very, very good spacing indeed. Land protector in the river. Dictator right now getting close on the territory of the 322X. That is what they want. They need to somehow go for the push, but there's a lot of damage going through with the Tomahawk. And now a lot of hits connecting, but no one is taking the fall. They're trying to endure it all after a strike to change the momentum, but no one is home. Another after a strike from behind. He finds bomb bits and he took care of the back line. What a way for the Dictators Monk to find the back line.
So far, it's really too early to tell. Right now, the score being 3-3. 322X holding their own against the Dictator.
They are doing a spectacular job somehow trying to resist the damage coming in from the Dictator. And now Dictator expanding their lead by getting the shine once again. 322X, they need to catch up, but it's time for them to fall back because Dictator is slowly reaching the Yggdrasil root. Every buff's being summoned here by the priest to help them withstand those damage, and the LP surrounding the Yggdrasil root will somehow protect them from the Dictator's invasion. But Dictator, on the other hand here, they're trying to disarm a lot of traps being laid down the ground, but 322X is doing a solid job in defending. But how can you, as 322X, expand your points? You cannot expand it by defending alone. You need to at least somehow get some objectives. Hey!
And this is where the land protector play starts to fail them. being in the land protector forces the entire team to utilize it, also having them as a target in a single direction. On the other side, Dictator was not putting down land protectors, instead just having everyone else spread out, which is a more versatile way of just zoning out and flanking the entire 322X team.
Now we can see them 322X focusing on the Yggdrasil route alone, but for the Dictator side, they're just waiting for the Siren to spawn, but they're gonna be countering out. They're gonna be using the attack. Ladies and gentlemen, they already got what they want to. They already got the Siren, but this time they're gonna be back on their objectives. Time for us to push and break this Yggdrasil route in order for us to finish this game by ending the Yggdrasil core. But for the Dictator, 21-3, it seems like they're hunting for more points. Another Shine makes his appearance.
Yeah, 322 is definitely gonna have to pull out something different. It's still the exact same strategy that has been working for them for the entire game, except for this matchup against the Dictator, where they mostly have more experience, very good positioning, very good spacing and map control. So we'll have to wait and see if, only if 322X will still be able to pull out something else.
They're trying to pull everything. They're trying to pull Dictator into their territory in order for them to somehow eliminate them, you know, and expand their lead. Dictator not contented. We need to get more eliminations still. Look at the defense though. Even the Azura Strike showing no remorse to the Knight of 322X. And the other members, 322X, is focused on defense. Another Azura Strike stopping them from getting that engagement. But you know, he doesn't even get one. Land Protector is there. And we can see the 322X. They're trying to figure out how will they somehow expand their points, and that's another point in their bag. Item code ROLG major winner. Make sure to grab that.
And there's extremely accurate communication coming from the side of Dictator. We can see the map rotation here. It's a team. They move as a unit, moving forward, back to defend, again on the offense, dominating both sides of the coin, offense and defense. And now we have another Land Protector play here in preparation for the next couple of objectives.
Objectives wise, almost time for the Shine and the Zyron to spawn, and he makes his appearance below. Dictator getting inside the pit first. 322X, are you gonna contest this one? Who is gonna get the final touch? We can see the 322X trying to get close, get near the Zyron, and Zyron still will be on the hands of Dictator, and that gives them now a total of 41 total points and counting. Another Azura Strike in play, and 1, 2, 3, 4 player from 322X is waiting for their time to respawn back into the game.
It's not looking good here.
No.
It's now 43-4 and already 7 minutes in, and it's looking very slim. This might be another Dictator blowout for this series.
Dictator once again trying to dictate the narrative of this entire matchup, with 322X doing everything they could, but they are trying to somehow fend it off, you know, having this route protect itself with some dispels and debuffs, but it will not withstand and will took the fall on the hands of Dictator, and that's where the core is now vulnerable and exposed. The 322X, they have to protect it. They still have 2 minutes to do that.
The communication is definitely there, very coordinated, both offense and defense. Dictator has been showing that they will be dominating all of these series from start to finish, losing only to 1 and they are hungry for blood, and they will might have their revenge soon enough.
Revenge is, of course, one of the things 322 wants to do in this tournament. But we can try to somehow see how will 322X turn the tides. Mr. Tan with the first death of this game. 322X now getting 6 points, and hopefully they will go and find more. And now they're back into the river. Dictator, they're trying to circle out the entire map and looking for a position where the Zyron, the last Zyron, is going to possibly spawn on this game.
One play that 322X could do here, actually this would be maybe too late, but one thing they could possibly do is, as Dictator goes for the Zion, maybe they could finally just rush it. No, the points will not matter anyway because it's already a blowout from 58 points to 6, and the only chance 322X has here is to actually just take down the core.
Now,
with several members of Dictator already here on Zyron, that could have been an opportunity here with 45 seconds remaining.
Dictator 69-7. Nice score for them. 322X right now trying to expand the lead, but of course it's gonna be hard because Dictator trying to fend it off. Yes, they will not be able to reach the core, but with 20 seconds remaining on the game time, with this high amount of lead, 322X will just have to buy some time, delay the inevitable, because Dictator is just counting down into the lower bracket finals. Dictator did manage to win and will be proceeding to the lower bracket finals. So this will be meaning that Dictator is already in the top 3.
Exactly. Still a very, very stellar performance from 322X. Definitely not a weak team. Like one of, if not the strongest PH team that we have here so far today in this tournament.
Yeah. And for the players of Dictator, of course, they contributed. Mr. Tan actually getting 9 kills, and the rest of the players here tries to at least, focus on priorities, just like Shelby's. He managed to at least get the Zyron. When for the Monk, Akutipuni, he managed to control control shines in order for them to contribute points. And this game is all about teamwork. It's all about
exactly
them collaborating for the greater good. So Dictator, that's why they got those points, high points, amount of points, and because they wanted to establish that that lead that will be hard for 322X to catch up. So congratulations once again to Dictator, and for 322X, at least they made it this far. They made it to the top 4.
exactly.
So I mean, that's something to be proud of, because top 4 in the first ever major tournament is quite an achievement already. So hopefully we can see them, our countrymen, dominate in the next major tournament. But for Dictator, the story continues. They still have to fight in the lower bracket finals, and they still have to wait for whoever loses in the upper bracket finals.
Exactly. And this is just the first of many for the ROLG major. So there is going to be next time, of course, maybe better preparation, better coordination, and teamwork. So here we go. Let's see what just happened here in this recent match with our game highlights. Here we go.
This is what happens. Dictator, of course, they started up strong, prioritizing the objective, prioritizing the Asian Shrine. But Mikael from 322X surprised us with the Rogue getting the first blood. So somehow they're trying to rig up points, but Dictator, of course, caught wind of that. We cannot let that happen. We need to expand kills. How? Get the Zyron, get those shrines. Let's focus on the Yggdrasil route if we can, and let's not let the members of 322X to hurt our Yggdrasil route. And with that having in mind, Dictator's points snowballed, skyrocketed, and that's why they have 32 to 4 in less than 3 minutes. And Zyron as well going into their side is very much favorable. Dictator, once again, they dictate the narrative, but can they dictate the lower bracket finals later?
One of the like stronger highlights I've seen here is definitely that LP play by the 322X, and the way that Dictator countered that was not to drop their own LP, but just to space it out. We're gonna be waiting for match 8 between Guild and Ronin, and the loser of that matchup will be facing Dictator in the lower bracket.
And of course, the moment that we all been waiting for, the last match, the grand final is just nearby. In the next series, we will figure out who is the first team to get into the grand finals. Will it be Guild or will it be Ronin? Match number 8, upper bracket finals is definitely there.
Yeah, we are down to our final 3 teams, and all 3 are actually Guilds.
Yes.
Yeah, from what I understand, and we are down to the best of the best. Maybe we'll see something different this time around.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. ROLG Major Day of Domination. We will be right back.
1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear.
First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the route, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the ROLG Major Day of Domination. We had finally witnessed the top 3 teams in this major tournament, and it's all Thai power. It's all Thai guilds fighting for who will be crowned as the first ROLG Major Champion. Vince G, Chin Valdez, we welcome you back here, but we're gonna be starting off first on our road to Grand Finals. Let's start with the upper bracket Grand Finals, wherein Phi Guild will be facing Ronin.
Yeah, so here we go. Like these 3 teams so far have actually demonstrated how they've been dominating each and every series so far. So yeah, with our brackets right now, we are down up to our match 8 between Phi Guild and Ronin.
And this match right here, this can be built off as the clash of the Titans. Phi Guild and Ronin, both of these teams had been the top seed in the round robin, with Phi Guild being the undefeated perfectionist of this entire round robin tournament and still playing it perfect without even losing in the upper bracket. Ronin, on the other hand, will be seeking to avenge their 2 round robin losses. So would this be the matchup wherein Ronin definitely can give Phi Guild their first actual loss, but these 2 will be trying to fight it out who will be going towards the grand final slot. Ronin is our top contender for this one.
And both teams have actually demonstrated extreme coordination and teamwork, as well as a lot of discipline when it comes to executing all of these strategies that they have prepared for our tournament here right now.
And Phi Guild, as we've seen earlier on, and I believe based on what they say on the interview, they only believe that the only one that can beat them is themselves.
Right,
so
exactly.
It's meaning, it's that establishing that they're one of the strongest teams to watch out for, and it just shows because Phi Guild has been playing it clean without even losing a single match, even for this playoff. So Ronin, hopefully they would be trying to give them their first loss, avenge them from giving them the first loss. So what is going to happen here? Banning the Rogue and the Crusader.
So very interesting, and also I want to like double down on that statement about the only ones who can beat them are themselves, because that's the mindset that you should have when coming into this tournament. Like sometimes the patience and just the discipline really of waiting for your opponent to make a mistake and then capitalize on it. Sometimes that would be the major turning point for your team to actually take the championship.
So I believe that Feigl and Ronin definitely had an idea on what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, what are the classes we need to avoid facing when we are facing this guild.
I see. I've been looking forward to this all
yes,
night.
We
have
do.
an assassin on the side of Ronin.
Okay. What a fresh face of class that we're going to be seeing. Ronin, I believe this is going to be the right time to use the assassin. If we're going to be sneaking on Feigl, surprising Feigl with something, this might be it. I mean, using the assassin. Assassin can definitely deal high amount of damage. It can use as a backliner. The only problem with assassin is that squishiness is gonna be a weakness for this assassin and for the Ronin side, because remember, in this mode, the more that you accumulate deaths, the more that your respawn timer is going to take too much longer. So assassin needs to work out on survivability, and hopefully his stealth moves will somehow increase his durability or probably survivability all throughout this entire round.
This is going to be a pretty interesting matchup. And, Feigl has been very much dominating the entire tournament so far. So going for something that you've been doing all along will not change or will barely change anything. So this could be the change that we're looking for right here. Going for an Assassin Breaker instead of the Knight.
Okay. So hopefully Assassin. Yeah, you mentioned the strong points of it earlier. Focus on Agi, focus on hitting those landing those shots, and hopefully Assassin can try to break the Yggdrasil root in the core much faster than the other. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in the upper bracket finals of the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Now we can see Ronin and Feigl trying to contest the Ancient Shrine, but the question is, who will be getting the first point, the match point of this entire best of 3 series? Points still vacant, Shrine being channeled, contested. Are you gonna collect it? No! First blood was already used here. Roy Bustang will be getting Son Ho, the wizard, here on the side of Feigl.
Right now, up to a good start against the giants of this tournament. Feigl on the side of Ronin. So very interesting start here. Maybe Feigl was probably caught by surprise. Ronin taking the lead even more when the Shrine and another kill, and 4-0 on the side of Ronin.
Wow, this is very unusual to see Ronin fighting back, dominating early on, and we've seen this kind of technique. Feigl did this earlier on in their series. They're just trying to watch their opponents 3-2-2x on what they're gonna be doing towards the early game, and most likely we're gonna be surprising us. They're gonna be surprising us with some strategies that can easily wipe them out for good. But Ronin is keeping the lead up, so Ronin is doing a spectacular job. Will this be the moment where Ronin tarnished the record, the perfect record of Feigl?
I'm seeing the assassin here is doing some kind of technique here. Right after Sonic Blow, immediately casting Magnum Break. I think maybe to create some space, because the assassin being very squishy here, would not want to be caught in those hammer falls.
Alright, Ronin still has that lead. Shrine, who is going to collect this? Feigl having a hard time contesting up against the Ronin. River is definitely the hot spot for each players in this guild versus guild 10 versus 10, but they still have 38 seconds to wait for that Zyron, the first Zyron to spawn. Feigl definitely needs this in order for them to somehow catch up, and now Feigl slowly but surely getting all those kills. Another elimination in the form of Sonho Wizard. So Ronin here, they have to protect their backlines even more because their monks are really good at targeting and eliminating all those squishy AoE wizards out of the game.
Now we have several safety walls on the field as well. Right now, Ronin setting up their ankle snares for the first. Oh, here we go! Zyron awakens on the correct side, it seems, of the ankle snares that were set up by Ronin. So zoning out right now. We have one from Feigl who made it inside the Zyron pit.
Oh! Okay.
It does fall to the side of Ronin.
Yeah. 6 to 15. Feigl catching up on kills right now. And still, Ronin has that half of a lead. They're trying to protect that lead. 6 minutes is still a long time. Feigl can still make a comeback of points. And if Feigl suddenly decides to go for a push and break the roots, go to the core, Ronin is in deep trouble. And that's why Ronin, the plan is to expand the lead, get more points up and running, and then invest, hold it for like 6 more minutes, and then secure this round.
The Feigl is not giving up just yet. They are the giants of this tournament, slowly but surely catching up to the points of Ronin. Is Ronin going to be able to keep up this lead? We are not yet sure. We have pretty solid defenses set up here by Feigl on their roots. Both teams actually are pretty much setting up their defenses and most likely getting ready for the next couple of objectives.
That is one part of the strategy by these guilds. You know, prepare for the unexpected because we've seen a lot of sneak plays trying to go for the Yggdrasil route. They're gonna be ignored because, you know, setting up traps somehow will delay those knights, and for the side of Ronin, it's gonna delay their assassin in taking down, tearing down the Yggdrasil route. So it's well protected, but Feigl decided to close the lead gap by 4 points, and Ronin has to be aware of that, and they just need to wait for like 53 seconds for these 2 objectives to spawn once again, and that's why they're wreaking havoc, unleashing a lot of skills here in the middle, and just like that, Storm Gas being used, Spellbreaker, every skills trying to burn them away, damage, hurt them. Sustain is just keeping them alive, Chen.
A lot of AoEs coming down here on the river. We're still waiting for another turning point here with only a few seconds remaining till the Zyron spawns, as well as the next shrine. 4 points ahead for Ronin against Feigl. There's so far both teams are going for the same strategies, very straightforward. It will all have to come down to which team is able to secure the objectives.
Feigl 2 points away from tying the score between them and Ronin. Zyron, this is the second Zyron of the game, 7 points at stake. Feigl goes inside the pit. Can this be the way Feigl can establish a lead up against Ronin? And it did! 5 points! Ronin right now is behind by 5 points thanks to that Zyron.
This is not looking good. Momentum slowly on Feigl's side as they take the lead from Ronin first time in this match with only 3 minutes and a half remaining. But Ronin is not going down without a fight, hoping to tie the game at 20 versus 20.
Asura?
Here we go. Asura's strike goes down, but nobody is killed.
Nobody's home. Nobody received that fatal blow. And of course, they're going to be continuing to wreak havoc here, but this time around, Ronin decided to catch up on the lead. Feigl decided to get one player, eliminate Unknown, one out of the fray. Feigl establishes their lead by 1 point, and Ronin can definitely catch up to that, but we are just counting down into the final minutes. Last 3 minutes, the last shrine can also spawn here and can definitely give them some boost. But in order for you to secure a really good item code, here you go. You just have to type in ROLG Major Winner and then get your goods. We are definitely in a very nice upper bracket finals here, Chin.
This next shrine could be gigantic with the point difference only by 2. This shrine could tie the game at 22, and then the final Zyron will be spawning in the next minute as well. So this is good. Whatever happens here at this river fight will be dictating what will happen what will be the result of this entire game.
Oh man, Ronin, I believe patience is part of their strategy, part of their game plan, and now they're choosing to fight from the other side of the river, playing it safe because they cannot sacrifice any more bodies. Now 35 seconds, damage coming in, misses from those arrows coming through. Can you reach your target? Kaz and Sonho now down, and it's all equals 22, but they collected the shine. 2 points back. Feigl, they established the lead, but Ronin is trying to catch up. They're just behind by 1, and by Roy Mustang getting that kill, it's all equal, and now they're leading by 1.
This is getting very dangerous for Feigl. There's no momentum for either team. It's neck and neck. Only
This is it.
final Zyron awakens on top side here. Ronin is up first.
Ronin,
Casting our AoEs here at the choke point. It's not over yet.
Ronin,
Final Zyron will go down to
Ronin! Ronin secures that final Zyron. 9 total points. Feigl, can they catch up? 30 seconds on the clock. No roots being destroyed. It is all down to points. 11. Ronin is leading by 11, and Feigl needs to slowly catch up, but no, they managed to catch up by 1. 10 is the gap. Ronin has to protect this. They have to buy more time. 13 seconds left on the clock. Can this be the upset? Ronin, could this be the moment where they handed a defeat towards the clean record of Feigl? Then they did!
Feigl's record tarnished right now by Ronin.
Wow! Ronin!
What a game!
Okay, you won't call us top guilds for nothing. You know, we made it here. You know, we're just second from Feigl, but that doesn't mean we cannot beat them here in the playoffs, and that's why it just shows that Ronin, the assassin picked by Ronin, trading Knight to an assassin, did work because somehow they did score a decent amount of points.
Exactly, and also secured 3 very specific kills there.
You know,
it's also very interesting how the assassin is able to move around as, you know, like invisible and all. It could cause some surprise plays as well. They didn't use it as a breaker, actually using it as a traditional assassin, going for the backline time and again.
They don't even, I mean, showing what we've seen here, I believe that Ronin doesn't even care about breaking the roots. We don't need to go for pushes, but the only thing we need to do is to somehow go and farm up points in 10 minutes. So how can we do that? We need a high amount of damage. Let's just ignore the Yggdrasil root, but we also need some classes that can specialize on defending and sustaining, and by sustaining themselves from the pressure coming from Feigl, that's where those classes shine, and especially the assassin, removing the wizard out earlier on, so that gives Sonho the Wizard a really hard time to deal with the incrementing respawn timer. So the more he die, the more the respawn timer lingers. So having an assassin to at least deal with the backline is pretty good. You know, you have the monk, you have the assassin. You don't need a knight to break the roots. It's beautiful.
Exactly. I'm very interested in that technique that he was using right there. After popping his cover with a sonic blow and then using magnum break initially after. I hope we see that here in our highlights that are coming up right now.
We are definitely here for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. You know, Ronin establishes dominance in the early game, but still, Guild, they are the top team. We won't call them a top team. They played a clean record, and that's why catching up to Ronin seems easy at first. It has been a rally of kills after kills. You get one, we get one. So it's either you lead by 1 point, we will slowly catch up. But in the deciding moments, that last Zyron decided to solidify Ronin's lead even further, and we can see that Guild is slowly catching up, but there's a 10-point differential. So Guild cannot catch up to 10 points in less than 30 seconds. So that's where the challenge came in. And you know, this is where the other classes shine through, especially the assassins. So we don't need to push, we don't need some knights, we just need to play mind games. This is how they do it. We need to counter that, and Ronin had to analyze that, and that's why they decided on that trap. It worked.
This was exactly what I've been talking about here. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So what Ronin did here is they changed it up. They ran the assassin. Instead of running a knight, we get a different result.
Indeed, different result. And if they're gonna be sticking with the same result, you know, same outcome. Guild could have won, but with that assassin,
that assassin play right there,
is a surprise. But you know, we are preparing for game number 2 here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points,
7 points after 6 minutes and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge.
ROLG Major Day of Domination. We welcome you back into intense upper bracket grand finals, and Ronin, the narrative has changed. Finally, they managed to beat Guild in the game number 1, but the series isn't over yet because Guild definitely has an option to win 2 games in a row in order for them to make an upset towards Ronin. But what Ronin did earlier on was very, very much unique and refreshing. It's endorsing or using an assassin into that draft and then surprising us. We don't need knight, we just need this assassin. So this time assassins are not being ignored but being prioritized by Ronin, and it worked.
Exactly, and as I mentioned, it was used not just as a breaker but as a typical assassin play, really going for those kills, scoring I think the second highest kills for Ronin that time, dealing massive amounts of burst damage as well. I was still really interested in that technique that he was using there with the Sonic Blow and also the Magnum Breakout. As he was moving out, he was also using Magnum Break, so that was also pretty interesting there.
Very, 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 very much interesting plays. We can see, we can digest it, but 10 minutes is just way too long for us to at least digest it play by play. There's a lot of crucial plays, as you mentioned. We've talked about this during the break. The placements of those protection skills, like
exactly,
the LP, right? If LP is gone, it's gonna be easier for your opponents to wipe you out.
It has to be very deliberate. It's not just because I'm gonna put Land Protector here or I'm gonna put Storm Gust here. That's one thing that I was commenting about the other teams earlier. I'm thinking, why did he put a Land Protector there, or why did he cast Storm Gust there? It has to be very, very deliberate. Being a very small, compared to a traditional guild versus guild or a traditional War of Imperium where it's normally like 300 versus 300, 150 versus 150. This is 10v10 here. 10v10. So, and only one player per class. So you only have one Sage here, one Wizard. So each skill needs to be very deliberate. There has to be a reason why I'm putting a Land Protector here or a Storm Gust here.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that I saw that the Thai teams. I was telling you how the strongest Ragnarok players are usually from Thailand.
Oh.
So very, 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 very skilled and trained in a way as well. So yeah, that's what I had to comment on about for the major mistakes that I've seen from the PH teams earlier.
So technically, there are other ways for you to win, and by knowing the mechanics of the game, you don't need to at least destroy the core in order for you to win. You just have to get those points. But the question is, how will you get and secure those points? First, you need to get objectives. Zyron, Ancient Shrine, kills. Get those elimination points up. Some of them are trying to at least rig up in terms of getting the most kills and then go for the push. Yes, the Yggdrasil route gets solid 10 points, but what we've seen on that round number 1 on the upper bracket finals, they're laying out their defenses well, and that's why the Yggdrasil route push is out of the question.
Exactly.
And that is why they are aiming to expand their points by waiting for Zyron spawns, stealing Ancient Shine, and going in for the backline kills. And this is where the Assassin and Monk of Ronin did shine through.
Exactly. And as you've seen, in these kinds of team play, communication plays a major role here. That's why no backdoor strategy
No.
has worked on a single Thai team so far. It did not work on Phi Guild, did not work on Ronin, and also did not work on Dictator. Each and every time a backdoor play was tried to be initiated, especially it's been working very, very well for 322X earlier with their night play. It's always been answered back several times, and you will not be seeing that here between Ronin and Phi Guild.
Yeah, so hopefully we can see another changes when it comes to these two players or two teams approach. So Assassin, once they have been ignored all throughout this day, but Ronin, they picked up some gem. Okay, we need this, we need to counter Phi Guild, and it worked wonders. So I'm not gonna be surprised if and only if Phi Guild decided to ban out the Assassin and forced the members of Ronin to, play out the Knight back at it again. So yeah, it is possible, because Assassin is definitely ignored. If I'm Phi Guild and I'm not gonna be using the Assassin, it's fine. Remove the Assassin, ban it out. So let the members of Ronin suffer without an Assassin.
No, but I think that was like an out-of-pocket play. They just had to pull it out. Surprise! We're using an assassin instead of the knight, and I was just telling you, how the knight being tankier, but the assassin has that element of surprise.
Yes.
Right. It's hidden. It's stealthy. The knight you can see a mile away coming over to you, and with that burst of damage coming from the sonic blow, he was able to get second highest kills for their team.
Yeah, very, very high damage output coming in from the Assassin Sonic Blow. It is very, 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 very nice for us to, witness and see those plays, happening here and then. So I wanted to see more. And this fight or this match is, I believe, indeed worthy of an upper bracket final. So
Exactly.
Okay,
Okay.
we're gonna be waiting for the other players.
Right.
They're just trying to prepare.
Exactly. I think we're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties with the lobby. So yeah, while that's pushing through, what else are your expectations for this current matchup between Ronin and Phi Guild?
Well, Ronin already beat the
Finally, yeah, the
Finally,
undefeated.
Yeah, I'm asking this question, before the day started. Phi Guild has been playing clean.
Exactly.
Undefeated.
Throughout the entire tournament.
Who is going to beat Phi Guild all throughout this day? Is it going to be our Filipino contenders, or is it going to be their own?
Right.
Remember, they said on the text interview, the post, like, the only one that can beat me is myself. But what happened is that Ronin had an answer. No, it's going to be us. We're going to be handing you your first round loss. And now let's see if there are changes in the bans. Are we gonna see Assassin finally being removed? No.
Oh, this time it's the Rogue and the Crusader being banned.
Okay.
Ronin still using the Assassin play here on Good Night 3.
Okay. So I even thought that Phi Guild will be, adjusting to that, removing the Assassin and forcing them to play the night game. But it seems like Phi Guild, they have been confident. Since that they already encountered that kind of play, so
They probably would not be falling for the same
No.
surprise again.
no surprises, no stealth moves coming in from.
Yeah, we've seen that already, and we're going to be adjusting our play during the match itself.
Okay, so Phi Guild, they won't be the top guild for nothing. So most likely Phi Guild came up with a solution into the problem they're facing. So Phi Guild, in order for them to hang on into this upper bracket and not suffer the pushback down to the lower bracket, they have to win 2 more games. But if Ronin wants to at least secure a spot in the upper bracket or the grand finals,
Finals.
the shortcut to grand finals, they have to win this last match, if ever, because they just need one more.
And either team, whichever team is also definitely going to be ready to face up against the Dictator, who's waiting, just patiently waiting in the lower bracket and hoping to maybe also get into the grand finals.
Okay, hopefully let's get this party started, this game, this chaos here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. The top three, whoever wins in this series will be securing a top 2 finish because they earned a spot, they earned the right, they're earned going into the grand finals as one of the 2 teams there, and one of them will take the fall. So it's not gonna be over because they still have the lower bracket grand final, lower bracket finals, and from there it's up to them to settle who is going to be in the grand finals as well. So who's gonna be ending up with a top 2 finish? So Figild and Ronin head to head. We see the capabilities of Ronin this time. Figild, did they learn something from it? Did they adapt from it? And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 2 of this series, upper bracket finals between Figild and Ronin. It is up for us to decide. It's up to them to decide who is going to secure a top 2 finish. Middle is quite the hot spot as they are trying to collect the Asian Shrine.
Here we go, and we get our first blood by Saya Hot Cup, securing a first point for Ronin, but I think we get another 2 points here for Figild. Oh, wait a minute, it's now tied at 2-2.
And they still didn't get the shrine yet, so it's pure kills, it's pure chaos. Azura strike, Figild did strike back and eliminates Unknown. So I love this, they're just trading blows one after another, kills after kills. It seems like I'm watching sports, it seems like I'm watching badminton, volleyball. They're just trading blows, and Figild decided to collect the Asian Shine in order for them to expand the lead to 3. Azura strike on the back line, but it will not connect.
Right now, it's we're looking at a completely different game here. First off, like I said, the first game they were caught by surprise probably by that assassin play, but now Figild taking the lead back, taking control back into their own hands as well.
And now controlling the narrative, Figild still protecting their 3-point lead, but anytime soon objectives is gonna be coming into this major map, and it's all up to these 2 players, two guilds to compete and contest with that. Azura strike again being charged up, Smile at Me Monk being eliminated, Tomahawk's axes being thrown over your head, and a lot of damage, even random break being casted on the ground. Figild and Ronin still no points being expanded, and here comes the Shine. Ronin, if they get this, it's going to be 5-6. But wait a minute, Figild gets another kill.
Here we go. Figild still keeping that lead here, and the Shrine is still unable to be claimed. Both teams still trying to zone each other out and giving each other space, regrouping as well, and just the Storm Gusts and other AOEs on top of these on the Shrines here.
Okay, Figild has the opportunity to collect the Asian Shine, and this will somehow impact their scores. Now Ronin tightening up their defense. They're not letting Figild come close towards the Yggdrasil route, but for Figild, it's all up to the hunt. We are just anticipating the return of the Zyron, the first Zyron on this map. But where is it going to spawn? Is it on top? Is it on bottom? It's on top! It seems like the members of the Figild already marked it. Can they finish the job before Ronin gets caught?
Ronin will have to somehow just trap them there within that choke point. Figild secures it first. Zyron there. No choke point plays over there. Just massive brawls outside the Zyron pit.
Good isolation play from Ronin. They went in the pit, securing the objective, and the other players from Figild making sure that the players from Ronin is not gonna come inside the pit. And now Ronin tries to at least fight it all out after the stride being used there as well. Feigl lands the kill, secures 1Q1 in UV2. Ladies and gentlemen, for Feigl, this is quite different. It seems like they found an answer towards Ronin's pocket strat in this series.
Feigl is like you should have kept it in your pocket. You can only use that once. It won't happen again. We've seen through your strategy, and we will not be caught. We will not be caught our guard down again.
It is not gonna work 2 times in a row for Ronin. You need to come up with a better game plan for Feigl. If we're gonna be forcing a game number 3, we would, because we're gonna try to prove ourselves that we deserve the top 2 finish. But Ronin here having a really nice momentum in the previous game. Of course, being stopped by Feigl. This is going to be hard after the strike. Who is it going to be landing upon? But no one is gonna be home. Ankle snare being there, being used as well, and a lot of stripes coming in from those guys trying to fight from the distance. Shine again being collected by Feigl once again, and Feigl doesn't want to back down anymore.
We're pretty much here on the halfway mark already here for this match. We have a commanding lead by Feigl, 18-7. It's looking pretty slim here for Ronin. We have the double objectives coming up in the next 40 seconds or so. Let's see what they're going to be setting up here to be able to maybe try to take back the lead from Feigl.
Feigl, on the other hand, of course, all about protecting the lead, because seeing this lead, it's enough. We are trailing by 11, and that means Ronin cannot get more points. So the only way for Ronin to bounce back is to somehow collect the shine, collect the Zyron. 7 and 2 points, that means 9 juicy points for them. Feigl once again trying to distance themselves by 13 points. So if Ronin collects this and bags those kills, then it's a really juicy objective. But no, the Zyron isn't on top. Somehow Ronin members caught wind of that situation, now trying to at least get the touch of this Zyron. Feigl, can you resist? Can you collect this? Shine has been caught by the members of the Feigl, but Zyron will fall on the hands of the Feigl, giving them boost in points. Oh,
those
my
two
goodness.
objectives were massive. Both objectives were collected by Feigl. Very interesting situation we have here for the side of Ronin. With only 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in this match, it's 10-30. It's gonna be an uphill battle from here on. We're gonna have to see something different here from Ronin.
20 points behind. Ronin had a really nice start earlier on, but Feigl decided to kill that momentum. Feigl right now bracing for defense, because Ronin, they definitely have to break the Yggdrasil route in order for them to force the Feigl to somehow react to this. And now Feigl, the only reaction that they get is to defend it, ladies and gentlemen. Ronin is still getting decent kills. They eliminate the Smile Monk, and now damage are coming through, trying to tear down the Yggdrasil root, but it casted spells and Asura strike once again, but nobody's home.
But this could be the play here for Ronin. If they have any chance of winning this match, they're gonna have to take it on the root and maybe the Zyron as well. So this is the only viable play that they have here right now, with that gigantic lead that Feigl has over Ronin.
Feigl still back on 20-point lead. Feigl means business in this game number 2. You might have won game number 1, but this is the first ever game 3. Feigl will be dictating this one, but Ronin, if they get this last Iron, this might somehow help them, get back on track. But the kills keep on coming. UV2 and number 1 here being taken care of.
Very interesting here with only a minute left, 20 seconds left to respond for the Zyron. What's Ronin gonna do? They have to be able to take down that Root as well, and it doesn't seem like they have enough time to do so. Although Root is already down to about 30% HP, they could still be in it here, but the lead is already getting much wider between Figild and Ronin.
Ronin, this might be the final moment. Wait a minute, Figild is busy. They're taking care of the objective. A lot of traps being laid down the ground, and this will give Figild the opportunity to finish the job before Ronin gets into the pit, but they made it inside.
Ooh.
Who will be getting it? I believe Ronin gets it, but they need more points. 37 seconds on the clock. Figild found an opportunity to expand their lead once again. They're up by 16. Ronin, can they accumulate 16 points at 25 seconds? They need to destroy the Yggdrasil route to get them 10 points, and they need to find 6 more kills. Figild again expanding kills after another. Ronin here is being pushed back, so it means that Figild is just counting out time, waiting for game number 3 to commence. Figild wins this round, proving that they still are the best of the best here in the major tournament by ROLG.
This is going to be our very, very first game number 3
Wow.
within a series. Roy Mustang securing the most kills for the side of Ronin, but majority of the objectives did fall under Figild, which secured them game number 2.
You know, I'm wondering why. You know, Roy Mustang choice of class here is Monk, right? I thought that he's gonna be using an alchemist. If you get the reference, though. I mean, anyway.
The full,
He
the
goes
flame
full-
alchemist.
Yeah, the flame. Anyways, but he's good with playing the monk, right? You know, he's producing a lot of kills, but this time Ronin, the assassin, is not going to work twice, and Figild decided to bounce back. So this means they have to settle the scores once and for all. This means game number 3 to settle who is going to come on top in the grand finals later on, Chin.
Figild is back for blood. Their undefeated streak was ended just a few moments ago by Ronin. So yes, I think they've woken up right now. They say they're back. They're the Giants. They are supposed to be undefeated, and they will not take this down lightly.
We've seen Figild analyze what 322X is doing on the round number 1. It seems like that is the same thing that they did in the Ronin matchup, and of course they just let Ronin snowball in the game number 1. And Figild, okay, they decided to let's just give them, you know, the first win, our first loss. It doesn't matter. What we need to do right now is to somehow to go back, kill their momentum, and establish the dominance in order for us to solidify ourselves as the top 2 here in the ROLG by getting in the grand finals first. So Ronin, this is going to be a pressure play for them because, you know, winning up against a top team, undefeated team like Figild, it's a really, really nice momentum changer. But somehow that momentum was stopped by Figild with their strategy.
Being the ROLG major day of domination, let's see how Figild actually dominated this match with our recent highlights.
And Figild, based on these highlights, they did manage to get the first point. They focused on kills, and then Figild, you know, gets the shine, goes for the Zyron to expand their lead, and getting the first Zyron somehow it establishes the lead by 10 points. So Ronin figured out a way on how will they catch up, but Figild already planted a lot of traps, so they won't be letting that mistake happened twice in a row, and that I think those traps are being utilized because they're expecting the assassin targeting the backline. So it doesn't matter if you're stealthy assassin, but if you cannot reach us, so it's gonna be us safe, and we can let Sonho, burn you down for good, even if you're concealing yourself in play.
There were a lot of objectives that were given up by Ronin here from what I've seen, while Guild was just collecting each and every objective, losing only, I think from what I understand, only the final Zyron, which was worth 9 points that Ronin was able to collect for their team. But otherwise, most of the objectives did go to the side of Guild.
Yeah, but giving away 9 points isn't really much of a big deal for Guild because they knew that they're in the lead. And after our break, we will now witness who will be the first grand finalist of this ROLG Major Day of Domination. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
To be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer. Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this...
We are just one game away from witnessing who is going to be on the grand finals. Is it going to be Ronin or is it going to be Guild? And this game 3 will decide the stakes once and for all. We welcome you back here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Chin, Vince, this is going to be a very, very nice series indeed. It is indeed Major Day of Domination because all of these teams that we've met this entirely today, they did their absolute best to dominate their opponents. And of course, we are just nearing the end game with 2 more series left after this.
It's going to be very interesting. We're finally going to see who will be our first seed for the grand finals between Ronin and Weigel. So Ronin did bring out that pocket pick, being the assassin surprise pick in the first game, which I guess surprised Weigel and finally ended their winning streak throughout the entire tournament, not losing a single round or a single match in this entire tournament. And then in game number 2, Weigel finally reclaiming their throne and just showing how much they can dominate this tournament.
Well, I mean, for Weigel, they already said that, you know, same tricks won't work on us twice, and having to learn from that mistake in the first game, they decided to capitalize on that and did not change anything at all. But they did change their tactics, they tighten up their defense, and this gives Ronin a hard time in producing those kills. But are we going to see another banned hero for this final game in this series? So no changes, but the assassin has been changed completely. No assassin. I believe they're back to square one, back to night game.
Good night, this time using the Hunter class. So he's not a breaker anymore. He was running the assassin earlier. So this time Unknown is the one who's using the Knight.
Knight, yeah. So, Weigel then Ronin. Of course, Ronin, they already realized that the pocket strat is not gonna work twice, and we have to go back to the usual. So this is the meta that we've all been witnessing all throughout the day. So Ronin, if they could like play with the meta, take those objectives, tear the Yggdrasil route, go to the core, finish this before Weigel does, it is us to at least protect or to go into that grand final. But if Weigel still continues their dominating streak, as I may call it, you know, they will be an unstoppable team. You know, they will be the team to watch out for, and hopefully having one loss, the entire record of this tournament is a very, very scary feat. Once that they reach the grand finals.
I'm still waiting for something interesting like a priest ban or a wizard ban, something that's gonna make the match a little bit more interesting and a little less straightforward from what we've been seeing the entire tournament. But yeah, glad to actually see the assassin make an appearance, which was been successful for the first game. Didn't really play out the same way for the second game. And we're back to basics again, back to the meta here on game number 3, which is going to decide who will be going to the grand finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are definitely up here for a treat. This matchup is definitely good, and these are the reasons why these two teams, these two guilds, are on the top of the food chain. They dominated the round-robin stages. Ronin did struggle to establish dominance towards Weigel. The only series, the only losses Ronin had in their round-robin match is when Weigel handed them those 2 losses. But here we go. I mean, Ronin, they did defeat them once here in the upper bracket final, so might as well work this time around. Game number 3, time to settle the scores. Weigel, Ronin, it's up to them to get the first 2 points of the shine. And now we can see Ronin trying to isolate the members of Weigel, trying to burn them down. And now the channeling has been cancelled here. And now Ronin trying not to lose form. No casualties yet, but they're dealing damage towards the other side.
Multiple Numa has been dropped down on the field and expiring on the side of Weigel. Still a lot of ankle snares up. Nobody trying to take the shrine just yet. They really just need to zone out each other first and healing each other. No kills so far. Both teams playing it safe.
Yeah, I mean, this is the game we're in. All of those classes, all of these players are playing it safe, because one single mistake you can cost the entire game. You don't want it to at least, give your life out. There's no contestments to be made. Let's just try to at least poke and destroy our opponents. Saya Hot Cup decided to put matters into his own hands and decided to go for the first blood, and another kill by the side of Ronin, and this means that the score is equalized at 1-1.
Still, nobody has been able to take the shrine. A new shrine is about to respawn in half a minute here, but the first shrine hasn't even been claimed yet. Score is now 2-1, still fighting in the river for the first shrine.
Yeah, they still have 20 seconds. Of course, in order for them to prepare for the next shrine, I believe that Guild did collect that. 5-1, they got 3 juicy kills and then 9 seconds remaining for another shrine to spawn. So this is going to be a back-to-back if ever. Guild can collect 2 points back-to-back at the same time, because Guild has definitely controlled the river area.
This is a pretty massive push here by Guild. Ronin needs to come up with something, otherwise Guild will take this next objective, and they have taken the next objective. Next is the Zyron, which could also be huge, considering Guild is already zoning out Ronin back to their base.
Okay, Ronin is trying to resist the pushes coming through for the side of Guild, even with the traps being laid down the ground. Score is 8-2. After the strike is there, who is going to be the victim? And I believe this is STZ5 receiving the damage. Sonho was the other guy who took the fall on the side of Guild. Rolling here, trying to slowly approach the base of Guild, trying to check to see if there is the Zyron on the top pit. But if not, the bottom is going to be crowded. Where is it going to be? It's in the bottom. Guild found a gem.
There was a massive storm gust earlier on from the side of Ronin on top of Guild. I hope they include that in the highlights. But here we have Guild securing the first Zyron.
They did. Guild right now secured a very, very crucial objective. 5 points into their banner, and they're still looking for more. But Ronin here trying to catch up. They're playing aggressive. 13-6. They need to find more bodies, more blood. Guild found the blood in the side of UV2. 40-6 score. 6 minutes into the game, and now all those classes are working hand in hand. Sustain coming in from the support. The priests are just providing way too much damage. The front line there is trying to at least isolate each and every one. But look at this. A lot of ankles, knees being trapped on the ground.
We're almost at the halfway mark here, and Guild is definitely taking this commanding lead. Ronin will have to come up with something to be able to recover from this, or even come back from this. This is going to be the final match of this. This is the final match of the upper bracket here, so they're going to have to pull something out of their pocket if they wish to secure the grand final slot right now.
This isn't the grand finals yet. There's no game number 4 after this, and that is why it's do or die for both. And Guild doing good at establishing dominance. If they wanted to solidify their lead, this is the right time for them to at least expand it. But wait a minute, the damage is connecting through. Ooh, look at that. Ouch. That gotta hurt. Guild still reinforcing traps into their area, but some players from Ronin is trying to sneak in, but he received a hefty Azura Snake. Unknown got eliminated.
At the halfway mark now, 11 points lead from Guild over Ronin. Ronin is at a disadvantage here, playing into Guild's traps every now and then, still being controlled all over the map on every objective. Now we have the double objectives about to respawn in 45 seconds. We have to see what Ronin will do next.
What is the game plan? I mean, are we gonna wait for both Shine and Zyron to spawn? If Ronin gets that, I mean, 7 to 9 points, it's enough for them to catch up. But Roy Mustang here, he managed to get his 5th kill in the form of Sonho Wizard. The Monk is doing a spectacular job locating the backline, removing the AoE damage dealer. Sonho cannot burn the members of the Ronin no more, and he needs to wait for like a second in order for him to get back into the fray as we count to 3 seconds. Now the next Zyron will be making its appearance. Oh wait, hello.
Ronin making a play here on the roots, but a safety wall was very briefly casted on top of it.
Okay, now Zyron here being contested, but there's 2 players. Zyron, Feigl. You see that? Even 1 player just tanking all those damage. A lot of players of Ronin there trying to contribute, but hoping to get the final blow. But it's still Feigl securing that last hit. Ronin again, they're trailing behind Feigl. They expanded their lead further. What can Ronin do at this rate? I believe at times like these, the better option is to somehow penetrate their lanes and open up those Yggdrasil routes to open up the core.
And when it comes to kills, both teams are actually dealing more or less the same amount of kills. It's actually the objectives giving Feigl the lead here. And it is a pretty hefty lead as well. So it's not a matter of like mechanical skill. It's really more about map control, map awareness, and all of these things, where Feigl is definitely showing dominance over.
Dominance indeed. Feigl, as I've said earlier, they won't be called the top guild for nothing, and they earned the top spot. Round robin, they haven't lose a single match until this very day. Ronin handed them their first loss, and I believe Feigl doesn't like that message. You know, you cannot defeat us, because the only player that can defeat us is themselves. So they're just trying to live up to their name. 28-9. We're just 9 seconds or probably a minute away for the Zyron to make its appearance once again. But can they somehow get this objective? Ronin, they definitely need this.
They took that personally.
Yeah,
They were undefeated, except for that one match where Ronin brought out the assassin play, and they took that personally. This is the ROLG major day of domination, and Feigl definitely showing that they are dominating this tournament.
They are indeed. Feigl, when it comes to the word dominance, domination, you can associate that with the Feigl. And now, for Ronin, it's not time for them to give up. Just look at how fast this guy attacks right now. Can he break the Yggdrasil route? He's unleashing everything he got. He's now missing his shot, while the members of the Fight Guild are busy trying to locate who are they going to eliminate. And now one player answered the call. He needs to defend, and now it's time to flee away to protect ourselves. 33-10. And if Ronin secures this chin, it's 9 points, but they have to figure out where will they get the other points. And just like that, it's very, very
Still
quick.
goes to Fight Guild,
Oh.
which pretty much already secures the slot for the grand finals. Fight Guild, stellar performance from Ronin.
Ronin indeed surprised us with their pocket strategy, but those techniques, those surprises is not gonna shock us. It's not gonna work on us twice.
Exactly.
And that is why Fight Guild decided to answer back with the game plan on their own, and they are now counting 12 seconds in order for them to proceed in the grand finals. Ronin, I think they're gonna be giving their all, but in the end, Fight Guild is one of the top 2 teams.
Roy Mustang still securing the most kills in the game, but it's the objectives that win these games.
Yes.
Fight Guild, very, very, very good stuff here.
Very good
Definitely
stuff.
dominating the entire tournament.
They had indeed dominant. One loss doesn't mean anything if we're in the grand finals, but
Exactly.
you know, forcing the members of the Ronin down in the lower bracket, that means they're going to be facing another Thai team. But of course, before we expand that idea, Feigl and Ronin, here are the stats. All 3 Zyron, all 5 shrines been collected here by the Feigl. They rake up a lot of good eliminations. So from 5 kills from the Monk and the 4 kills from Taz and Mr. From the Bard rather. So I think having a Bard had an impact for the members of the Feigl. So they play their cards right, and they have to utilize all those strategies. Once again, Feigl, congratulations. Ronin, again, they still have one more shot in order for them to had or earn a rematch up against them later on.
In the grand finals.
grand
But
finals.
first off, they'll have to go up against the Dictator.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But we have our first of 2 in the grand finals, and that is Feigl. Feigl, still the strongest team here on the ROLG. We even thought they could finish unbeaten, but they had lost once, but it doesn't affect their grand finals performance. Now, for Ronin and Dictator, this is going to be a really, really gruesome fight, because if I'm the Dictator, I don't want Ronin to defeat us, because we worked hard in the lower bracket, and then we're gonna be losing to Ronin. No, we're gonna be fighting up until the very end, and might as well expect another game number 3 in that series.
But I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is another rematch that we're about to see.
Yeah.
It was Ronin who dropped the Dictator down to lower bracket, if I'm correct, right? No?
I believe so. I think later on we're gonna be seeing the
we
bracket.
might see the brackets again later.
But let's talk about seeing the game itself. And I'm quite thinking, having this kind of play alone, even Ronin adapting to the meta of this entire ROLG, it's not even enough to at least somehow catch up towards the aggression of Feigl. But Ronin actually did a spectacular job, because some of the plays here they're trying to accumulate points. They're trying to expand someone lead, but Feigl is just trying to block them, and just like that, first Zyron being acquired by Feigl, and it's just easy 28 points in an instant.
Yeah, it's gonna be really, really tough. This might as well have been the grand finals, because if they do win against Dictator, they're gonna have to face Feigl again. So they're gonna have to come up with something different, the same way they surprised Feigl, the same way they surprised Feigl in the first match that they had.
Interestingly, so that means it's gonna be another game for the side of Ronin, but we're gonna be seeing the bracket rematch. Yes, it is. Ronin and Dictator back at it again. This is going to be a grudge match. I believe Dictator has every right to at least defeat Ronin, because they're the reason why Dictator is in the lower bracket at in the first place. And just look at how many matches Dictator played in the lower bracket in order for them to earn that rematch. 1, 2, and 3.
Exactly. So it's gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is gonna be their 5th match already.
That's a long cut.
But I have seen this before. I have seen this before, that the team with the most matches eventually rose back from the lower bracket to just steal away the grand finals.
That's an interesting ideology. That's an interesting thing that we are going to observe later on in the lower bracket grand final. So 2 series away in order for us to see who will be crowned as the first ever ROLG Major Day of Domination champion. But do not go anywhere. Chin, Vince, we will be right back after this break.
Each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him.
Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go!
For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go!
For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss...
Well, Chin, I cannot believe it. We are just 2 series away, and this is the lower bracket finals of the ROLG Major. day of domination. I am Vince G. This is Chin. We are still bringing you the action live here at the Green Sun Hotel. And as we can see, the people around in this area are very, very much enthusiastic because they wanted to witness the history unfold, because we still have Dictator up against Ronin, fresh up from the upper bracket loss. So hopefully that doesn't get into their head in this matchup.
Exactly. And also we have Dictator, who's been on a rampage in the lower bracket, definitely dominating every single team that they've come up against. And now a rematch, and they could be back for blood, as Ronin is the team that actually dropped them down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, because Ronin is the reason, as you've said, that they are in the lower bracket. So Ronin is one of the top teams here participating in the major day of domination. They did hand Guild their first loss, and we can give them that. They deserve that. But Dictator, they also had a reason for them to defeat Ronin. As we've said earlier, they played so many matches for today. It is because of Ronin. They forced them to go down the lower bracket and forced them to play more and more matches. And I think Dictator, by playing more matches, I think they are geared up. So that means they had a lot of advantage when it comes to playtime experience. And Dictator is quite hot recently in their matches.
Very, very interesting narrative that we have here. And both teams, and actually, well, all teams all have their own personal motivations for these matches. Like I said, Ronin coming down from the defeat from Guild in the upper bracket, and also Dictator was facing now against Ronin, who was initially the team who dropped them down. You know, like there's lots and lots and lots of motivation here, and maybe we could also see different strategies as well, as we are nearing the grand finals. So it's now time to just lay out all the cards on the table, stop pulling your punches, and just give it everything that you've got.
You need to give everything you've got, because you are on the road to grand finals, and this might be the last step that you will ever take in order for you to reach top 2. But of course, it's safe to say that these two teams will be on the top 3 finish. And having a top 3 finish, you know, they already got a really, really huge share of the prize pool. But you have to go through a grueling match between this series, because for Dictator, they played a lot. Ronin, they suffered a defeat here, going down the lower bracket. But you know, if you're down here in the lower bracket finals, there's no other option but to win in the lower bracket finals in order for you to earn a spot in the top 2 grand finals finish.
Exactly. So this very exciting, very, very exciting times here. We're just waiting for the next match to start. I'm definitely looking forward to this matchup between Dictator versus Ronin. I want to see, like, will Ronin be able to recover from that just very, very recent defeat from Guild, or will Dictator also get all of this win streak and domination in the lower bracket to their heads and be unable to prepare well against Ronin also as well? So there are different factors here that I'm looking forward to seeing, and definitely a matchup that I'm very excited to watch.
Very, very excited. Of course, this is going to be the last 2 series, and this is just a 1 series away in order for us to determine who is going to join the Guild in the grand finals later on in a best of 5 fashion. But going back into the narrative, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be excited because of what's going to happen here. This is the final hurrah for both of these teams. Once again, if they lost up against the other teams, there's no other option. There's no redemption that is going to happen. But you know, we have to remind each and every one that is currently with us here on the venue, of course, that a lucky draw is still going to commence later on, and the lucky draw will be a really, really nice set of you to have a chance to to get something like a Razer gaming mouse or a Razer gaming headset or maybe a gaming console. So all they have to do, Chin, is to stay on their seats. Don't move an inch, because if we call your names, you will, you'll get a missed out. So I believe four names will be drawn. So the first two is Chin and Vince, right? So they need two more. Is it?
They need
right?
two more from the audience.
Okay.
So two are gonna be for Chin and Vince.
Correct. No, anyways, we're just kidding. Four lucky viewers here in the Green Sun Hotel will have a chance to win those prizes mentioned. So one console, so we don't know the allocations yet, but make sure we are quite sure that four will be going home happy just by watching with us here at the venue for the ROLG Major Day of Domination Finals.
Exactly. So we're all gonna be looking forward to that.
Yes.
And the prizes are nothing to scoff at as well, because we're looking at a Razer gaming mouse, a Razer gaming headset, as well as a new gaming console. I'm not sure what the fourth prize is gonna be. Maybe we have another duplicate of a gaming console for another audience member. So we'll have to wait and see as the lucky draw ensures in just a moment.
And a meet and greet with Chin and Vince. Probably that's the grand prize. Anyways, so we are going to be on a banger of matches, because there's a lot to be given away. Having to give away Razer gaming mouse and a headset together with a console. We're also going to witness, guys, we're going to witness $30,000 being given away here live. For the winners, of course.
30,000 USD.
For the winners.
To who? For the winners.
Not in the lucky draw.
Not for us.
Not for us, okay. Because it's time for them to settle the scores once and for all. We need to determine who's going to be the champion, who's going to bring home the trophy and the 10K. So the end is quite near, and this is quite sad for me. I mean, we've been through a lot today, and the end will somehow determine that the ROLG Major is gonna be over. We're gonna be sleeping afterwards. So, it's gonna be part of history.
Of course, and this is the first of many ROLG Majors. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to the next one as well. And also for if we have returning teams as well, maybe looking for a vengeance.
Of course, vengeance indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Now, going back to these two teams, let's talk about the narrative. We've said a lot about these two teams, but Ronin, what they need to do here is to instantly shake up the sting of the upper bracket loss to face Dictator. Yeah, actually, for Ronin, their recent loss in the upper bracket is quite fresh. But for Dictator, it is, they had moved on. They got hurt because Ronin did force them down in the lower bracket, but they won multiple matches, multiple series down the lower bracket. So I think Dictator had that momentum on their favor, but Ronin, they have to instantly remove that, that feeling of them going down in the lower bracket.
So now, going down to the bans, this is going to be our second Sage ban for the day. This is going to be very interesting here, meaning there's nothing that's going to stop all of the AOEs that are going to be dropping down from the Wizards, which are going to be held by Shelby and also 1Q1. So definitely looking forward to that. Now, it's going to be massive chaos here. No land protection, no cast cancel, no magic rod, none of the sort. Is all going to be just massive chaos here. Also, the Crusader is going to be banned out. So no front line as well, aside from the Knights. But, it's always the Crusader that's going to be doing the massive front lining here, being the dedicated tanks. So, yeah, it's going to be a maybe a massive brawl that's going to be happening here between Ronin and Dictator.
Well, it is going to be massive. Now, classes has been identified. We just need to see how will they play this one out. We are just heading towards the first game of the lower bracket finals. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Ronin up against Dictator to settle the scores once and for all, the rematch of the lifetime. So, seeing the player roster, I remember reading the post about Ronin, and they said that they have the secret weapon. I think they said that 1Q1 was the secret weapon. So I believe we have to watch out for this guy because he's using a wizard. So might as well burn them all down.
Oh, and now we resurface another superstar here. Acoustic is also here back with his monk. So he's been dominating the recent matches here. You know, like Dictator is one of those teams that really have that playmaker that's been going on. Like the same way 322X also had their knight who has been leading the way. And yeah, so that's something to watch out for as well. It might be a 1Q1 versus Acoustic here.
Oh yeah, Akutik, the monk. Actually, aside from 1Q1, the secret weapon they so called, you know, Roy Mustang actually is raking up in kills as the monk earlier on.
Exactly.
But let's not wait any further because these guilds are prepared to go on an action. Ronin, Dictator. A rematch of a lifetime. Game number 1, I can see some kicks happening there on the Reverberation Shrine here. Being upper ground skills being laid down the ground. The trees got chopped. And now, no one's taking the fall as of yet. No first blood casualty. No one's taking the shrine. But Izudir 01 gets the first blood. And that's a bonus for Ronin. And they got another kill on their banner.
Shelby is the first one to go down, which is going to be the wizard, and not having LP here in the entire match is going to be massive, considering there wasn't any AoEs coming out from the side of Dictator firsthand.
Ronin decided to at least get 2 more points, and Dictator decided to catch up a little bit. 4-2 score, and now they're just trying to punish the other players from the side of each other. Ronin, Dictator, it's all about the pokes. The supports are doing a lot of good sustain. I can see some burns happening through, trumpets being thrown over their heads, and a lot of damage there. Coming in for double strafe, trying to connect. And as we speak right now, Dictator found one in the form of 1Q1, and that's going to be a kill. And Ronin responds back by killing Kara 1.
There was an Asura strike that was getting cancelled multiple times over here on the side. Finally getting it off there. I think it came from the side of Dictator. Now tied at the scores 6-6 with the next objective spawning in 20 seconds, which is going to be the Shrine.
Wow, this Shrine actually can give them a boost of 2 points. And as we mentioned earlier on, the Shrine can provide a buff randomly. You don't know what you get. You just have to pick that up. So this is going to be a really good move for them as well. If they manage to collect that Shrine and hit spawn, it's back on the ground. Ronin decided to go for an equalizer 7-7 by eliminating Shelby's, but the Shrine here being collected by Dictator 8-10. Yes, they do manage to at least eliminate Goodnight plus the Shrine, and this snowballed them into the lead, and Talork will be falling down as well.
Dictator is back with a vengeance, not allowing Ronin any kind of domination to happen here in their first game. Dictator also has a momentum entirely, like for the entire lower bracket here, on a rampage, just wrecking havoc left and right, and now it's Ronin's turn. Will Dictator be able to finally get their revenge from Ronin for dropping them down to the lower bracket?
Wow, 7-11. Dictator right now trying to expand the lead so that Ronin cannot catch up, and this is a good strategy for Dictator. They wanted to at least capitalize on the fact that they had the early game advantage, and by getting the first Iron, this might expand their lead further, and they're not welcoming Ronin into the pit, but they made it through. Dictator somehow gets the last hit, and look at that, Ronin is doing the hard work. They're trying to pulverize the Yggdrasil root undefended, and here comes the defender. They're not gonna let him go and push through. He landed some arrows, but there's your support. It's now 2 players. Make that 3, but there's someone trying to at least distract them and stop them from landing those hits, and the entire members of the Dictator are now there and trying to eliminate them one after another.
Ooh, that could have been massive there. There were 2 guys from Ronin just wailing on the Dictator route over there. could have been very dangerous. But taking both of them down, Good Night and Unknown taking a rest as the next shrine has spawned.
It is going to be a head-to-head situation. Dictator again, it seems like they played too much games and this gives them some boost, and that's why they figured out how to defeat the Ronin. Ronin on the other hand, looking for a point, looking for them to score more points. Ronin, how can they catch up? I can see the efforts of them trying to break down the route, but they cannot do that yet. They need something else. They need to get kills. They need to get Zyron. And speaking of Zyron, it will be up later on. And as we can see, there's an attempt as well. But Dictator protecting the route with a lot of traps laying down the ground.
We're pretty much already at the halfway mark here, and Dictator still maintaining the lead at 26-8. Ronin trying to wheel out the tower, but there is a solid Numa over there, so Hunters are not able to connect. And we only have like about less than a minute before the double objective spawns. Ronin able to zone out Dictator here. Will they be able to contest for the double objectives? Dictator will have to pull something off here because these objectives can be gigantic here for Ronin. And also, if they're able to protect their route as well.
Oh no, I can see the urgency from Ronin to somehow force their way through the Yggdrasil route of the Dictator side. And Dictator is just returning the favor. 1 versus 1 here, but the members of the Ronin decided to ignore. And here comes the members of the Dictator. They're trying to call in company. 5 players, 6.
Ooh.
Actually, everyone is now in fray. Can they do that? Can they knock it up? Can they eliminate it? But no, they decided to step back because they knew that the shrine, or probably the Yggdrasil route. Yeah, both has spawned, but the Yggdrasil route is casting some spells right now.
The Zyron has fallen to the Dictator with a massive 46-8 lead, 47-8. Oh, it's an onslaught. They are back with a vengeance. Dictator is angry. They are angry. 40-point lead. They could pretty much just give up their route right now. So many members of Ronin have fallen and just about to respawn as Dictator tries to take down their route.
They are indeed angry because who would want to force you down in the lower bracket as early as round 2? So with Ronin and Dictator decided to square off first time earlier this day, you know, Dictator, I think they took that personally, you know. We don't want to lose, and that's why they played like it's their last. They played every game like it's their last. Dictator right now breaking the route. Ronin, I think the defenses aren't working in their favor, and Dictator are just raking up a lot of points. They're defenseless as of the moment.
That's 160 second
160
respawn timer on Good Night over there. It was really good.
It's a good night for him. Early good night actually. But he can make it though. He can make it on the last few seconds of the game. But the damage is just way massive. Dictator already got 66 points. They're down by how many levels? 2 minutes left. Even if Dictator gave away the Zyron to Ronin, it's not gonna matter because I believe that Dictator is focusing. Okay, they're focusing on the core, and the other players of the Ronin decided to at least, okay, we need to reset. I mean, having to lose to Feigl really did affect us.
This is crazy.
They're
really back for a vengeance. It's an onslaught. You wouldn't really expect this kind of domination between these two teams, especially Ronin and Dictator. So it's just crazy to see. And as I was saying earlier, like I was really excited to see this matchup again. Ronin versus Dictator.
Yeah, Ronin and Dictator earlier on. Ronin dominated Dictator, but in an interesting turn of events, Dictator knew that the Ronin is still affected by the fact that Feigl give them a series lost, and now they're playing the lower bracket, and Dictator is taking that as an advantage right now. 1 minute remaining. Can they end the game before that time expires?
Acoustic Puffy also showing that he's reached the 10 kill mark there already. Less than a minute remaining. 12 to 70. And it's almost impossible here right now unless Ronin is able to actually just rush down the core, which I doubt Dictator will allow them to do.
Here we go. They did clear out the Zyron. The last Zyron is going to be in the bag of Dictator. 79-13 is the score. But Dictator, it's either they wait for 30 seconds or go straight towards the core. Ronin, somehow, they did come out of the base, trying to push them away. One player is in the middle. There's no Asura strike. He's trying to fight it alone. He did not survive though. Mr. Tan is going to take his first fall. And now 13 seconds on the clock here. The river is going to turn red anytime soon because there's going to be bodies laying down. Blood is going to be an absolute bloodbath. A lot of skills being casted. And it's enough for Dictator to give or hand Ronin their loss in this lower bracket finals. And these are the outstanding players of the game. Look at this Monk. Akuti. He is dominating with 11 kills.
11 kills, 2 shrines, and definitely been just wrecking his onslaught all over in every single matchup they've had so far in this tournament. Acoustic Puffy on this Monk. Very, very dangerous. It's either you have to ban it out or force him into that bard or something. But definitely maybe not give him that Monk.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, these are the stats. The Monk getting 11. Some of the classes, some of the players here contributed way too much. I believe everyone from Dictator at least gets 1 kill each. So it is really, really good. A really, really good start for Dictator in their road to vengeance, road to domination, because they are trying their hardest to climb up in the lower bracket. And then look at the story. Ronin is just 1 loss away from ending into top 3, and Dictator can possibly go in the grand finals.
Match point for Dictator. This is crazy. Right now, Ronin is in a dangerous spot here on a 3-game losing streak, including the 2 initially from Phi Guild, and then now this match versus Dictator. This is going to be very intense, but I doubt that they will give it up without a fight. You know, they're going to be putting up their best in this next match, and it's going to be the same for Dictator.
Well, they never fail to surprise us. Dictator has a surprise on our own. Yes, we might lose in the upper bracket, but that's all part of the plan. We want to play more games. We want to heat up, and this is the better version of the Dictator now sailing away, and they're going on a voyage straight towards the grand finals if they win this next game. Let's talk about what we've seen in the game. Let's go towards the highlights. Pang, 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 pang. Look at the strafes coming in through. The objectives actually is for Ronin to at least get those kills early on. Dictator answered back, but Ronin decided to somehow secure that shrine. And after that, Dictator, they did not sit idly. 6-4 scoreline. Okay, we need to catch up. After we get the Zyron, it's all up to us. It's all up to us to expand that lead. Get the Zyron. I mean, look at this. First Zyron take. Dictator somehow snowballed on their lead. And from 44, after that last one, it has been Dictator trying to protect that lead for as long as like 3 minutes. So victory secured. Dictator knew how to play by the rules. 10 minutes is all it takes for us to somehow hand Ronin their loss as well.
It's these kinds of plays that you'd love to see. You know, Ronin with that assassin pick, Dictator with that sage ban. You know, like as I was saying, the draft is definitely half the battle and can have a gigantic impact even with just 1 ban. banning the Sage, allowing all Storm Gusts to go through. Just well placing these Storm Gusts can cause massive, massive, massive impact in like this match right here. So it was very much dominated by the Dictator. Ronin didn't have an answer, but maybe for this next match, they could show us what it was that took them down to the bottom bracket.
Wow, we are up for a very, very good matchup. So for Ronin and Dictator, based on what happened in the upper bracket, sending Dictator down, I mean, Dictator took that to heart. Dictator took that personally. Dictator motivates them. Dictator did somehow took that loss as a motivation for them to do better, and this is the result of them playing multiple matches in the lower bracket, and that is why Dictator coming in hot. They knew that Ronin did manage to at least lose to Feigl in the upper bracket, and Dictator is striking while the iron is hot. They're trying to exploit that.
And it looks like we might be going straight into our next match right away. Ronin might be really hot right now and angry for that loss against Dictator. So let's see. We're just waiting for the next bands to come up. Earlier, I think it was the Sage and maybe the Crusader. So no frontline earlier, and also no Land Protector.
No.
So that was a very interesting match there. Very, 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 very interesting. And these are the kinds of matchups and drafts that you'd love to see. Like I was saying, maybe I'm still waiting for like a Wizard ban or a Priest ban, which will definitely shake up both teams, unless you've prepared for it.
Well, preparation is key. Hopefully, they do have something like a pocket strategy in mind. But I believe, Chin, the bans or the classes that will be removed will be the same. Look at that.
Oh, Sage.
Same. And the lineup will also be the same. So no changes whatsoever. They're going to be continuing straight into the same lineup that they used in game number 1, and hopefully Ronin would find an answer by now on how to stop Dictator from dictating the narrative of this lower bracket finals.
So far from what we've seen, same preparation would usually yield the same result.
Yes.
So maybe, just maybe, this could be very detrimental for the side of Ronin, unless they saw something else that maybe we didn't. Maybe they have another strategy on hand that they weren't able to execute earlier. So we'll just have to wait and see when this match ensures. But same draft, same bans, ban for Sage and the Crusader. No Land Protector, and also no Frontline Devotion and Grand Cross.
Alright, so same draft, same lineup, but let's see if the execution will be different this time. Ronin, we can see the attempt of them trying to tear down the Yggdrasil route in order for them to somehow end the game, but Dictator doesn't want that to happen. But instead, Dictator, they are the ones who go towards their route, but somehow did not continue to destroy the Yggdrasil core, because they had that opportunity. Rather, they already got the 10 points from the Yggdrasil route. Dictator still, they decided to at least go for a much bigger objective, get the last Zyron. 9 points is very big as well. Does not give points to the Ronin on that game. So Dictator, they're just farming up points, and farming kills is very, very hard for the opposing side, because the more that you die, the more that your death timers is gonna be long enough. Just like what we've seen to Goodnight. Like, how many minutes? 2 minutes out?
I think more, like maybe 2 minutes and a half.
Yeah, that is quite long. If I'm a key player, a key class in this guild 10v10 battle in the major map, I won't like to, stay idle for too long. Like, it's gonna be a numbers disadvantage. It's gonna be 9-8 versus 10 complete. But
Exactly.
Let's just hold the thought, because I believe Ronin and Dictator right now are prepared to settle the scores once and for all. Can Ronin force a game number 3 or Dictator sail away towards the grand finals and go bon voyage in this lower bracket grand finals? Dictator and Ronin happening right now. No points as of the moment, no casualties yet.
Very interesting. Still no kills here yet. Oh, spoke too soon. First blood by Forever 7.
And 1Q1 was the target. He was billed as the secret weapon of Ronin, and the secret weapon, I believe, is now exposed, and that's why they're targeting him way too hard. Hero actually dies from the casualty as well. Ronin again picks another target in the form of Piglet, and now Ronin has a 1-point lead.
It's pretty tight, very, very tight. The kills coming left, coming right, but still very, on both sides and pretty much even neck and neck. And 1 minute already down, 3-3 is the score between Dictator and Ronin.
Wow, even Steven, scores are even, ladies and gentlemen. No one is dying yet. Now it's 3-3. Shrine, actually, it's still there. And now Dictator somehow got the Shrine points. And now Ronin again needs to catch up because they're behind by 2 points. Well, how do we get that point? Do we need to eliminate the members of the Dictator? Do we need to wait for like a minute and a half for the first Siron to spawn? There's a lot of questions they need to answer right here and then.
Dictator was somehow able to secure that shrine over there in the midst of all of the AoEs and all of the clashing spells here at the river. So very interesting. Ronin still trying to keep up. The score is right now 6-5. They were able to get a single pick off there. And a Asura Strike going off to the side of Dictator here. And another ancient shrine has spawned.
Oh, Cutie Putty. He got put down here. Ronin picked a very, very viable target. Monk being eliminated, that's a good thing. There's no Asura Strike dealer, and Ronin once again decided to eliminate Shelby's the wizard for their team. Now it's even 7 once again. You can see Chin that these two guilds doesn't want to lose. Either which, Ronin is trying to at least get ahead towards the Dictator, and they're gonna be trying to toughen up their own Yggdrasil route.
Exactly. And you know what? That pick off on Aquatic Puppy, that was very, very huge. You know, like a setup for an Asura Strike takes some time, you know, to set up. You call 5 spirits, spears, and then you use critical explosion, then call another 5. It really does take some time. So taking out Aquatic Puppy, definitely one of their key players here for Dictator, was a pretty huge pick off for Ronin.
Now, this is going to be the first appearance of the Siron on this map, and it seems like Dictator has the situation handled. The points is going to be awarded towards them, and look at that, Ronin is trying to chop through this Yggdrasil route, chopping the route. He's now trying to at least utilize his attack speed, and now he's dealing damage, but some of the attacks do miss. And now the other members of the Ronin is holding the fort while this guy is chopping the route. But can he do the job? Remember, the Yggdrasil route has only 1,000 HP, and if the route drops down to 300 HP, it will start to cast a dispel that will make the push very hard for him.
Exactly, that would be a good indicator to know like how much HP is left on this route. And I think to do the defending is Aquatic Puppy here, like driving our knight away, which is held by Namo.
Okay, still Shine being collected here. I believe Dictator got that. So for Dictator, actually, they will also continue the havoc, the push that they're doing right here and then. So Ronin, they should be defending, but wait a minute, Roy Mustang the Monk here is going to be on a rampage. He got his 5 kills, and that is going to be a lot of damage in the river as they spam a lot of spells. Even the angels fall. The trumpets being blown. Acutic Booty. It seems like these monks are showing off. They're trying to snowball all of those kills right now. And now Ronin is having enough confidence to go out of the map and stopping the members of the Dictator. They're trying to occupy the space. They're not letting the members of the Dictator come out of the base. And here comes the invasion.
Oh, 5 kills also by Good Night here. Let's go. And Acoustic Puffy goes down. Perfect target selection here by Ronin.
Okay, Ronin, right now we can see the attempt of them trying to conquer and invade the territory. They're trying to utilize their full map control in this area, but Ronin decided to back off. They're just waiting for the members of the Dictator to somehow come and settle this in our territory. But we are just 12 seconds away for the second Zyron to spawn. Chin, who will going to reclaim this Zyron? Ronin, they definitely need this. 7 points will definitely add towards their favor, and see what is going to end in this game.
Well, first up to the Zyron is actually Dictator, but also members of Ronin make it in. I think it's the same number of members here. Who's going to be taking it down? And it goes to
Dictator still getting the shine.
the shine goes to Dictator. Zyron has fallen to
It's
Ronin.
Ronin got the goods. They might bail out of that situation. The pit is very much crowded. Dictator is now mad. You stole our Zyron and it's payback time. Dictator is not gonna let it happen. Another victim of the Azarus Knight. You may say goodnight to Goodnight.
This could be huge for Ronin. Momentum would be there with that objective take, but Dictator doesn't seem to be phased. Akutik Puffy taking down another member of Ronin and still maintaining the lead, 28 to 23.
Wow, Dictator, they're just protecting the lead. But of course, if I lose that objective, if I lose that Zyron, of course, I will be very much frustrated. I will be doing my absolute best to expand that lead even further, and that's what they're doing. They're attacking Ronin's Yggdrasil route, and now Ronin needs to answer back. They need to go on a full-on defense. Somehow, their other players, I believe the Knight is doing the chop. They're trying to at least remove the Yggdrasil route, but can he finish the job? No one is contesting this, and now we can see him trying to at least protect the Yggdrasil route. But look at this. Can they break through? A lot of damage happening here. The river is quite messed up. 2 minutes into this game, Aces Shine almost respawned. Ronin's base, Ronin's core has been exposed. This will force Ronin to somehow try to at least mirror that attack, but they cannot do that yet because Dictator is defending the route very, very hard.
That route takedown was really massive. Dictator lost, I think, 2 members there, but also securing the Ronin route, exposing their core, and only 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining with the next Zyron spawning in half a minute. Gigantic play right there by Dictator.
9-point lead for Dictator, and they just need a minute, but we have to watch carefully. Chin, they're up by 9, but the winning condition here is that if Ronin decided to contest and get the Zyron and rake up more kills, this means that Ronin can do an upset. We might see a game number 3. We need to watch out for the pit. We need to see the battle unfold. But look at Dictator. They're trying to drive away the members of Ronin. They got to. And look at this. Someone
this could
is
be
doing a job.
gigantic.
They're going to be trading big objectives. But can he finish the job first? Zyron has been captured. I believe Dictator got this. And now Ronin, they're running off 51 to 30. Dictator did successfully get the objective while preventing Ronin from destroying those roots.
It's not looking good for Ronin. Is this gonna be another upset? Will Dictator be moving forward? And we were just talking about this with the most matches in the entire tournament. Dictator braving through and dominating the entire lower bracket, moving on into the grand finals to face Guild.
Dictator! They deserve that spot in the top 2. But we should also give props to Ronin because they have been dominating in the round robin stage. But unfortunately, Dictator was back with a vengeance. They are waiting for Ronin down in the lower bracket and they fell into their hands. The victim, the prey, Dictator is now sailing on to the grand finals.
A Kuthik Putty on that Monk is really something, racking up the highest kills in the game, also 2 shrines, and single-handedly defending the route. He's all over the place, going around the map, just carrying the entire team for Dictator. Definitely a superstar here for the entire tournament so far.
Superstar indeed. Check this out. I mean, Cutic Putty, he has been, performing all this entire day, having a lot of feats, awards, getting those skills. He even used Bard, and he's also a star in that matchup. Dictator actually is. I think this might be a way for Dictator to prepare for Guild because they know Guild is one of the top strongest teams out here in the ROLG major tournament. And Dictator, if they're gonna be taking the easy route, it's not gonna be enough. So let's take the hardest route. Let's go towards the highest peak. And starting from the bottom, they're climbing slowly, and now they're just one step closer to the peak. And that peak will be carrying that trophy and be called as the major champion, ladies and gentlemen. And as I've told you earlier, we had that lucky draw. We have that lucky draw, so it's you and me and 2 other audience members here who's currently staying in the seat. So two winners.
Plus you and me.
Plus you and me. Yeah. 2 winners will be called later on for lucky draw. So who is going to get those goodies we mentioned earlier? So might as well stay up until the very end because the next series that we're going to be witnessing will be the finale, the grand finals. This is going to be the conclusion of a major day of domination.
That was really, really crazy. Ronin with the gigantic upset there.
Upset indeed. Ronin, after their upper bracket final loss, they did not expect that Dictator is back with the vengeance, and Dictator is gonna snowball 2-0 up against Ronin. And Dictator, actually, we can also see that they're heating up. Guild. If I were Guild, I need to be cautious because this kind of team like Dictator, who played a lot of matches today, I believe the momentum cannot be stopped. I mean, you know a well-oiled machine. And
exactly.
Dictator is just like that.
And it's been very, very massive. You know how Ronin was the team to drop Dictator down to the lower bracket, and that was a 2-0. And Ronin was also able to break Guild's win streak with that assassin play, and now Dictator with a vengeance. So let's see, how did the Dictator really just take down Ronin and these recent match highlights?
Well, Dictator gets the first blow forever. Managed to at least eliminate 1 player from Ronin, but Ronin tries to answer back. It was a really, really good exchange of blows. Get those points, get those skills. It's a rally, it's a trades. But Dictator found an opportunity to snowball by getting another Zyron plus tearing down the Yggdrasil route. So Ronin actually has the effort as well. to punish the Yggdrasil route, but Dictator has a solid defense. Look at that. I mean, the attempt of Ronin to push was fended off by Dictator. They stopped Ronin from going in close, and with this final Siren pick, this somehow snowball Dictator's points into a very it somehow made Ronin catch up, and then with the Yggdrasil push, Dictator somehow snowball with the lead. It's a 10-point lead.
There were several times with Ronin trying to steal a route right there, but Akutik Putty was just all over the place and unable to really just take down that route.
Yeah, very, very nice indeed. And this is the peak esports of the ROLG major tournament. And now, after every matches we've witnessed, 9 matches, 9 best of 3, we are heading into a final best of 5 to settle who is going to be the champion. It's the Battle of Blues, Fire Guild and Dictator. Who is the better blue team between these two?
The blue teams.
Yeah, that's gonna be the color of this evening. It's not green, it's blue. Fire Guild or Dictator? Who among them will be crowned as the major Day of Domination champion of the ROLG?
Very interesting here. Fire Guild being very dominating throughout the entire tournament. But Ronin showed that they do bleed. Even the undefeated can bleed. And also Dictator coming in from the lower bracket, decimating everyone in their path, including Ronin. Very interesting grand finals that we have here. What if Phi Guild it's not really Phi Guild, and it's actually Phi Guild?
Phi Guild.
It's Phi Guild, like Filipino Guild or Pinoy Guild.
Filipino Pride. Pride, okay.
Pinoy Guild.
Makes sense. Anyway, ROLG has a lot of great moments. I believe ROLG. I believe Ronin did a pretty solid job from being the top team, from handing Phi Guild their only loss in this entire tournament. So if I were Ronin, I would not be sad because I accomplished something that Dictator cannot do yet. We didn't know.
Not yet. Just yet.
We don't know just yet if Dictator can also give Phi Guild some loss after another. But ladies and gentlemen, we cannot wait any further because the finals is going to be the underweight chin. It's battle between the Blues, as we mentioned. Phi Guild and Dictator to battle it out.
And Phi Guild dominating the entire tournament, being revered as gods, was already shown that they bleed by Ronin. And also coming from the bottom with Dictators from the lower bracket, just decimating everyone, almost like a rags to riches Cinderella story here in the grand finals against the gods who can bleed the Phi Guild. So very interesting matchup that we have for the grand finals.
Well, I know here in the local scene here in the Philippines, I know you're familiar with these kinds of matchups. You're familiar with these brackets. We've witnessed some of the teams falling down the lower bracket, and then from there they are becoming the champion. So will that be the same story for Dictator? Will they be the champion who grind many matches today in order for them to take the sweet major title, wave that trophy behind us, and then celebrate because they are the first ever champion. If Dictator does that, it's gonna be a sweet thing, but they have to go through a wall, which is Phi Guild. You mentioned that they're considered gods because of their status. They only lost once, they only bled once, but can they inflict more damage?
I've actually seen this very exact situation here back in season 2 of another league. Actually, the logo of the undefeated team was flashed on screen earlier. They were undefeated as well. And then the underdogs from the lower bracket just came in, storming in and taking that championship.
It's quite hot, it's quite recent, it's quite hot. I'm gonna be expecting that. But of course, expect a very, very great grand finals here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. Chin, Vince, we will be right back with the finals. Don't go away.
Specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points,
7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Xiron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Xiron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Xiron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Xiron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Xiron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Xiron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears.
The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer! Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the ancient shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes, and a massive 9 points after 9 minutes. The path to victory is clear. First, you must destroy the enemy's Yggdrasil root. Once the root is gone, the enemy's Yggdrasil core appears. The first team to destroy the core wins the match instantly. If the 10-minute timer runs out, the team with the higher score wins. The final score is calculated from kills, destroying the root, and capturing shrines and defeating Zyron. That is all. Now you have the knowledge to be a hero in the ROLG Major. Get in there, adventurer!
After a full day of intense battles, clutch moments, and pure domination, we have finally arrived at the grand finals of the Ragnarok Land vs Genesis Major 2025 Day of Domination. We've seen guilds fall and champions rise, and now only 2 remain. 2 teams, 1 title, 1 chance at glory. Are you ready to meet your finalist? After all of these fights, close or one-sided, all of those moments and decisions has led to this. Again, I'm Yuko, your host this evening. We are finally at the grand finals. This is Ragnarok Land vs Major 2025. I'm so excited. A day of domination. We have seen these 2 teams duke it out against strong competitors, but now with only 2 teams and 1 goal, which one will get their goal? Now, let's welcome our first grand finalists. They may have fallen 1 game, but they haven't fallen to any series yet. We have Phi Guild, a team that fought with consistency, precision, and undeniable passion from start to finish. They've proven that they belong on this stage. Again, this is Phi Guild. Of course, it's not the grand finals without a competitor. So I will introduce to you on the opposite side of destiny, a team that never backed down, fought through every obstacle, and earned their right to be here in the grand finals. Their logo is a ship. Will they be able to sail their way into victory? We have the Dictators. This is a best of 5. Won the final battle. The stage is set and the moment of truth has arrived. This is where champions are born. This is Ragnarok Land vs. Genesis Major 2025. Again, the grand finals. I'm very honored to have you guys here with me, either on LAN or online. If you're watching on our live stream, don't forget to tag your friends so they can get inspired to play. At least we have amazing players here on the venue. So I'm sure the adventurers, the players, and the production are ready. Casters, I think they are ready as well. Vince G and Chin, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed the top 2 teams remaining here on the ROLG Major Day of Domination. As our host Yuko said earlier, the logos of these teams represent something else, and Ship and a Diamond battling it all out in the grand finals. It's a battle of blues, ladies and
Battle of
gentlemen.
blues.
And you know, based on the narrative here, Chin, you know, having Dictators sail in the lower bracket and they made it up back in the grand finals, they're gonna be facing this guild, Phi Guild, made
Phi
of
Guild.
diamond. So do you think that Dictator as the ship, are they chasing for the diamonds this time?
You know what? Anything can happen right now. Like, you know, we were not expecting this. I think nobody was. That Ronin upset was gigantic there, and Dictator braving it through the lower bracket, and then now in the grand finals against the undefeated Phi Guild. Very, very interesting matchup.
Yeah, I believe you know, Ronin actually had a really nice standing in the overall tournament, in the, you know, in the round robin, but you know, an upset decided their fate. Phi Guild decided to knock them down in the lower bracket, and Dictator also hand them their loss, ending on a top 3 finish. But these 2 teams now trying to settle the scores again. Ronin is the only team that handed Phi Guild their first loss, but will Dictator do the same thing in the grand finals? That is what we are about to find out today in this best of 5 grand finals, Chin.
One thing's for sure, this will not be an easy matchup. This is not going to be an easy series. Both teams definitely gave it their all, the best of the best right now here in the grand finals for our ROLG Major Day of Domination.
I believe that the players and the guilds are already set. We are going to witness between the 2 greatest teams remaining in this tournament. Phi Guild that work their way up to the top, and Dictator crawling up in the lower bracket. This is going to be a sight to behold, and which classes are gonna be removed?
I think it's going to be another one of those more standard bans here with the Rogue and the Crusader.
Okay.
I'm still looking for, maybe since this is going to be a best of 5, it might be a safer route to just feel each other out first in the first couple of matches, just to really make sure which strategies they're supposed to be dishing out here in the grand finals.
You know, you mentioned feeling each other out. I believe Phi Guild does that better than anyone else. You know, losing round one or probably, falling behind in the early matches, just like what happened in their game against 322X. And then they decided to end the game with the lead and, go with the objectives on the second game. Five Guild is becoming a different team as the game progresses. So if that is going to be the strategy of the Five Guild to feel the Dictator, how they played out, I believe Dictator wants to at least reserve those tactics. Don't go on all out. Let Five Guild think that this is all we've got. So later on, we can expand it. So I believe if that's going to happen, Chin, we're gonna be enjoying a full best of 5 in this finals.
And it has been proven in the upper bracket already.
Yep.
But now, as we see here in the Dictator draft, we actually have Mr. Than 2 on an Assassin here, which proved to be effective in wounding Five Guild earlier in the first match of the upper bracket finals.
Okay, so for Dictator this time, they are going to use an assassin. So Five Guild, I believe this is the kind of class that handed them their first loss. And if Dictator has that information earlier on what happened in the upper bracket finals, if they execute this right as well, they might have the early advantage in this best of 5. But if Five Guild learn from that mistake, they will not let that happen. They will not let an assassin shine through. So we have to watch out for the win conditions. We just want to watch out for both of these teams executing what they have, because they cannot lose on this grandest stage. We're talking about major day of domination, and we're talking about grand finals, which is going to happen right now as the players gearing up for battle. They're waiting for the door to open up, and they're rushing towards the river to collect the shrine.
It's very interesting here because they have both the Assassin and also a Knight. So I wonder what kind of strategies they plan to pull off here. Dictator versus Spy Guild in this initial clash here in the middle for the shrine.
Okay, so basically earlier on, there's no Knight, but there's an Assassin. But of course, if you want to have a breaker in the form of the Knight, that's really good. And an Assassin actually will deal damage towards the back line. Mr. Tan as the Assassin, good at the assassination attempt, deleting one player from the Five Guild, and that's a head start for the members of the Dictator.
So it looks like they opted not to run a blacksmith this time around on the side of Dictator, and it's proving to be pretty effective so far, taking the first 2 points in the game versus the Gods Spy Guild.
Okay, Dictator now enjoying their first 2 points. There's no shrine being collected as of the moment. The shrine is being ignored. Five Guild is just enduring all those damage. Dictator just doing the absolute best to sustain. And now, Dictator driving Five Guild on their green grass area on their side. And now, are they going to fight back? When is the time for them to fight back? I'm not seeing an attempt. And whoa, that answered a strike! Did he delete it? But no, he got deleted instead. Son Ho and Taz got taken out.
Very interesting setup that they have here right now. 0-4 on the side for Dictator, sacrificing the buffs, the very, very valuable buffs that you could get from a blacksmith in exchange for more offensive,
there you go.
More offensive setup here with the Assassin. Five Guild finally securing their first point here. Still 6 points for Dictator and leading it in the first 2 minutes of the game so far.
Well, another shrine made his appearance, but it's like 20 seconds left before Dictator collected the first shrine, and then another one spawns, and for that, Five Guild has an attempt to collect that shrine. I believe this will somehow help them get some points. So if Five Guild collects this, it is going to somehow help them with the scores. But look at this, Dictator, they wanted to fight, but now they're burning in. A lot of sustains coming through. Asura strike being charged. No one is going to be taking the ball except for Shelby's, who's just waiting for his time to respawn. Dictator still has the points. 5-7 score. Five Guild is just behind by 2.
Shrine has been collected by Guild there, which gives him that 2 points, closing down the lead that Dictator has by only 2 points as well. So yeah, only 3 minutes already into the game. Still a very close matchup. Nobody really pulling away so far. First Zyron awakens on the top side.
And now you have to wake the beast and you have to put him to sleep as well. Guild, Dictator, who's gonna get the points? Sonho is now out. He got taken care of by the members of the Dictator, and again, Guild somehow gets the 5 points in order for them to overtake Dictator in the point war.
But it's not over yet. Dictator securing a kill over there, bringing the lead back down again to just the 2 points in favor of Guild. And I spoke too soon, and now only down to 1 point and 11. It's neck and neck.
Neck and neck indeed.
And this is not going to be an easy match. Dictator retaking the lead now with 12 points.
Wow, Dictator suddenly had the lead. They're up by 1, and Guild, despite the effort of getting the 5 points from the Zyron, Dictator answered back. We just need kills. We just need bodies. We just need to go for another objective. Might as well mark this Zyron, or probably mark the Shigna Steel rule. But what happened there?
Shrine has been collected on the side of Dictator here, now leading by 4 points, 15 to 11. The Assassin lineup has been proving to be Guild's bane over here, 16 to 11. Is this going to be another repeat of what happened with Ronin, the surprise strategy? The Knight and Assassin this time around without a Blacksmith on the side of Dictator. 12 to 17. What's going to happen? Are they going to be able to pull this through with this kind of surprise strategy?
Wait a minute. Dictator is up by 5. Azura strike. Is it going to connect? And it will. Akuti Putti. I think he marked the right target. GG02 and Das now back into the game. Dictator managed to find those 2 juicy kills. Guild, it seems like the Assassin proven to be the kryptonite for this guild. Assassin has been their weakness in game number 1, but I believe that Guild has to learn from that Assassin mistake, and we might be expecting Assassins being removed, being banned by Guild personally, because for me, or for them, it has been an annoying class to deal with.
Very, very interesting setup that they have here. I think it also might be a factor here that both logos are actually blue, which makes it pretty difficult to actually see which teams are, or which, yeah, exactly, like which teams and which players are your teammates here. Both the Guild having that blue crystal emblem, and the Dictator here having the double swords here.
Stormgust. Okay, a lot of spells activating towards the ground, but is this going to be the offense of the Guild? Are they going to be starting to go out in the fray? But I think they need to mark the Zyron. It's in the bottom pit. Oh no, it's on the top rather. And now both Guild and the Dictator trying to compete. But who gets it though? Is it going to be Guild? No, it's Dictator! Dictator! They solidified their lead by getting the second Zyron, and they are entertaining Guild once again. They're just trying to battle it all out. They don't even care if they're hard as the icicle. And now Saya Hot Cup 7 is somehow finding the group. You know, for Guild, the pickups do matter.
Exactly. You know, like these single pickups that are happening here right now, on both sides, or actually on both Guild and Dictator, is what's actually keeping them together here. 18 now for Guild, 28 for Dictator. Only the objectives separating the two.
Of course, if you're gonna be getting bodies here, might as well get the gold while it's hot, ladies and gentlemen. Type in Grand Final ROLG to at least get some juicy items in game, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss that out. So to everyone who's looking for code, might as well be fast on your fingers. But speaking of being fast on their fingers, Guild, they need to act quick because the time is not on their favor. They just need 7 more, and I believe that the last Zyron will matter in this opportunity.
You know what? It's very, very neck and neck here. Five Guild slowly closing down on Dictator's lead, only a 7-point difference. And as you mentioned, the next Zion will be pretty massive here. Only 2 minutes remaining. We also have another shrine coming up, and there's gonna be a bloodbath right here for that objective.
It's time to turn the river red, even though that the logos are blue.
Ooh.
The water is gonna be turning to red anytime soon. A lot of bodies knocking down, being eliminated. Smile Me Monk being the casualty of war, but there's no casualty on the side of Dictator. I believe that Dictator is trying to buff up in order for them to contest up against the Five Guild, but Five Guild, can they surprise us with the last Siren take?
There have been very massive skirmishes happening on the left, on the right. It's an all-out war happening everywhere on the map and on the screen. There's no more grouping up together. It's really just killing here, up, down, left, right on the screen.
No doubt about that. They're just trading blows here and there, but no one is dying except for Zonho. Zonho, the wizard, he's receiving so much damage. The assassin, the monks, is trying to identify him as the viable target. Without the wizards, there's no AoE. And right now, the bottom pit is quite occupied here. Both of the blue teams right now trying to get the final taste. Five Guild needs this. If they do, the game will be theirs as well. Dictator!
It's gonna be massive! Zyron the Dictator!
Wait, what happened right there? So Dictator, as we speak, as they are taking the Zyron, I believe someone did the pushing. Because they got 10 points.
Exactly.
From 34 to 40, from 35 to 44. 9 additional points plus 10. Dictators solidified the lead, and Five Guild. We even thought that this team or this guild doesn't have any weakness, but it seems like the assassin proven to be the poison for Five Guild.
The assassin draft.
See, they lost the shrine actually.
Really massive play here by Dictator. Game 1 going to Dictator.
Wow, it might be true. I mean, having to play down in the lower bracket, it will give you fuel. It will ignite your flame, and this flame is the reason why Dictator is winning games. And now, Ronin actually was the first team to hand Five Guild their first loss. And on the grand finals, it was Dictator once again handing their loss to Five Guild. But this is just the beginning, you know. Five Guild might bounce back.
You know, I've seen this before. I've seen this exact same situation already back then, a couple of years back in another league. Could this be the comeback kings of ROLG Major?
Maybe that's a really good comeback story, because you're from the upper bracket, you went down and you fought a lot of games on the entire day. But Dictator, of course, they will be enjoying that win, because they are just 2 wins away to becoming the first ever major champions of the ROLG.
Definitely a Cinderella story here, going up against the gods, proving that they can bleed. And looks like they found their kryptonite. Massive game here right now.
The kryptonite in the form of a blue ship, right? You know, Five Guild, somehow they have to, you know, learn from that defeat, that loss, and of course formulate another strategy. But how did that happen? Might as well check on the highlights being shown on our screen right now.
Where do we even begin?
You know, we can begin with Dictator having, you know, first juicy kills, objectives with the shrines, and then securing all those Zyrons, you know, expanding the lead. But this is the moment. See, Dictator almost getting that Zyron. I believe they managed to took down the Yggdrasil root before there, or you know, all of them actually are here. So from 43 points, Dictator did defy the narrative of this game, and they dictate that we are winning game number 1, and Figild again losing the round 1. Is this a curse for Figild?
Competing against all of those opponents in the lower bracket and just simply decimating everyone there could probably be the main thing that Dictator needed, just to give them that whole confidence and that boost of ego and all, and to be able to take on Figild just like this in this game 1. Really amazing.
Really amazing. And of course, this just shows that Dictator has definitely a pocket strat on their sleeve. So might as well they picked that up when they saw that Ronin can pull that off. Assassin. Then you got a blacksmith. But in this game, we need to at least sacrifice the blacksmith and turn it into a knight. So that's what happens. They got a knight. They got the assassin. So they have two classes that can definitely add pain towards the backline, and I believe Sonho, as the wizard, he's receiving a lot of hate, a lot of markings coming in from those players.
That was really interesting there. So we still get the Rogue ban here, and as well as the Crusader ban. Dictator still running both the Assassin and the Knight here, and still no Blacksmith for Dictator.
No Blacksmith. And now for the Knight hero, he knew his stuff. I'm not gonna be changing classes for Mr. Tan. Okay, Mr. Tan here, I'm gonna be snowballing with this assassin. It's time to assassinate the members of the Phi Guild. But remember, Phi Guild lost into this kind of idea wherein assassins can deal damage to the backline, eliminate them quick with the sonic blow. But Phi Guild, after that loss, they are quick to somehow adapt, and they prevented that same mistake from happening once
second
again.
time.
The
Exactly.
second time, and this might be the prevention they're just been waiting for. So Phi Guild is just that, waiting for Dictator to exhaust all resources. Is that what you've got? Okay, fine. You might be winning the first round. Okay. Phi Guild will be doing their absolute best to stop, because they won't be the top team here in the major for nothing, unless they're gonna be surprising us with more and more strats up in their sleeves. But of course, if you wanted to be crowned as the major champions, being dominant in the round robin stage means nothing if you cannot hold the trophy up high.
Exactly, and we have seen this earlier with Ronin and Phi Guild. They did get that one win first at game 1, and then Phi Guild just completely flipping it around and taking it into their own hands, completely ignoring that assassin pick here. And of course, Akutik Puffy is still doing Akutik Puffy things with that monk, so that's still something to consider. I'd be expecting maybe a monk ban maybe soon from the side of Phi Guild, or maybe, I don't know, I'm still waiting for that priest ban maybe, or a wizard ban for either team. Especially this is the grand final, so this would be the stage of the tournament to be able to pull out those kinds of bans here.
Well, let's see what else can they pull off their sleeves. Let's see the magic unfolds, because Dictator, they already got 1 point on this best of 5. Here we go. The moment is not gonna wait any further, because both of these teams are very, very much impatient. Let's settle this. Round 1, we're not gonna stop there. We're gonna continue towards round number 2, and now we can see Dictator and Phi Guild trying to meet up at the river. Who's gonna take the ancient shrine? I believe this is just the same as earlier. They're gonna be ignoring that. They're gonna be focusing on who is going to fall first.
This is very interesting.
Oh.
Shrine has been collected on the side of Phi Guild.
Okay, of course.
Only focusing on that, I think it was Smile Me Monk who collected it for Phi Guild.
Smiling Monk, but he's using a knight in this game.
Exactly.
Phi Guild, they knew that points are very much important, and that is why they did not even hesitate. Why do we need to wait for a kill? Why when we can snowball by getting the Asian Shrine, and we can benefit from the buff it gives. And this might turn the fight around because Dictator has been playing very much aggressive. So if we got the Shrine, if we got the buffs, we might turn the tides around. And look at that, a lot of damage happening here and there, but there's no casualties yet. All clean, all protected. The supports are doing their job to sustain their members. They are still alive. No one wants to back down.
You know, like with these kinds of matches where the kills are just racking up for both sides of the team, we finally get our first blood here. But the thing is, both teams usually tend to have the same amount of kills, so it's really the stacking amount of and racking up of objectives that really win these games.
It is a Bard who managed to secure a first blood in this game, and now Guild rakes up another kill. 4 points on their side, and Guild, wow, definitely things are heating up here. A lot of skills being utilized here by the Wizard. Of course, Storm Gust, the Meteor Bolt, and now Shine will be collected. Oh, Dictator playing smart right now.
Playing the same play that Feigl did earlier, Dictator collects that Shrine, which also gives them the buffs. Might even be the exact buffs that they would need to take back the lead from Feigl. You know, like these kinds of buffs could be massive, especially when the same players do have the same skill level. So that additional stats that you would get from these Shrines could be just the stats that you need to have the advantage over the opposing team.
Oh my goodness, the damage keeps on coming. The charges are just there. 2 to 4, still no casualties, but it's almost time for the Siren to spawn. Where is he going to be? Is it going to be on the top? No, it is in the bottom. And now all of the members from both teams are trying to occupy the pit, and this is where the Wizards should shine. They could like use that AoE, utilize all those damage while the other members Dictator. Wow, what a way to catch up. 5 juicy points just by conquering the Siren.
But now there are massive AoEs here at the choke point. Will Dictator members be able to exit?
I think, yeah, they are going to exit, and they back one more, make that 2 with an Asura strike. GG02 and Emras got caught in that Asura.
Akutik Pati doing Akutik Pati things here. Now setting up for his next Asura strike.
Wow, it seems like Dictator isn't tired yet. Wow, they still have a lot of energy. If this match or this series was best of 7, they can go full 7 games with this kind of energy. You know, trying to answer to the Guild, and here we go. Dictator not wasting any time, locking in the Yggdrasil route and forcing Guild to play defensive. So if I were Guild, I'm the strongest team here in the major. So this will be troublesome for me to play defensively. This is not our style.
Exactly, and also Dictator securing another Shrine, giving them another buff, which will give them maybe another advantage again against Guild.
Okay, traps now being activated. So Guild slowly coming out of their area. They're gonna be crossing the river, and of course, for the members of the Dictator, planting those traps doesn't stop there. We need to delay Guild for conquering this area, this territory. You cannot go near our Yggdrasil route. Dictator had a very wide lead as of the moment, but we're gonna be watching towards minute 6. But fight is happening. Chin, who's gonna take the fall first?
Now we're already at the halfway mark here. 10 points advantage to Dictator here, which could not be enough. It's still too early to say. We still have a few more objectives spawning in soon. Just a couple seconds left, half a minute left. Both objectives spawning in. Would it go to Guild or to Dictator? It really depends on who is able to zone them out away from the spawning objectives.
Well, for the Dictator, that's a very decent Asura strike towards the Knight of the Guild, and another Asura strike out of nowhere. Akutik Pati targeted Task adding him to the kill count that he has currently right now. And they are definitely ignoring the fact that both Shrines and the Zyrons are back into the fray. Wow, the pit is going crowded, it seems.
Missed Asura strike over there.
Who is going to take?
Oh!
It is going to be Dictator. Wow, this is not new to us. I mean, Dictator snowballing the entire day. But what's new and unusual for us is to see Guild struggling at this rate. They are trying to figure out how to get points, but Dictator is just blocking them in doing so.
Is this for real? Is the undefeated dominating the entire tournament now having trouble with our Cinderella story Dictator coming from the lower bracket to face off against the Giants Guild 26-9 right now? Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy?
Hopefully, if I were the Dictator, I don't want this to be called a fantasy because I'm just one step. If I win this round, that means I'm on a match point, and that's what I want to do. But for Guild, this round is not over yet. We still have a lot of time, and for Guild, they have to figure out how can they equalize the score. And after they equalize, get ahead, you overtake them when it comes to getting those points. Now, this is what happens when, you know, both of these competitive teams are going all out. You know, I believe that Sages are not in play, and that's why a lot of skills are trying to be laid down the ground. So there's a lot more openings here and there, Chin. And for an assassin like Mr. Tan and for Akotik Puti, they are the stars of this game.
Exactly. It's not looking good here for Guild with only 2 minutes remaining. It's 28-9 in favor of Dictator, 28-10. I don't know what Guild is going to do here. If not to push, they'll have to somehow secure the next few objectives. The final objectives, at least in the next 1 minute 40 seconds.
Well, this is going to be good because the Zyron will be the equalizer shrine. The last shrine is being taken by the Dictator. Guild, 9 points. Will it be awarded towards them? But how can they fight? They need bodies down the floor. They need to push the Yggdrasil route. They need to do a lot of job in order for them to catch up towards the side of Dictator. But traps here being laid. So Guild is struggling. We can see some LPs here. And while the chaos is happening, oh my goodness, this guy is focusing on destroying the Yggdrasil route. Okay, we have a lot of points. We accumulated a lot of points.
We can afford it.
We can afford it. So, Zyron, if this goes towards the side of Guild,
it's over.
It's gonna help them, but no, Dictator trying to maximize that lead, and now they have a 36-point lead.
It's crazy. This game's going to Dictator. They don't have enough time to break down the root and the core. Game 1 and 2, this is going to be crazy for Guild. They have to come up with something for the next game.
Chin,
they'll have to change it up.
Chin, Dictator seems to know what they are doing. And for Guild, I must say, you know, having the easy way in this tournament is not gonna be good because you will play less, and of course in this kind of pressure play, you know, you're not gonna be performing at your very best. Just like Dictator, you know, went in the lower bracket, and then from there fight matches, win matches, and now they're on a roll in the grand finals. Amazing show of display of skills, of those prioritization when it comes to getting those objectives. No shrines, no route being taken out, no cores being destroyed, but it's all about getting the Zyrons, the shrine, and those kills.
They have to do something about Mr. Consistent over here. Akutik Pati has been carrying Dictator time and again for every single match that they've been going through.
amazing.
They have to show some respect. Respect the monk of Akutik Pati.
You should respect the
Show
monk.
respect.
Yeah, and having an assassin back to back with that monk of Akutik Puti, you know that you need to put them into place, ladies and gentlemen. The storyline goes like this. We are seeing Dictator on a match point, but can they finish this one in the next game? But we're going towards a short break. ROLG Major Dip Domination. We will be right back.
Good day, adventurers! Today, we're breaking down how to dominate the ROLG Majors. Are you ready? Let's go! For this major, each match will only last 10 minutes, and every player starts with 1 million Zenny, giving you a chance to gear up right from the start. If you're taken down, you have a 5-second respawn cooldown. Just be careful, this cooldown doubles with each death. To gain an edge, capture the Ancient Shrine. It gives your team 2 points, but be quick. It takes a 5-second cast and can be interrupted by an attack. You can also get a random power-up by capturing a Shrine buff. Both shrines appear at the start of the game and respawn every 2 minutes. For a massive point boost, defeat Zyron. This powerful boss spawns at specific times, and the points you get increase the later you defeat him. Defeat Zyron after the 3-minute mark for 5 points, 7 points after 6 minutes,